At the lows, at the lows. What is up? 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 What is up, chat? Good morning. Good morning. Pudung. At the lows, at the lows, at the lows, at the lows. एक सेकंड रुको, एड्स ऑफ करने दो. कैसे हो? कैसे? कितना सोया? लव यू. मजा आनी लाइफ. गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग. कैसे हो चैट? कैसे हो? कैसे हो? कैसे हो? कैसे हो? आज कूलर में मस्त नींद आया मुझे. भाई कितने हेटर्स है भाई, परेशान कर रहे हो. अपन ये मैच क्यों देख रहे हैं मेरे को सीरियसली नहीं पता. ठीक है, DRX वर्सेस टैलेंट, DRX जीतने वाली है. PRX वर्सेस बूम, PRX जीतने वाली है. PRX वर्सेस DRX, PRX जीतने वाली है. यहाँ तक का एकदम रास्ता क्लियर है, समझ रहे हो? फिर भी अपन देख रहे. बताओ.
Chance left. Lose today and stage 1 is over. Toronto is not on the cards.
Yeah, they've had to go back to square one. Look, they were looking down the disappointing finish over in Masters. Maybe it didn't go as deep as they would have wanted, but they've had to kind of throw that on the back burner, having to deal with all this roster instability. But Marco is in prime form, as is Hyunmin, and they're figuring out some of these role issues, and they've thrown Estrella over onto the IGL now.
Now it's been a long time since they faced today's opponent, Talon Esports. And Talon's been a wild card. It's been literally a win-loss since the start of stage 1. And if this trend holds today, guys, it's not looking great. But this team has been breaking expectations. They have their 2.5 rookies, big plays, and maybe finally is today the day.
क्या लगता है टीम हरा पाएगा DRX?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for revenge. They narrowly missed out on going to Masters Bangkok, of course, on their home turf. So they're going to do whatever it takes to get to Toronto. We saw a really strong win against Nongshim Red Force yesterday. They're looking to carry that momentum forward into today. I think this is a super streaky team. You know, when they run hot, they're really hot. So they want to use what they learned today to bring it up.
Oh my God! Frost is just Eve did the nope thing. Oh my goodness. That's the first time we have ever seen this.
That's insane.
Okay,
I mean, yeah.
We know that Frost really is determined to take down a lot of the Korean teams here in Pacific. This looks personal today.
That's on home soil.
Oh my goodness.
He knows he's in Seoul, right? Okay. I mean, look.
All right.
Yeah.
I know. We're absolutely speechless right now. I can't believe that just happened, but Frost has made his statement, his position really clear. Wow. And you know what? When you are throwing the gauntlet in like that, you better win.
Very
I mean, that's a slap in the face for Termi. That's trying to punch the wind out of him before this game even starts. That's saying, I don't care about your legacy. I don't care about your team. We're here to win.
Definitely, that's mental warfare. I think the team, though, is going to have to take a step back from that. That's like angry dad energy, where you're like, no, I'm chill. I don't got anything against you, bro. Like, it's just my dad is mad. Look, let's look at the predictions here, and we're pretty split. A couple of Talon believers.
I would have thought you were Talon,
I thought about it really hard. I love both of these teams. I love all my Pacific babies, and I have been slightly biased towards Talon, yes. But you know what? Facts are facts, and they won yesterday. So they are not gonna win today, I think.
Yeah,
also, when Frost does things like this, Termi is gonna be activated.
Oh, into the agent select here. DRX are actually going the harbor route rather than what Talon brought last time. They're going up against the flashless comp here. And it's worth mentioning that Frost kind of expressed that he was quite comfortable playing against the harbor that Nongshim brought out on a set yesterday. So he'll know how to play around that, and we'll see if that trickles down into how Talon approaches this one.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Talon literally already ran this DRX comp, apart from with Sova instead of Teo. So the way you play is going to be very similar. So I feel like Talon might have all the answers here, but equally, they don't have a lot of flashes. If they get stuck behind those walls, things will be in trouble.
Absolutely, I mean, that's how Jinggg dismantled that Talon Harbor comp, is the fact that they were running in with a KO Yoro.
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है कि पता रहेगा यार कि ऐसा होने वाला है.
We'll see how DRX executes it at the end of the day. It's another game where we'll see Killjoy for Bane. He's on that Senti role so many maps right now.
That's right. I think this is going to be, you know what, I thought of the two matches today, this would be the less spicy one. But now that things are
so
set
crazy.
the way they are,
so crazy.
The way that Coach Walkout went, the way these Agent Comps are going, this is going to be a very different kind of lower brackets. It's all or nothing between these two squads.
Love you.
Yeah, I'm in disbelief. I mean, that's like, there's a lot of energy here. Talon really won this game.
All right, well, we got something a little bit different today. A little different here on the caster desk. We got Achilles and Komodo.
That's right, thank you very much. Already off to a roaring start, it would seem. But hello, I'm Achilles, and I'm here alongside Komodo. I've exchanged the old model, gotten a new one.
And being next to you,
I already feel more youthful. I feel like, you know, I'm not having the life sucked out of me.
Happy
birthday to him yesterday. 40 years, very old.
Yeah, unfortunate. Got to downgrade a little bit in the age department. Can I give you my grey hairs though? I want your lucky fox. I want to get rid of my
No, the silver fox thing, it can go real well, and I think that you're on the right path there, my friend. But anyway, the EDM button has been pressed. There has been spice spilled out on this stage. Not fighting words, but fighting actions as we jump into this series. Icebox has started off Talon versus DRX. Both these teams vying to stay in the tournament to still have that chance at Toronto.
Yeah, another elimination game coming in towards this one. A lot on the line for our
5-1 में भी last 4 second में plan
rather in
करना चाहिए
DRX, trying to also maybe get a win here today to continue the run on in. Australia on the harbour as well, interesting for me. Generally comfort role on a Sage, for example, but coming in towards Icebox, it's DRX choosing the attacking side. And now with the lurk that's coming up from Talon all towards B main, there's a lot to do for Marco.
Couple shots out there. Hunting for some tag damage. Not going to find much. Mako going to find a kill. Does he suspect it? Oh, seems like he does. Goes ahead, trades it up 2-1 in that regard. In the meantime, back over here on the A site. For me up over the top, able to find one. Will get taken down. So some damage suffered, but ultimately we find ourselves now in a 3v3.
Getting the plant top site as well. Got to remember freeing on the tail 2 salvos will come online soon.
Slow drift back there from Estrella. Situated on pipes, Bane.
Sometimes you just have to say
watching for this flank. It's seen the Viper. It felled Mako, and now he's going to confirm that position. Ops just go ahead back.
I love you too.
Damage headshot there through the corner of the wall puts him down at 50.
Ye quality dekho.
Flying, but Estrella joins in, holds the angle. Now the salvo's free to fly.
One enemy remaining.
And okay, actually going to be able to find the kill there. Primi, a nice headshot. Looks for a little bit more, but ultimately cannot get this round win. That's going to be DRX starting things off 1-0 with the pistol going their way. And 2 players escaping the blast radius.
And they'll be happy with that one as well, considering the shenanigans afoot in the pre-stage of this map. So getting the pistol round, they'll be alright.
Late night VCT stream watch party दिन में कोरोना मिस होता है. Wow. Crazy बात की है आपने. Crazy.
They changed up their comp. They're going back to the one that they bested T1 on a couple weeks back. It was a good 13-6 with a flawless defensive half already right now.
तो आगे मुझे लगा direct PRX में आएगा. How just slip by the way? Left for 1.5 2 hours.
Looking for a clean anti-eco. 2 ghosts for the side of DRX. So not as much firepower. They've been actually playing around with their buys a bit more as of late and really reinforcing these anti-eco rounds. Spot out onto 1. Fluid just going to be backpedaling here, escapes back around the opposite side of that harbor wall. And salvos will be sent to go ahead and delay the plan. Spot out on the 1. Amount of damage going to be suffered there by Hyunmin. Makes his quick exit, still has that Guardian in hand as Freeing comes away with a second, a third. Oh my god, the fadeaway shot in the final bullet.
Best player है Freeing भाई.
Will find Kahlua. And DRX looking to make this a flawless anti-eco.
Let's see what damage Premier can do here. Couple low members.
पूछा क्या किसने 11 घंटा सोया?
And we'll just be picking up a 4K. The fast track towards that Armageddon. So 2 charges off, having that one at the ready. DRX lock in the flawless.
Not noted on the lurk as well. Something that he's starting to find a lot of proficiency in lately too. Of course, coming back into good form in the game this week. So I'll be interested to see how the lurks are going to be navigated a little bit later on. And if he's going to be targeted perhaps by Talon, because the game plan for them on this defensive side, coming in towards this bonus, you want to see Primi start to get activated, you want to see him potentially get onto an operator later as well. Just be very consistent.
4 regen shields in here for the side of DRX. CHUMMI instantly taken out. Solid headshot there from Primi, looking for a little bit more, get some damage across, takes his exit, plays it out wisely. He's getting the spot out here. We'll just swing back around the opposite side of 410.
Yeah, it is just a bit of a default from Talon too, meanwhile. Not rotating too much around the map, a bit of an interest in the two boys.
Yeah, they're at the window, but it's going to be Mako. Ends up taking some damage.
Yeah, ultimately still looking to go for this A site though.
Capped on those regen shields, as Stealth Drone not going to be spotting out too much here. Drone over the top from Cruz, able to get the spot out, and that holds him at bay here for now. Meanwhile, Stealth Drone going around the back, going to be able to get the scan here onto Mako. Tucks back under 2, but now he's in a really poor spot. Double pressure out from Talon here at Garage.
Fluent
just swinging back, realizing that the DRX are going to look to go ahead and try to re-swing this across into the B site, where now Mako is in an entrenched position.
And a lot of passiveness from the rest of Talon over at that A site as well, so getting the inkling that this is going to switch over towards B.
They know they're giving it up. Mako's still able to find one before he gets taken down by Time. Kill found, but DRX at this point, 22 seconds remaining. They are going to be all in on this site. Rotation still coming through as Primi, a late linger on that A site, can now start making his way across, but 14 seconds for the delay tactics available here for the side of Talon. DRX in a bad spot. Shock Dart gonna fly. Now looking to just go ahead and commit for the stick, but no. Dragged off of it here for a second. Cruz able to find one. Plant having to be stuck, but they're just getting overwhelmed and taken down. Talon will go ahead and get themselves online. Just one casualty here in the anti-bonus.
Yeah, a lot of great patience from Talon as well. A great start with Primi picking up the first kill, not immediately dashing away. Even coming in towards this round, you're looking at a bit of a weaker bonus for DRX on the shield department, but there's no real push from DRX either. The time getting the better of them, the lurk timing, or rather the flank timing coming out, I really like from Talon in that one. Great recognition for the drone from Killua too. He's always going to be pushing Garage, and they're going to be going there in tandem. We're going to have to see some adjustments early on from DRX to make sure that they're not crunched up on.
At the top, there's a reveal out. 3 players going to be spotted. Kill not found.
Reveal to hai.
Tiny bit of damage, but otherwise still relatively safe. But it's a good amount of information gained for Talon off the
kind of set up for them as well. Just leaving Jit Boys into a mid in a different location, not kitchen this time specifically.
Last time
for the remainder of the squadron, it's pretty much the same. Need to see some heroics from Mako if he wants to try and do something at the B side of the map. But for right now, DRX just playing the patient game. Drone out, confirming that there's still members surrounding the A site. As the minute mark approaches, this is where you would assume that DRX start to layer in a little bit more of this utility, get some information from Free.
DRX losing on boom? Nahi re. Kal exam mein Ashirwad de do. Best of luck meri jaan ke to.
Emphasis on mid here, Mako. Bang to join in, make this bit more of a reinforced push. Recall on the alarm bot. Check into the window, but
map ball 3K warna dance and no second offer Vishal bhai.
Needing to be cautious about
मेरे अंदर है ना कितना एनर्जी बचा मुझे मालूम है.
Under 2, but isn't reading it. But Mako
map DRX
around. Goes for the peak. Jit Boy's going to be taken down. Primi here on that right-hand side on the approach, but it's going to be Pain coming away with the kills. Cruz gets taken out. Primi still here. The tailwind expiring, needing to buy some damage and can just push up into the cover. They're watching for. The answer is absolutely. Freeing right there on top.
Nats के matches कब है?
Noted. Mako dead, but gets all the info they need.
2 महीने बाद.
Retreat, set up for the post properly here. That's just going to be the save call.
America से कितनी team आएगी VCT 3.
3 players that's going to be lost. Cash not in the greatest position. Primi, granted, does have knives, so can go ahead and pull those out in the next round. And DRX going to be allowed to move up 3-1 here to start things off on Icebox.
There's always a position as well for Talon so far, having Primi and Cruz towards the A site and kind of being a bit respected too, with DRX not pushing too far forward, where Cruz might be able to grab that ulti orb and pick up the Hunter's Fury. We have a couple of components that you could work with coming in towards the next round, but it is another highlight of DRX wanting to play this one extremely slow. Seeing if there's any overextension from the Talon members, which there isn't really too much. So we might see a little bit more haste from DRX put into the fray in the next coming
भाई
rounds.
नींद aside पर ऐसा गला नहीं दर्द होता दिन के 12 घंटे प्लस स्ट्रीम पे बोलना बार
Yeah, but a change up immediately from Talon as well. 3-on-1 setup. So Cruz probably not incentivized to grabbing that ulti by himself with the buy up here for Talon.
Thinks about it. You can see him inching forward there on the mini map.
He's going for it.
Consideration.
मैंने बोला था 4 बंदे एक खेलो करके.
Yeah, it does have that Hunter's Fury online now.
सुना नहीं बे Talon वालों ने.
Big push up. Be long as well for Talon here. This time 3 of them instead of the normal 2.
Turret set up from behind though. We'll be able to go ahead and give out the early alert. Obviously numbers won't be confirmed, but they'll be able to go ahead and no presence. Mako at the same time though might be getting caught on a time.
Cruz कुछ crazy कर सकता
है. He does push in through mid.
Slides forward. Knows that there's going to be a player here behind, but he's looking to just play this quietly here for the moment. Primi on the check, swings out. Minor damage taken. Finds the headshot. Mako now on the floor.
Now DRX as they go for the plant, they're going to have to play a battle in 2 sides of the map.
Primi just looking to try to get the one tap, finds it. Youngmin does manage to shut him down before he can do more damage. Finds the follow-up on the tide. This now into a 3v2. Clean shots from Hyunmin, bailing them out here in the round. And as the wall falls, so too shall Cruz. Australia looking snappy, and now for Chip Boys, it's really just about trying to deal some form of damage, stop that economy of DRX from really bubbling up. Not sure if Australia's going to be ready for this. Nope, not at all. Guardian to the back of the head. Some damage found. Clutch on the round. Possible, but the time just not quite there for him. So we'll just go ahead, drift away with the weapon upgrade. DRX now going to move up 4-1.
Yeah, a little bit of a unfortunate scenario for Talon when you consider that they've got the numbers and the pieces on the flank as well. You've got some good blade action coming through from Primi, but it's just a counter-jet. Hyunmin hitting some very crispy headshots. You see them back in the replay, and they're all individual jewels that have been sent his way as well. There's no double picks coming in from Talon, so definitely want to make sure that they're shaking off a couple of those nerves, getting a couple of their communications in the better scenario. Because it's going to be another one here where it's not the greatest spike to come through for Talon. Timer pause as well, so we're going to have a bit of a discussion to have.
No, we're not.
क्या discuss कर रहे हो भाई? हाथ मिलाना चाहिए था कि नहीं?
It was very quick. It was a small gear issue. But I feel like you on the desk cursed it a little bit because you get some big ones.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's true. Yeah. It's been all right. My last day out, we also had a minor gear issue.
मजा ही आया
in and out. So hopefully all should be well.
Hopefully.
पिकी गई हाँ सुबह 9 बजे.
Looking like perhaps over here on the side of Talon.
2 साल हो गए बंक्स में आपको देखते हुए पर अभी तक आती नहीं दिखती. अभिजीत bye. Thank you for the 24 months मेरी जान की रोटी.
Potentially be that timeout call.
Yeah.
But as soon as I saw the timer
taking a
start
break
making
from
it past that
Valorant,
25-second
like
remaining mark, I'm like, okay, they're still going to leave the players out here. They're still going to let them chill and see what they can do on their own. But I think 5-1, Talon, you're probably going to have to pull a timeout if you're not able to find this next round win.
I mean, it's always the thing as well, how much is Frost recognizing on what they're talking about in the actual map as well, right? Because when you've got this little language difference, as long as Cruz is, you know, maybe say some sort of English translate it to him post-rounds or anything like that, it really is up to his identification on how the team is going, how their comms are. These sort of scenarios after a tech pause as well, where you just have to stew in your own head. It's not too unoften that you don't see a pause taken round after.
स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो मेरी जान की टोटो. DRX जीतेगा easy. You are the reason I started playing Valorant at the age of 35. क्या बात है राकेश भाई, मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं? मुंबई सर्वर के लिए फन आएगा.
Maybe this could be good though. Slow the roll. Just get a little bit of a breather, a little bit more opportunity to calm down. Granted, yes, cannot communicate with each other, with the coaching staff during this time about the game. But at least just give those players a moment to take a pause, take a deep breath, and say, okay, we got this.
Yeah, and of course, there's always going to be one of those veto situations as well when you come in towards this one in an elimination bracket. What are you changing up? How much practice have you had to, right? Because for Talon, they had to play yesterday. They had a not the cleanest game against Nongshim. It was 3 mapper, some high-level scores coming through at the end results as well. And then you got to consider, okay, it was the early game, so they do have a little bit of prep that they can come in towards today as well against DRX, who, you know, back in this situation in a lower bracket run, are we going to have another Korean team go international? Are we going to have them get top, you know, into grand final here? Are we going to get them top 3? Who knows?
Yeah, this has been, I think, pretty much globally a very topsy-turvy time. Ahead of a Masters, where a lot of these teams that you expect, especially off the back of Bangkok, to be able to qualify, to be surefire hits, barely squeezing into the tournament or just missing out.
PRX का मैच स्टार्ट कभी होगा 15 मिनट बाद
ये लोग का trophy lifting team, but G2 had to go in as a third seed. Vitality.
नया वाला बंडल आपको अच्छा लगा Binks भाई मैंने अभी तक प्रॉपर्ली देखा नहीं आज रात को देखा.
First ever international missed since 2022 when they won the LCQ and they made it the champs.
Yeah, so it's massive shake up. Of course, a lot of teams as well, you know, trying to get some championship points to have a slot to get in towards champs at the end of this year. A very vocal saying that this team is getting to champions, right? If they're bowing out here, that's nothing extra for this stage 1. They have to do a big effort in stage 2.
Absolutely. Well, we are good to go. Thank you for bearing with us. Now we can get back underway. Some early salvos. Primi, though, up over the top here for 10, trying to see if he
feel आ रहा है कि Primi मारेगा ये round 2.
Hairline angle that he's trying to play off of here.
You need some ambition, though, from Talon in a round such
as
this.
बंदा मारता तो है ना
Killua down into a Sheriff, so he's going to play a little bit more informative or bait and switch.
Oh, Ty. Creeping forward, and Bane, I don't think he's necessarily going to read it. Somehow, doesn't actually get any shots in. Ty managing to dodge out those bullets. Keeps himself perfectly alive and comes away with the early kill. So now into the 4v5 on the attack. DRX will start going up. Talon, though, getting nicely clustered together.
Good morning, Mumbai. Good morning.
Try to go for a flood retake.
This sort of spot as well. Would like to see Marco get that pit down on the site.
Right now, as being asked to watch here from behind, Hyunmin is moving forward, gets himself up onto the belt. Spotting one, dropping, hitting the floor, and puts both players down. It's a lack of reaction. Not realizing whatsoever. Tap of the spike. Jit boys doing well. Bringing this back into a 3v3, but now the salvos fly to further delay. Push under the corner. Mako drags across, finds the headshot. The Armageddon gets sent here from Fring to further buy more time. They swing out. Hyunmin finds the first, and the shots are crisp.
Consistency from Hyunmin at the moment, kind of catching the Talon members on the flank with the note from Marco first. He's just going for them. They're looking the wrong way, expecting a different location peak to come on out. I'm thinking to myself, okay, we're seeing the same sort of slotting from Talon around the map. 2 players over at the B site in Killua and Die. They get a kill. They kill for a gun. They have some upgrades. They're expecting that this is going to end over to the A site. It kind of just gets pulled apart from there. You've got the salvos online, you've got the Armageddon, we're both invested, you still hold on to the pit for the next couple up. And this is the scenario that we're talking about just before during that tech pause, right? It's not too unexpected that you would get a pause
easy 2-0
either immediately or the round up.
ऐसा win के बाद और 4 players से मारने वाले.
Cool variety, that's what we like to see.
बाकी players को तो अब तक मौका भी नहीं मिला warm up करने का भाई.
And we see in the beginning stages, you know, adjustment periods from Talon. It took them 4 rounds on both maps, on both halves, to figure out what Nongshim were doing before they actually woke up and just knew what they needed to do, the awakening moment to kind of clean house. So if this is sort of the same scenario that they slot themselves in here, maybe we see them switch on, maybe we see a little bit more, you know, fluidity around the map, better rotations, better just plays together, because we're not seeing anything too different from DRX, right? It's like B site at the moment doesn't exist.
वो time पे मेरा 2-2 दिन में montage निकलता था 2-2.
Yeah, we should just
समझ रहे हो चिक चमेली ये सब.
Remove the B side.
Oh, for sure.
2-2 दिन में.
You know, it won't be mid anymore. We'll have to call it left side. And you just, you know, you can go through the front or you can go around the other way, and that's it. I guess you can leave like kitchen in there.
Put the other side in kitchen.
Ooh, Hyunmin.
भाई वो लोग को पता था, वो लोग को पता था.
Not be able to find that instant punish. And it looks like this time DRX, they might be considering the other side of the map, at least for a moment.
Yeah, for a slight moment, there's always the option that
End
they're
of
going
the
to
day
be able to
जाएंगे
go
पे
back there, of course. Not seeing any push-ups through B long just yet. You'll see a
Love
self-drone come up from a back position too, generally a little bit more forward. So if DRX are at least Keeping an eye on where those utilities are
edit
coming
करने
from.
का
They
time
know
लगता
it's a
था.
little bit more of a backline angle from Talon here.
Talon now realizing that this is going to be a bit more heavy presence. Stealth from previously only really spotting out the Killjoy. Doesn't tell them much of anything there, but Mako now lingering forward, calling for the team to rotate around, wait out the stealth drum, or rather this recon dart.
Maybe not noted just yet, by the way.
Youngman's making noise. He's just running up, but Mako's now found it, swings the angle, and it's one of those plays that makes you think, are they telling him to run, to bait the angle, to keep the eyes trained there, or is it all just dumb luck? Either way,
clear-cut scenario of winning by
opened up and Bane
very
far back linger here in the spawn, gets the catch on the Jit Boys. Now gonna try to flush him out with the Guardian, but loses the fight as well.
DRX too strong, bro. बोलो यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं पता नहीं.
5 department, but run away with his tail
लेकिन
between
क्या
his
फायदा
legs.
जीतता के
The hunt
जीत
could
के
even come onto
जब
him now
PRX
with the
जीतने
credits
वाला
not
है,
looking
समझ
too
रहे हो?
stellar for Talon.
वो वाले
Get a
कस्म
little bit
कस्म
closer to your
अटक रहे
ults
हैं
as
DRX
Bane, and
वाले.
well, Australia would pick it up if he goes a hunting.
And looks like they are going to have Estrella swinging around looking for something here. Lua tucked in, can hear these footsteps behind in the
खाना हुआ
check.
नहीं नहीं नहीं.
Nearly
Volume
kills
up
him.
करो.
Estrella sees the one side, swoops in, and can't quite get it line fast enough. Kalua does keep himself alive, weapon in hand. We'll have to rebuy the armor. But DRX now 6-1.
With Death, Australia will pick up the reckoning too, but the important factor right now for DRX is they are converting after Talon's timeout, so no value, no weight or adjustments. You see in the early stages that you're mentioning, Cruz sending out the recon dart, it's spotting nothing. You've got Primi on the belt line. They're having confidence in him that he's going to be good for 1 or 2, maybe fall back, and then the team can have enough time afforded to get their rotations out, but he's just caught by himself, no trades. DRX selling a good little fake with the util that they put over towards the B site. And again, as I said, you know, the A site is where they were kind of always just going. It's going to be back there for the beginning stages, at least right now. Same ambition line to come up from Primi. He's got Killua with him, so a bit of a different look this time in terms of the initiator force for Talon.
Might actually get a target this time. Ooh, top of the hat, going to be spotted there, but Bane similarly spotting up Primi in kind. Just be with Bill tucked back, the reckoning now opening up on the site. As some nanos get popped, Hyunmin waiting here on the side of the wall. Primi coming away with one straight. Take it down over the top goes Hyunmin, and Jit Boys immediately snipes him out of the sky. Just the one kill back here for now, but DRX for the moment very much. Primi is looking electric here. 3 kills found. Cruz.
भाई प्रीमी ने मारा बे प्रीमी ने मारा
put down Mako. Just the one casualty. Talon finally
क्यों
find a
है
second round win.
It feels like we were waiting for just some sort of individual performance from Talon, or maybe a proper effort by committee. This time Primi doing the lion's share of it, the rest of the team to watch his angles as well, to just dance around the site, dance around the reckoning. Big swatting from Jit Boys, by the way, onto the right-click attempt of Hyunmin. But a better look this time for Talon, as I mentioned, changing the initiator force for them, but I don't think that's really the big thing that worked out for them. They were just ready for some sort of aggression from DRX with the right numbers.
Crucially, they get rid of 2 ultimates as well. Blades committed alongside that reckoning, so it ends up being a bit more costly for DRX, despite the fact that they still have a significant lead. Hit invested over at green here for the moment.
Yeah, it kind of blocks the avenue of DRX, where you're only seeing really Mako go through mid, the rest of the team over through to A, which they're silently approaching.
Change up position here for Primi, top of screen. Swing out, Ring, able to go ahead and find that kill from Nest. And once again, pop the try.
off angle में कैसे मारते बे लोग?
Jit Boys does have the lockdown, sends it. No Armageddon to go for a clear on this. Plant now being committed to. This means it's going to be probably a bit of a late exit. Not an exit at all. Estrella taken down in transit.
Shit.
Hit is out here from the side of Mako. Immediate tap coming through, and Hyunmin scaling forward. Narrowly is able to get the weapon out in time to take down Jit Boy. Swing onto the corner though. Kalua going to get for that. As Freeing is just fearlessly riding the rope across. He's making all the noise in the world, and now it's getting frantic. Mako spraying. Barely is able to find one, and now needs to clutch it out here from within the pit. High on the approach. Over the top of the bite. Mako playing it so damn cleanly.
Well
gets the 3K.
Hello?
You might as well call it a clutch. DRX now 7-2.
I mean, essentially so, right? The value that the pit provides for them and the time being bought when the lockdown is out too. Enough time from the salvos and the nano just already placed on towards the spike. And at that point in time, you're putting everyone into the pit. The decay effect starts to come through for Talon. That's why some loose sprays in that sort of scenario work a treat. And then Marco, very patient, very stone cold. Not faltering in that one, and it's back to normal fashion, you would assume, for DRX right now on this map.
Anytime Talon gained an inch, they lose a mile. 7-2 now is Orb's just going to be cycled back. Estrella already over halfway towards that next reckoning.
Yeah, it is just dire at the moment over towards this B-side too, with now Primi coming over to assist, but the walls are up, blocking vision.
Damage onto Hyunmin here.
This would actually be a pretty good call for a fake right now as DRX. You've still got alert coming out from Bane, a lockdown in play available if needed. And the rest of the force, actually, for Talon, are all around this B site.
They tap, they get some util out, and it looks like they want to rotate off of that. Mako, though, needing to re-clear into mid. Shit boys, he's hearing footsteps. Calling for to get some extra eyes under tube. Poison Orb goes up. Mako now not going to be ready for this forward position. Estrella, though, instantaneous with the response. And now, because of this preset position, Bane able to go ahead and get a deep lockdown, but the Hunter's Fury comes through, so Cruz can clear that out. Space can now be disrespected here by Talon as Primi. Through the smoke, able to find one. Bane going to be taken down. A 3v4 here for DRX. They try to close this out with Armageddon coming in over the top here from Kahlua, but they will be able to escape the blast zone.
Shit. Buzzard Pro Max.
Popped, stun into the corner, the drop down. Primi looking for the double, cannot make it happen. It's all on Hyunmin.
अच्छा खेला Talon बात खेला
Talon still damage dealt here, but it's going to be Talon coming away with a third round victory.
This time Marco not able to do any damage up the guts of
mid, unfortunately, for
DRX, and with enough ultimates online for Talon as well. Get a little bit hot under the collar for the DRX members as they're trying to establish a plant. And I gotta say, for Talon, the rotations for all of the members essentially to just book it towards B, recognize that there's just a disconnection effect happening, and then all be already at the A site when the plant goes down. It does become a bit of a scrap battle to try and get a lot of the trades there, but Talon were already just holding the numbers game.
Still
with an opportunity to rescue this half, now finding a bit more stability. Still these half armors in the mix here for a lot of the players.
But a bit of a swing scenario for DRX too here. They have to be pretty careful with holding advantages, holding weaponry.
But technically, अगर देखा जाए तो 7-5 is not a bad half.
Instant salvos from Kahlua to try to go ahead and slow things up. Oh, that is a slippery little stealth drone. If nothing else, got him pretty much an entire mag.
Reckoning out.
Reckoning to come through. And Jit Boys pushing forward, playing aggressively. He's able to find one, and Primi comes away with a second. Just Kahlua traded out. It's a massive trade up here for the side of Talon. Stun connecting, but I mean, yeah, that's already the Reckoning expired. Mako on the hunt, but not suspicious enough. Cruz as well in a forward spot.
Oh shit.
It's going to be hell of a headshot. Not able to find anything else either.
And that immediately turns things upside down, doesn't it, right now? From a 4 versus 3 into the favor of DRX. You've already got the site scoped out a little bit as I say that. But Marco gets Primi, and now it's all on to Jit Boys, and we're talking about the economic situation. Do you consider a save here to make sure that everybody has weapons in the next round? I mean, Primi doesn't have blades available to back up his 100 credits.
It's a tough call, but it seems like they want Jit Boys to try to go for this. A couple players on the side of DRX similarly don't have that much money behind.
अपने लोग रहते तो फ्लैंक में मर जाते। जिससे आता तो ना भी आ जाओ नाइफ लेके घूमते रहते थे।
No clue whatsoever.
अभी लेकिन मिड में क्या कर रहे बंदे?
The two surviving on the side of DRX, they will get up now 8-3.
And this is where it becomes a little bit more problematic for the Talon fans out there. If anyone's on the superstitious mark, you definitely want them to be finding this next one to not get that 9-3 curse happening. Or maybe you do want that to be more in the favor of Talon, right? So DRX, we'll see how they're going to navigate this next round after having the flank, I guess maybe expected again, because Talon have been doing that a lot in this map so far. The fact that Bane is just able to mob both up is quite stellar. Now into the last round of this half, it's back to the drawing board, it's back to the A site to begin.
Well, Primi's position going to be confirmed once again. Drops down, eating some damage, and he's getting shot from every which way. Put the 45, but still breathing. Damage can still be dealt here by his hand. But if he dies in a
Actual
forward
में
spot,
45
no
HP
one's
काफी
picking
है
up that
Premier
Guardian.
League.
Yeah.
Goat of the goat.
Salvo's out with the stealth drone. It's going to dodge that one, but how many players is it going to be able to spot out? 2 towards Maze.
Ball's coming through, stun at pipes. DRX just holding the brakes. Mako trying to see what kind of pressure comes out of B here before they really execute onto the side, it would seem.
Lots of utility exchanges at the moment.
Salvo's going through, being able to find one, and Gunman just crouching in underneath. Jit Boys can take it down now. Primi with 45. Just gonna be backed up by Cruz, who only has a stinger. And it's quickly going to be left on the floor. Instantaneous headshot from Primi. Still on point in that regard, but it's now just die, and he has been noted. Mako looking to keep him held down here in mid. He cannot find his way out. Mako wins those. And that's going to be a 9-3 half with DRX well out in front.
And there's not too much ingenuity from DRX, to be honest with you as well, right? It's just kind of readable plays from an outside view. Start off with a bit of this utility at A, see what you can bait out from Talon. Maybe you've got a little lurk happening from Mako up through mid or over through the B side of things, where we see, you know, majority of the time Talon investing either 1 or 2 players in Thai and Killer over there, a small exchange with Cruz here and there, but there's no real massive adaptations, no massive A pushes, A crunches that they're trying to get out with, you know, getting maybe a special delivery and getting Primi on the line, getting for some recons as well, right? So it felt honestly a bit flat from Talon time and time again, where DRX aren't really changing things up too much.
Hey, it's one of our biggest fans. She's here most of the days.
Ben, मैं बोला ना Thai.
Going for Thai.
Yeah,
cosplaying my Thai.
Yeah.
Instead of Bane cosplaying as Vayne.
W. मैं बोला था.
I mean, sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cameraman हो गया, आंसर हो गया उसका. Cameraman दे दिया उसने आंसर.
That's the big question.
Guess we'll never know.
Thai. ठीक है. ठीक है.
We need to get the thing that we're missing here is the voting count to see how many votes it's got between the two things.
Yeah, this is true. -3 though, man. Like, this
Home
is
Alone,
a
Babu.
little bit of a problematic spot for Talon if they can't get out on their pistol round as well. Right? It's their map pick. You're going into Fracture next, which, I mean, that's still rocky anyways. But you definitely want to come away with your own map pick when you've had it open, you've gone in with the choice, and you're expecting some sort of confidence on your own defensive side, some plans on your attacking side. So we'll see if that's going to at least come out here in the pistol round. Everybody looking to go towards this B site nice and early from Talon. Everybody investing with an upgraded pistol as well.
Just a full send, steady push forward here from Talon. Recon sent out. Mako caught on timing. Turns around, Khalil right there, says hello, takes him down. I thought it was a straight bullet, it was a straight salvo, his Primi will fall. Freeing, doing well to find one, but Straya just getting absolutely melted out through the walls. And this is the thing when you got 2 Vipers and then you get a Harbor into the mix as well.
Bro.
You can't see a damn thing. Body still hitting the floor though, and it will be Talon's time. Comes away with 3 kills.
भाई लेकिन DRX वाले क्या मारे ना?
Pistols.
I mean, I'm talking about a scrappy second map. Let's just bring it back to what we've got in front of our eyes right now. A scrappy pistol round's coming through where there's just wall-on-wall action and everyone's just trying to shoot through it and deny all action. There's white hot potato in between maybe 3 members of the Talon side. But at least they do manage to navigate their shots a little bit better towards the end to finish it off after the awkward one that we're seeing on the other receiving end of Jit Boys one there. So pistol round collected from Talon. Not going to see too much investment here for DRX. You'll play it for what it is. Just the
Talon जीता
round.
DRX जीता तो बोलने का डायलॉग.
That pit online as well quickly here for Thai could be very good for the post plants. Got him in though.
अब बोल सकता
Over the top, able to find one. Classic just puts down Jit Boys.
Not able to retrieve any upgrades though if you consider the pistol
कभी
the
कभी
upgrade
लगता है
there.
powers है.
As a B site, going to be the lean now for Talon.
I'd like to
Still
apologize.
though, unless they start committing to the plant, Cruz is getting into a deeper position. Tap has been heard, bite delays. Everyone from DRX here, and now the call to go ahead and swing back across towards the A site has been sounded here from the side of Talon.
मत कर hide काएगा अब भी
Cruz
बोल
just
रहा
doing
हूँ.
what Bane was trying to do on the attacking
ऐसा
side as
मत
well.
कर.
Play the lurk roll,
Mods.
find the timing, see how far forward you want to go by yourself. I mean, very
Mods
different
भर दो इसको.
situation up against the pistols as opposed to rifles. So he's just going to slot himself in nice and deep.
He's got himself in a fantastic spot as well. Here on the rafter with that stinger. Everybody pushing forward towards the screen side. Likely to fall, but looks like Cruz not wanting to potentially overagreed here on his position. Backs away. There's a spot out on the one. Estrella taken down.
Just weaponry retainment here for Talon.
Well, Bane does have that Sheriff. Finds Kahlua. Shot to the side of the head. Stun sent, not connecting. Primi still here, top of 410. Now going to be spotted. Hyunmin playing off the back of that. And oh boy, now suddenly we have to pump the brakes. Ty looking for a third. Finds it here in the round, but now getting overwhelmed. And Cruz, last one standing. Still some time here. Draws out with the Ghost Spring. Picks up the Phantom. And DRX pull off the Thrifty. Denying the anti-eco, and this is a Shakespearean tragedy.
It's a blunder. That's what it is, mate. That is a round that should not go DRX's way. I mean, the first shot that comes out from them, you're catching, you know, against the pistols of Jit Boys, right? But the rest of them, I mean, you're looking at a scenario where you've got a plant down, you've got some post-plant utility in the salvos and the shock darts, but playing these forward lines, having some belated crossfires, I personally thought Thai was going to be able to triple down there and maybe bring something back towards Talon and maybe win out the round, but no. DRX are out shooting today.
हाथ मिला लेना चाहिए था बराबर मैं full support.
Wherefore art thou throwing? Oh boy.
See what Jit Boys might be able to do here with the Guardian. Apart from that, just the pistols for the force of Talon here, who again creeping up towards this A side.
कभी-कभी लगता है सबसे बड़ा जिंक्सर तो मैं हूँ. Love you यार.
Nothing off the stealth drone.
We've seen stranger things. You've got two sheriffs here for the side of Talon. We could just get those thrifties and the thrifties, the old Jinggg special.
Waiting for the high tide to fall on down. Australia going to start things off.
Player spotted! What is that?
Ridiculous.
Oh, that is insane as... So is... Okay. We've gone from Shakespeare to absurdity.
Yeah.
Primi will be able to go ahead and find one as Hyunmin falls, but... Good God.
Just seen more kills through walls without any vision on your opponents in these last few rounds than we have with actual vision.
ABD bhai, क्या हो गया? Google नहीं है ये.
Up and over the top, the spot onto Estrella, but Estrella with the better weapon. 3K here for him, one away from that reckoning to be online. As DRX one away from having map point.
DRX का कोच तो लेकिन प्यारा है
बेटर में. Activate in a situation like this as well, right? If they drop that, well, it's going to be 8 map points coming in towards this map of their own choosing, and maybe we have a scenario where they have to just be like PRX of yesterday, where you wipe off map 1, you ignore it, and you look for a bit of a reverse sweep affair. Starting to get a lot closer to these ultimates as well for Talon at the moment with Tier 1 off the Viper's pit. Meanwhile, on the flip side, no ultimates online, but an operator out for Hyunmin. Quickly over towards the A side of the map.
पूरा confidence था लगता है लोग counter करेगा. हाँ?
Talon just not able to really ever get into a position to comfortably bring one in when they were on the defense.
Storyline
See how
बनती थी.
comfortable they're going to be able to get in towards this B site and knock at the door of DRX, if at all.
तुम लोग को पता है तुम लोग को हराने वाले
No
कर.
one moving too far forward on the map.
अगर ऐसा होता
Again,
तो.
that operator just poised over at A, and you've got Belt being looked after.
सुबह अमेरिका was a show. आज रात को भी है grand show.
Without proceeding too hard towards the B site, do you put a little bit more stock in what Jit Boys is going to be able to sniff out towards A, or still really just try to bully this B area?
Estrella spotting out plenty there. Sets up the wall, allows him to escape from back yellow, rotates around, sets up the other wall.
जो भी बकचोदी करने का
Always one of the valuable things of having the double wall comp on this map.
Publicly ये सब बकचोदी करेगा ना.
Okay. Jit Boys able to find Bane there under tube.
कोरिया में okay, Korean team के सामने. Huh?
Oh, the
They
reveal.
reveal it, but it's straight. This man is Daredevil. If you can't see it, you're dead. Either way, salvos are there in reply. Comes away with that one. The AWP just a hair too late to try to find a catch, and now it's going to be Hyunmin in a bit of a rough position.
Not really.
Oh, they turn back, but he's still able to find one.
भाई क्या reaction है मापो का उसने.
Finds the second,
एक
and
HP
Hyunmin
मारा.
swaps over to the Phantom, cleans up Thai. And that's DRX now at 12-4.
And you would assume that that might be the nail in the
करोगे
coffin for
Apex
this
नहीं.
map as well.
Sit-back
That was the real big
करेंगे,
buyout
anti करेंगे
for
और
Talon.
pressure
No,
back करेंगे.
they will still manage to come out with a buy in this round that they've
मैं दूर से
mainly
support
been
कर रहा हूँ.
presented with in this map. Light shields behind rifles. Got a couple of ults to come in towards this next round, you'd assume as well, with one already being picked
भाई ये
up. But
देखो
I've
बे.
got to say,
अच्छा,
the
22
trade game when DRX are shooting in that one, then falling to the salvos as a straight up
देखो बे
macro low
माको को.
HP. finds the double. 12-4. See what we'll have presented to us by Talon in this one.
बंदे आप सोते हो कि नहीं?
Off force off the
फिलहाल तो
angle.
3 दिन से नींद नहीं है.
Tucking back, drone.
अभी एने खत्म होएगा आज, उसके बाद
dash at the ready. Quick little reposition here, gets himself situated more towards back sight. Rope is heard. Estrella trying to play close. Ooh, shoulder to shoulder, but Jit Boys gets the better of it, gets a jump there, but Nike just going to be ground into a fine pace. There's Kahlua. How is Bane coming away with 2 kills on Nanos?
Ridiculous.
Spike planted, but
hey,
just gets out onto the wider angle. Jit Boys shut down. Knives now pulled as he's just bounding around the site. He's got Bane here, right there with him. Gets a 3K. And this is now an unwinnable position. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him. 13-4. DRX looking very well prepared here for Talon's pick of Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a disrespect before the match started, but DRX can answer back with that, right? 13-4, that's a pretty disrespectful scoreline. We don't care what you're trying to shake up in our mental state before this one. We're just going to belittle you in.
जो फ्रोस्ट है वो कन्विंस्ड है कि कोरियन टीम स्क्रिम्स वो शेयर करते हैं अंदर ही अंदर, इसलिए गलत तो है पर क्या कर सकते हैं भाई. अगर गलत भी है तो राइट को बात करो, मैनेजमेंट से बात करो, कुछ इंटरनल मीटिंग लगाओ, कुछ प्रूफ है क्या देखो, वो करो ना. इसमें ऑडियंस का कुछ लेना देना है क्या? मतलब तुम लोग सोचो कि फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर कोई टीम इंडिया आके इंडियन ऑडियंस के सामने इंडियन टीम का बेइज्जती करेगा, हाँ, वो तो नसीब है कि कोरियन पीपल आर वेरी पोलाइट. हाँ, समझ रहे हो? अपने इधर अगर ऐसा हुआ, A to Z जितने भी लोग ऑडिटोरियम में, बेचारा कोच सबसे हाथ मिला के जाएगा. हाँ, सबसे स्टेज से लेके बाहर तक जितने लोग हैं सबसे हाथ मिलाएगा. कौन पोलाइट है? नॉर्थ कोरिया या साउथ? साउथ कोरिया रही, साउथ कोरिया वाले. फिर आएंगे भी नहीं. मजाक सेट कर, सच बोल रहा हूँ मैं. दोनों हाथ मिला के जाएगा. बंदा बॉडी सोरनेस हो रहा है, जिम गया था कल, लेग्स डे था. मसाज कर दो भाई, मत बोलो यार मसाज. मेरे को 2 दिन से ना यहाँ पे पेन है, पता है, टॉप राइट पे. मेरे को खुद ऐसा चाहिए कि कोई मसाज कर दे, लेकिन चुपचाप तेल लगा के सो जाता हूँ. पीठ पे ही जिधर दर्द है उधर ही तेल लगा के सोता हूँ. बाबा एक बार लव यू बोल दो. अपनी जायदाद आपके, नहीं जायदाद वायदाद नहीं चाहिए, बट लव यू मेरी जान के टोटे. यूज मसाजर गन. अरे बात तो है वैसे, यू हैव अ पॉइंट, लेकिन उसका चार्ज खत्म हो गया.
Time he's been on a Sentinel, he's pleasantly surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see. I mean, I feel like we spoke before, but there's been a little bit of role instability, right, with the changes that DRX have had to go through.
Yeah.
But so nice seeing Freeing back on the Teo, and I do think Bane is actually fitting this not controller, the Sentinel position quite well. You know, Mako on the controller, Sentinel hybrid that is Viper, he once again looked electric.
Maybe Bane got a little bit of an upgrade while he was getting his surgery.
Right.
Yeah, you're saying he's got a robotic appendix.
Yeah.
So we haven't got like the vibrators in the shoes or elsewhere these days. We're installing them during surgery, apparently.
That makes sense.
Okay, well, we did see some awesome part. I don't even know what that is, so I'm going to move on.
It's a reference to chess, okay? Look, get your head out of the gutter.
I don't know what that is. Okay, it's out of the gutter, and now we're going to talk about Harbor, because we saw some cool plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Harbor comp brought in here by DRX, which was previously actually played by Talon the last time that they played Icebox. And you can see Primi trying to disrupt them as they take this A control. These A walls are very common when you're running the default here on the attacking side.
Yeah, it's all about sectioning off the map, right? You're able to use this wall to cut off all of this A lobby space
by the way.
and make it hard to fight through. But equally, if you're Talon, you don't just want to give them that space for free. But if you want to come forward like this, it's hard. You're having to take isolated fights. I think DRX really understood this comp, and I equally feel like Talon have no hard flashes. Breaking through these walls becomes very difficult, right?
Absolutely, and you could see Primi's trying to do his best. He's trying to get active, trying to disrupt them with the dart, as well as look for info in the mid-round, like I said, with the drone. But overall, it just was not that effective of an approach, unfortunately, for Talon. And I think this DRX comp has done very well for them. It was great at denying info. You can see them run the B default instead this time with a cascade up B long. But as you're seeing from a lot of teams, Morgan, they're loving hitting the A side. B is a bit of an afterthought most of the time.
Barely exists in this map. We all know it. This is a one-sided map. But I do think that's why Harbor is good, right? He does a great job. You get all of that A lobby control, and then you can use the rest of your util to really burst onto the site. And with this composition, we saw just how great their post plants were. 9 out of 10 post plants won, but that's so easy when you have Viper, Teo, Killjoy so strong in that post plant.
Absolutely, and the other team has to push through a high tide, and then you're cycling up the Viper wall on that B side of the map most of the time. It's very difficult to retake into a lot of the time. So Harbor, a fantastic pick, and definitely the kind of comp, we talk about a lot of teams having multiple comps. It's definitely the kind of comp that you should mix in, because it's not a huge change to go from KO into a Harbor. Stylistically, it's huge, but one agent difference, and 4 of your players play the exact same agents, and your attacking side looks completely different. But in terms of player comfortability on an agent, it's not a huge change that you could implement into your team.
Earlier today, we touched upon Hyunmin and Primi because they're always consistently fragging, but the way these teams utilize their entry duels is a little bit different.
Yeah, they have to definitely be different. I do think they serve kind of different roles in the team, right? You know, Primi gets flack, right? Primi gets a lot of hate for being a little bit of a beta from time to time. But I do think he's growing in his role.
I mean, absolutely. I've highlighted a couple of times. Kickoff, he did not take that many opening duels because he wasn't on the duelist a lot of the time. In through stage 1, he's taken more than double the amount of opening kills and opening duels. You can see he's trying to consistently play with confidence and take space over on the side of Talon. For Hyunmin, though, you do see him be very consistent as well. He was getting active, didn't really need to do much opping on the defense, which is what is usually a bit of a standout for me on a Jet player. But the way that you're entering, the safety of the cloud burst for the Jet, very good on this map.
Yeah, and I think one thing we saw from both of them is on that defensive side, you want to use the verticality of Jet to go fight forward on A, especially against this Harbor. That's why Jet's such a solid pick. But our MVP has to go to Mako. Once again, entirely unleashed now he's not on this IGL. So many big multi-kills, and I love him on this
multi-kills. Love the multi-kills.
Multi-kills?
Yeah.
Okay. Multi-kills are great.
Yeah, the multi-kills.
It goes with, what do you call them, vibrating shoes?
Vibrating shoes, and other things. Mako, though, I mean, he has absolutely come alive. You love to see it. He is back in beast mode for DRX. And, I mean, it's just such an iconic thing. You saw one of those iconic clutches inside of the pit on Icebox A site. He is famous for completing some big plays in that position.
Yeah.
And that's why I put him on my team.
You didn't put him on your team.
No, I thought I did.
That
I thought I did, but I didn't.
very silly.
He's going to get
Mako.
-5 by Jinggg instead.
Yep.
Yes, Mako is a must. He is an absolute must. And yeah, again, really glad to see him, you know, playing like the Mako that we know and love and just fragging out his mind. Just such a smart player.
Positionally so good. Like, I don't even think his mechanics are that amazing. Like, he is positionally fantastic. He is a certified Phantom abuser. It inspires me at the age of 30 that I might be able to frag.
When you're watching Mako next watch how many kills he gets because the enemies aren't even looking at him.
Yes.
Or the kills he gets through the smoke. This is a positional player. He's a Phantom plus Mouse 1 guy. You know, that's what he does. But he gets those kills because he's so smart.
Well, how do you think he's going to do in Fracture? Because that's the next destination for these two teams.
Yeah, he's had fantastic games on Fracture lately. He has been great on the Brimstone. DRX, I mean, this is a map that they have played quite a lot of. They got a lot of quality reps on it, and picking it into Talon is a statement. Talon has had so much success with this Waylay comp this stage. Granted, they haven't necessarily played the best opposition. They played Secret and Nongshim, if I remember correctly, and they stomped both of them with this Waylay comp. DRX is saying, we don't care how successful you are with this Waylay comp. We are going to pick Fracture into you and we are going to destroy you.
So for me personally, I would like to see Primi stay with that Waylay.
I
I thought that
am
was the
back,
best
baby!
way that we saw him.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we saw him be able to dive into these sites, clear a lot of space, and then refract back to his team. And I felt like he understood how to use the agent very well.
Yes.
The only thing I'm worried about is if they don't change, they played in a very similar way across both of those stomping games, right? So are DRX going to have an answer to this? Are they going to be able to catch him if he overextends too far without refracting back into
love you,
I think DRX has already shown a certain level of prep, even on the Icebox.
paid
Pushing
chat
over
bolenge,
to the
but
Harbor. I think they
love you,
did not
Mirza.
expect Talon to play flashes on Icebox, and that's worked out beautifully for them. So 100%
Next
picking
map ball.
Fracture into Talon.
अभी 1-0 आप पे, ठीक है? अभी फिटनेस हो सकता है. नेक्स्ट मैप भी DRX. Yeah.
Talon fans, don't be too disheartened, and I do think Fracture is still a good map for them. So
It is.
I got to say the reverse sweep's still on the cards for me. I'm not doubting just yet.
Okay, I do want to ask you guys a bit more, but we don't really see
यार
Waylay
ऐसा
anymore.
मत
It's
करो
been picked by
यार.
most of the teams.
फिटनेस वाला सीन
This is
रखो
one
ना.
of the few teams that makes Waylay work. That
3000
makes
GP दे
Waylay
दिया
look
विशाल भाई
good.
ने.
The way Primi works with the rest of the squad here.
Ooh.
Vishal
Yep,
bhai,
back
OP
on
in
it.
the
So, they
chat.
are gonna
Thank you
play
for the
that Waylay comp.
3000
Talon,
GP.
honestly, Primi playing the Waylay
Love
has been some of
you.
the most convincing Waylay play I've seen in VCT, and the way that Talon play it on this map
Koi
is
one up
fantastic.
nahi?
Particularly their attacking sides, they've got a lot of set executes and set
Mat
ideas
karo yaar.
that work an absolute treat, but they've had to show a lot of those already in the group stage, so we'll see how DRX tries to break that down and deal with that, because you saw DRX on their
Best of five
defense
again,
be
nahi?
very good at disrupting the other team with the breach Teo Brim.
Yeah, they're very fast, DRX. Hyunmin on that Neon. DRX not really making any changes either.
Hey,
This is
अभी
the comp that we
ये
saw
लोग का
from
next
them previous.
ये लोग का नेक्स्ट मैच कभी है रे? नेक्स्ट क्योंकि कल एनए है रात को, मतलब आज रात को एनए है जो कि फाइनल्स, इसके बाद एनए खत्म, समझ रहे हो? तो रात को अपना चलेगा गेमिंग नाइट्स चलेगा, बराबर है? अब नेक्स्ट पैसिफिक कभी होने वाला है? आ, 8 तारीख से तो ये है, EME है. अच्छा, EME के बाद अपन मेंबर्स ओनली भी कर
He doesn't,
देंगे.
doesn't have the brain for it.
9th
But
पे
he barely has the brain for this one.
Matlab
Anyway, we'll stop
Pacific or
talking about
EMA,
paper
back to
thin and
back
we'll start
hoega.
talking about the game. As DRX looking for a bit of a trap play here on the south side. Reinforcements being called over as it's just going to be a tuck behind the box. And Streya's going to be taken down. Trap sprung right back over onto DRX.
Vishal
Nice
bhai,
little setup
apne
there. Good counteraction. Talon
jokings
find the
nahi hai
open
kabhi.
kill.
Gotta remember though, if you want to contest with DRX on this B side, it is always Bane's territory. Keep an eye on what he's going to be doing around tower specifically. See if that's going to come into effect as well.
भाई
But with the
जीत
player
गए,
advantage
बैंड
and
मोमेंट पे
Australia going
जाएगा,
down.
नियॉन अटक
So with the
गया, समझ
idea
रहे
of
हो?
coming back towards this A site, and that if it is the right read
ये
here
लोग को रीड है लेकिन
for
लेट होने
DRX,
वाला है.
they will have 3 members that
रीड है
can
लेकिन
defend.
लेट होने वाला है चैट.
Swinging off the relay bolt. Just tiny damage there on a cruise. Freeing. Flies to it, swings over the door. Finds one. Hyunmin coming away with a second. Does eventually get taken down. Drop. Going to be noted and heard here. And Mako catching a glimpse of the gun. He's able to find the head.
नहीं
Jit
हुआ
boys.
लेट.
Yeah, there was
Player advantage now in a big way.
a trap
Ah,
wire
bhai.
up the dish as well, so they did
Vishal
know
bhai,
someone
chalo.
was coming from there.
रुको.
Mako now just going to be sat here. Backside
Ruko, abhi ruko.
underneath. Safe behind the wall. They're going to try to cut across in towards spawn. Looks like the answer is yes, but Bane is there, and he's noted it as well. And now they're
Time
flushed
nahi
back
hai.
in. The time is just not going to be there. 12 seconds remaining. Instant headshot found.
चलो.
Down to the last 7. Freeing closest member.
मर गया.
Now just goes for the delay, and it is over. Plant cannot be found. Freeing will lose his life. Ty will come away with another 3K
Vishal
here.
bhai.
Pistol. Get the plant for a little bit of extra
Aane
cash,
do.
but DRX will go ahead and take this opening round for themselves.
Yeah, a bit of a unfortunate one for Talon though, right? When you consider they got the opening kill,
Bhai, read
and
sexy
then
tha
it's
DRX
hold in main from old mate Hyunmin as well as Freeing, trying to just dance around and get the kills. But good,
Talon
just
ka plan sexy
level-headedness
tha,
from
lekin
DRX.
DRX
The
ka
right
read
read
sexy
to come back towards this A site, the right utility placed as well at the right time, getting all the info off the trapwire drop as I mentioned, great timing on the salvos to deny things. Might have to see Talon be a little bit more decisive with time.
बिजली बेसिस का आज के बाद शेड्यूल बताओ ना अभी ये दो टीम लड़ेगी बराबर इनका जो विनर है वो PRX वर्सेस बूम का विनर के साथ लड़ेगा और उनमें से जो जीतेगा वो जाएगा टोरंटो
Freeing on the drone, going to be noting
basically
the Jit Boys lurk is going to be.
Scaling forward, looking for that Cypher here. Couple shots out, Cruz able to avoid getting tapped, is Freeing almost getting timing. Jit Boys needing to backpedal frantically and get some damage in, but cannot find much more than that. Cam going to be spotting out multiple players. Bane just going to be set here in tower as he often is. This is his spot. As Cruz not ready for anybody to be there on the plat itself.
5 versus 3 angle for DRX. Just try and hold what you can. Come in towards the next round at the moment. Maybe deny a plant if possible as well. As Talon will pick up an ulti orb on die. It will be one away, so with death, an orbital strike for bonus.
Death orb plant, we'll see which one it's going to be, but DRX now very much understanding where they're going to be looking to go. As a little rewind there from Premi, snaps back over towards that drop position. Freeing running out of bullets, will end up falling. It's going to be the one casualty here as the Spectre will get scooped up. And DRX start things off 2-0.
बंदे तीन थे स्टन चार बंदे हुए बे
right coming in towards this map. Maybe an expected pick to come through from DRX, but maybe not with the scrappy affair that we've seen from them so far
इसके बाद PRX versus Boom है Boom मारने वाला है.
The course of their play this year for this map, a lot of very close ones going, you know, 13-11, some overtimes. It's not been the most confident map for them, but for Talon, you know, these storms that we've seen with the Waylay at least, some pretty decisive results, despite Primi, you know, not having the greatest showing in one of them, but still getting the job done.
Hyunmin is just rushing forward here. Still throwing the check onto the opposite side. Salvos set and ready for Cruz. But here comes the push. He's just stuck on the iPad. Does get taken down, and DRX likely going to be more than satisfied with that pick. They go backpedaling, riding the rope now. Is Jit Boys. Bane with that stinger. Go ahead and find a kill. Kaluma pushing up in towards A main though. Able to find Estrella here in Halls. A real solid opening they have for the moment. Freeing just with it goes to try to hold the door. Does get the smoke.
Screen pata, PC pata, gun pati.
Position. Oh, dash forward. Is a little jump back, but still able to trade for another. Kalua now on the floor. The molly here just in front of their feet. He's got Mako from drop as well.
Hyunmin slipped into the right spot though.
And he absolutely has. Primi still doing well to find the kill. Smoke dissipating, put some damage down, but exchange back. Bane now arriving with a weapon upgrade. Primi tapping.
PC पट रहा है गांड पट रही है हेलो.
It's going to be even more damage taken.
W baby.
Bane will find it. Second one for him.
भाई तुम लोगों को दिख रहा है क्या ये लैग?
3-0
मुझे दिख रहा है.
DRX.
I love the push through from DRX as well. Sorry, very nice ace from Buzz yesterday on the Neon, just really dipping it around with the lightning fingers as well. So I do always like to see a great little Neon play to come on out. Talon though in this round not able to bring any stability, not able to get on top of the trades. Again, a lot of great timing of utility components from DRX around the map too. Never going to be able to contend with Bane in tower. Feels like the orbital strike.
चैट जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम पे अभी भी आए हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो 2500 लोग देख रहे हैं.
We're not going to see that utilized unless there's already an advantage or
आज बैठ भी देख रहे हैं हाँ वहाँ पे क्वालिटी का हम बैन हो रखा है.
Tie already here at the start of the round.
ये लोग और फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं और DRX वाले मार के और फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं.
Mako getting the spot out, swings, and is eventually able to snap on, so Primi going to get picked up to pieces. Spotted out more, it's Mako just coming away with another.
Flawless,
and we start off the round, tagged down, is going to be the last one alive here for Talon as DRX look to go 4-0 in flawless fashion.
मत क्या करो मॉम बाजू में.
Steadily swinging forward.
कैसे स्ट्रीम देख पा रहा है?
He gets it done for a second. I believe maybe it wasn't going to be a flawless. for a shot sailing right over his head, but is able to go ahead and get the readjust.
And again, like I highlighted a bit earlier, right? 4-0 was the time for Talon that they needed to recognize what's happening on things, right? To call
Board by
something,
nahi mana
call
kiya,
timeout
ab to
potentially,
nahi
and then
hoga.
start to get
Sorry,
back in the
Binks
map.
bhai,
Highlighted
matlab?
very effectively on Ascent yesterday for them. So we'll see if that might be ringing true again here. Otherwise, from what we saw on Icebox, I mean, things will maybe go one back in their way, and then it just looks even rockier, right? So this is the time for them that they really need to start to achieve some opening duels, achieve some trades at least. Just look a little bit more decisive.
Jay
I like
bhai,
the
aap
adjustment
membership
from
lo.
DRX, pushing up towards the north side.
Stealth drone not getting the spot out here. Mako just tucked in behind the boxes. Tripwire spotted, cleared. It's just going to be a backpedal as Armageddon does get sent. That's from Freeing. Expecting that there is still going to be some pressure coming through from that arcade side, but as you can tell, Talon no one was there to receive that damage.
And Marco's just used the Incendiary, by the way, as well. So that was some more stalling power that DRX had up
Bhai,
their
sara
sleeve
utils
for
waste kiya bhai.
tree
Ye
choke
round
point,
Talon
but
jeeta.
now sub
Huh?
1 minute will tick on over,
A
and
pe koi hai
Talon's
nahi.
going to pivot towards this A site.
Pivot ho rahi hai,
Going to see what the
pivot.
two members around B may be able to trickle
Oh,
on.
bhai, double
behind,
pivot,
but
double
yeah,
pivot.
There's some attention over here. 3 players now on the rotate.
Double fake ho gaye log.
Forcing that A site here from DRX. The exec getting ready to come through. As stun, connecting, Bane just backpedaling, orbital strike to try to flush him back into the spawn, but Mako still gonna get caught. Bane still stunned up now, out into the open. Ends up falling one by one. Talon will pick them apart as Cruz is able to find a little bit more.
Round bhai. Hak wala
3K
round
for
tha.
him.
Hak wala round tha.
As he will now have his own Armageddon online, and Talon will get
Sara
themselves on the
util
board.
waste
You
karke
mentioned
kya
it, that 0-4
gusse
start.
mein?
Yeah,
Could be true again.
talked about decisiveness, right? That's something that we need to see from Talon there. It looks like they got a just better crosshair placement in that round at least. The orbital strike, not the position that I thought that they would do it, but when you're combining that with a fault line, it's always going to work. A treat, you got Selva's behind it as well. I mean, you're pretty much not escaping in that sort of thing. Good confidence from Cruz as well, just marching on forwards. But as you say, most importantly, right, the 4-0 mark. There's one on the board for Talon now. As we see Hyunmin bringing out the operator. I'm going to see no one home in the position that he is placing that out.
वैसा देखा जाए तो technically 8-4 possible है, लेकिन I think 7-5 होएगा.
Maybe at least one spot into the Chip Boys. At the ready, finds the headshot. Hyunmin knocked out of the park.
That's a
W. Shot,
W.
operator now lost. And Cruz with the Armageddon.
भाई मार्को का ult कुछ crazy हो सकता है.
Help ensure that they can close out this round. Spot on the one though. Thigh will still fall. Freeing. Getting that hit. There's a swing in, and Klua can't quite steady the aim. Straight up there with covering fire, able to find it, but great distraction play. The Waylay goes diving forward, and that allows them to find the punish. Chip Boys, however, trying to hold things down on that arcade side, ends up falling to the wayside. Kill found. Spike now dropped. And in Mako's grasp.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult situation to be picking that one up from as well.
यहाँ पे नेड आने वाला है.
Salvos, I mean, Cruz is a full kit to try to utilize here. Primi, though, absolutely nothing. Just kind of needs to hit the shot, and he's able to do so. Ultimate now online.
Oh, but the push up from Cruz, maybe unexpected for Bane here.
Find the timing, though, Primi. Plant is done. Here behind the box, and oh yeah, he knows exactly where this is, and he's ushered him straight into Cruz's open arms. Nicely done here from the side of Talon. Get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, great spotting from Primi as well in just recognizing in the middle of the round
what
he needs to do off the Waylay
bhai?
as well, right? As you mentioned, being the distractor. Unfortunate for DRX, the opening scenario too, an operator on that sort of line you'd usually like to see, or generally are getting a bit of an opening kill statement there. A lot of backwards and forwards ability in this sort of round, so you're just needing to see these teams adjust really well, but it kind of, you know, opened up on that B side by Primi, and it's closed by Primi as well. Emergent pass, I mean, a bit of an expensive ultimate to be throwing in, but you do get a result in a round of victory, and you also bring out a timeout for DRX.
There's going to be a bit of a breath of relief here for the side of Talon. Granted, DRX, yes, still in with an advantage, but economy getting whittled away at here with these last 2 rounds. First 2 consecutive round wins that Talon's been able to get.
Good morning, Binks. Good morning, Jerry bhai.
So, I think DRX is going to be very well aware of how streaky this team can be when they start getting that read, when Cruz starts having an understanding of your tendencies.
Yep.
So, wants to try to throw a spanner into the works here.
And something that we haven't seen from Talon so far,
By
when
rank
running
up
the
कैसी
waylay on
करूँ
this map,
वालों
we
में
have seen
ऐसा
from them
खेल
and
के
from some teams in China
जैसा
as well,
अभी
who are
DRX
running
के
a
अंदर
similar sort of comp, is getting the spike on the waylay to dash on in, get the plant, dash on out, and you're playing a lot of post, right? You're doing that from dish,
इसको
you're
support
trying
करो
to drop
DRX
a
ही
lot of
जीतेगा
that
रे
utility to just deny the spike from being defused.
थोड़ा
We've not really seen anything like that come out from Talon too quickly just yet.
W
So
team
I'm
है
kind of
DRX
waiting for that sort
सारे
of
players
scenario to
अच्छे
see how
थे
prepared DRX would be and how adjusted they would be. Back to normal Fracture things, you'd say, though, with the A-main aggression to try and be gathering it, but...
I don't think Primi got much information.
No.
Scott is fully blinded up.
But you do,
Just has to get out of there.
you do kind of waste the
Oh,
ultimate, though, if Hyunmin here.
shit.
Yeah, that is very true. The overdrive did get popped in response, and
भाई
we'll just be
Talon
waited out.
खेल
Scott
रहे हैं
is
मैप
more than happy
पे
to stay tucked here outside of halls.
Yeah, big reset on towards the round, essentially, for DRX, where you're investing that ult as the kind of instigator to
बस भाई
gaining
ट्यूशन
advantages,
क्लासेस का
getting
स्टार्टअप फेल हो
kills,
गया
siphoning
ट्यूशन
weapons.
क्लासेस का स्टार्टअप
Rolling Thunder going to be sent astray his way. Does get the hit. Fast lane in response
लोग
to
YouTube
stop
में
the
free में
really
पढ़ाते हैं
aggressive scaling up through main.
I'm wondering what Jitboys is going to be able to do on this lurk, by the way, too. Bane still, of course, in the tower with two trap wires positioned to the arcade side of things.
On both sides. Cruz, though, now getting in position for this flank, or maybe even just the pivot call to shift back across to A if he can clear it out. Jitboys tagged very low. Now going to be stunned up.
Oh, did you see him?
They haven't quite noticed him until this very moment. Walks straight into his thing, and Estrella is there. Finds the kill in the meantime, though. The rest of Talon working their way across to A, getting ready for the plant.
Yeah, an open sight, and remember, it is a lesser buy for DRX here, too. So, planning for main.
They have a Bucky on Bane. He's now rotating around and about to make contact here, you know, against Dai, and I don't think he's going to be able to find too much value there. Dai just going to stay tucked.
Oh shit.
Drift across.
Oh, you say
okay,
that.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Classic, and he's right as rain. High take it down. Weapon now recovered. Either way, decent damage being dealt here from the side of DRX. They're looking for another thrifty. Cruz from this defender's side, able to find one. Estrella comes away with another. Now a 2-1, and they know Cruz's position. The salvos have to be baited out. It's going to be a hold the half. Estrella giving his life. Trying to make this clutchable here for Mako. Just needs to narrowly find it, and will not be able to do so. The back away, Cruz gets out. It's a Red Bull clutch as Talon will go ahead and pick up a third, not allowing for that thrifty to come through.
One of the more awkward clutches to come on out in that scenario with both players where missing all their ammunition and having a couple reload. Yeah, you're always going to give a bit of a valiant attempt to sticking it through the salvos there to try and get it halved to give Marco an opportunity in that sort of situation. But damage really done by Cruz, by Primi, to try and bring some sort of stability and then allow Cruz to come out with a clutch at the end by default.
Get a little bit silly.
But now Talon knocking on the door of DRX, 3 in a row, full gun rounds to be presented.
भाई Talon ने comeback तो किया अभी, हाँ, actual में winnable है अभी
much for
उनके
the time
लिए.
being over at Dish.
Spray across the Bane, just
Lol.
anticipating this. Goes through the smoke, tries to really disguise Mako's position. And he finds even more. Kalua's now down to 4.
Oh, that's rough.
Jitboys in the same time does get scaled
समझाना
forward
Phantom
over
भी
towards
लेते हैं.
drop. Call to pivot, not been sounded quite just yet.
भाई double pivot round chat.
He is essentially just going to be sitting here, waiting to see if the team is eventually going to make their way through main, see if anyone is going to be presenting him with a duel, which Hyunmin just aware of the situation. And things go bad to worse for Talon in this one.
Triple pivot round भाई.
Courtesy of the spray earlier.
Triple pivot काम नहीं करता. Double तक ठीक है, समझ रहे हो?
Where you've got a Rolling Thunder on Estrella. And a more stacked B site here too.
Camera just over the top. Dai should be right there in view.
Another sky smoke that kind of just locks you out here.
It's just keeping it quiet here for the moment. Fault line on main. Aftershock at the ready for the pinch from Arcade in towards the site.
Save कर रहे.
Talon, gonna be okay. Gonna be happy.
Yeah.
They've gotten this out. They've already made the sound to call.
10 seconds left.
DRX not
No
realizing
lo
that,
gaya
wanting to
to.
ensure the round victory. Send out the Rolling Thunder, and Talon just kind of get that ult out for free. DRX, they win the round, yes. But now that's one critical retake tool that they don't have to worry about.
Not bad, not bad,
Yeah, not
not
for
bad.
a while, of course.
Ult के
You
वो
know,
लोग
may
लगा
see that
घुस
be
गया
picked up
करके
again
ना.
for Australia
वो लोग
in
का
this
trip
first
देखो ना
half
कितना
here,
deep
but
है.
this means that you could potentially see something a little bit quicker for Talon now come to these next sort of rounds. Get really early on a, you know, quote-unquote lesser defended site when you
Time
consider
नहीं था ना.
how
अगर वो
DRX
लोग
been
घुस गए
playing.
रहते तो
No
ult
4-1
खाते
stacks,
खाते
no complete stacks. So we will wait and see. I mean, I'm noting the positions just currently while we've got this
भाई
one
फैसल
of
में
what
aim और
Talon
kill
are
अच्छे
looking to
थे
set
भाई.
up.
मैं
And by
सच्ची
location,
tired था
it
यार.
actually does give me the vibe of them wanting to try and get
मैं
into
एक
this
घंटे
A
का
site real rapid.
last 3 नींद लिए हैं मैंने.
Completely off on the opposite side.
1.5 घंटा और 2 घंटा ऐसा करके मैं 3
rushing
नींद
their
लिए
way
2
in
दिन
quite
में.
just yet, but applying steady pressure here from both sides. Drone cleared out.
Bang bang,
Free.
Kemcho! Thanks
Be
for
in a bit of
entertaining
a
me.
bad
Always
spot
fun to
here
watch
as
the same.
Tripwire
Love
gets
you.
sent. Fault line's going to be exchanged, and yep, the pinch comes in. Free going to be taken down. Headshot found there by Estrella, but cannot confirm that kill. Mako now dead.
By
And this quick hit
agent
here
to
from Talon
hai.
works
Vele.
a treat.
Yeah, a bit more
Raid
silent
तो
in the
होता ही है
very
बे
beginning
उसकी
of
वजह
it,
से. उसका
allowing
वो
the
utility
util and
वजह
A
से.
main to bring attention to the forces of Talon, but apart from that,
5-4.
quick in towards the
अगर
site, quick plant goes down, 5 versus 2, save call
5-5
forced
हुआ.
for DRX.
और
And in a hunt scenario like this, I mean, you look at the credits of Talon, it's not the
जो कि
worst thing to
technically
try and
possible
remove
है
the
और मेरा
operator, for
read
example.
था.
Well, they know where it
So
is.
I think it's
But can they get
very
it?
very
Yeah,
much
do you want
winnable
to take
for
your chances?
Talon.
They've got enough money pretty much to last out the remainder of the half here, barring just heavy buys and catastrophe.
Yeah.
But yeah, Talon will be in a good enough spot, so could go for it. But if Primy's not going to be able to find it, they're more than happy to not go give over any additional kills here. So Talon, clawing their way back into this one, will find a 4th round win.
अगला TH
DRX
का
still
मैच कभी है?
set here at 5.
ये में चालू होगा.
Money to purchase, but it's that echoes of that rolling thunder coming back to bite them in the previous round here.
Membership renew करने का time आ गया. Upgrade का भी. Love you.
Positioned onto the side itself or over towards Dish from Australia in that sort of
सातवां
situation.
बंदा
And
मिल नहीं
3
रहा है
members
अभी
and
भी.
that's stopping
खास
any
दोस्त
aggression towards
membership
the site. So that's the different sort of position that they seat themselves in using it in the previous round. But for the new one, of course, one away from converting
Just saying attacking map है, लेकिन
should be a
Talon का
given
map
that
है
he's
ना,
going to
वो
be
लोग का
picking
defense
that
भी
one
strong
up.
रहेगा.
So you might again see something a little bit more fast-paced from Talon towards this B site. When they get it.
Again, up over at Arcade, not in a spot, peeking down and towards main to really
TH तो शायद
catch anything
undefeated है
here.
ना?
Bane does get a glimpse, gives him an idea. What they're going to look to do is Primy inserts himself over in towards Canteen. Going to re-trigger to go ahead and rewind back, and it's just going to be an exchange here on the side itself. Primy
Trade.
ignoring it, lingers in spawn, and Mako not prepared at all. DRX now in a tough position again where they might have to consider the save if they can try to get out to a better position. So Hyunmin just sending out another pod shot, rotates back, grabs
क्या
the
लगता
vandal,
है?
wants to try to play this one out.
Has to find Cruz first.
भाई गलत वाला crossfire है.
Here on the close angle, the fast lane is available, and he's gonna almost get timinged. Seems like now that he knows where he's at, he might want to try to play this, but it's been a reposition from Thai. He creeps
Offside.
up over towards that arcade side, so the call to save the operator will be made. They need Hyunmin's credits to try to spread out some more firepower here.
मुझे
across the
बंदी
rest
से
of the team.
ज़्यादा
Talon now gonna be
आपके
tying
live
things
का
up at 5 to
notification
5.
आता है.
Yeah, a couple of different options for Talon in a scenario like that one where you've got Primy one away from the ultimate, you could pick it up, use it onto the site, slow your opponents and try and get in that way, or change it up a little bit and be a little bit unorthodox, unexpected. Getting him in through Canteen there is something that definitely DRX did not expect whatsoever. You've got a lot of trades happening on
आपको
the
कौन
side
से
itself
brand
that
का
Talon are
चप्पल
winning.
मारती है?
So coming out with a couple of these, you know, battle-heavy rounds as well that they can weather should give a lot of these players some good confidence coming into the last few rounds of this half on the attacking side too. Now tying things up 5 apiece, almost breaking the economy of DRX. You need to see some heroics from Hyunmin or from Bane.
Oh, ये तो twist है.
Who do have the heavy weapons.
लेकिन Talon भी अच्छा खेलता है
To be
इसमें.
played out here in the half. And yeah, Hyunmin coming away with value right off the rip. There's Estrella peeking in towards Halls, getting the spot out. There's going to be some stuns exchanged here. Actually, no, that was just Cruz getting stunned by Kahlua.
Still,
क्या ये राउंड निकाल सकते?
creeping up
प्रीमी
to
अल्ट
the
मारने वाला है
entryway
साइड में.
of this A site.
Just waiting the strike, the dashes at the ready. I mean, Primi, does he send the ultimate in first? The answer is going to be no. Goes up and over the top. Estrella, though, stunned up there on top of the salvos. Ends up getting taken down. Freeing within the smoke, just that Sheriff. This plant gets ready to come through in the corner. Right here. Creaming out, continuing to hold on to the weapon to try to deny any kind of retake. Chuck of the stim, trying to open the door. Glimpse is found, but shot does not connect. All players from Talon now contained here within the site, but DRX needs to still try to find some way.
By Thai ka angle must hai.
Good shot. The first one falls. Solid headshot into a follow-up. Thai ripping them to pieces, looking for the third. Bane, or rather Mako, does manage to find it.
6-5.
And then it's going to be just freeing, sliding away with a Vandal in hand.
Alpha Omega Delta का मतलब क्या होता है? ये लोग का जो group stage में वो था ना, group A और group B वैसा.
Talon going into this final round of the half, as they will get themselves up to 6. So tied at
कितना कमा लेते हैं Bunks भाई?
in the lead at best.
कहाँ से?
Yeah, I noted in that one when Freeing dropped the salvos to buy some time for the team when the plant started to go.
He's read it so
क्या कोई
well.
आज नया member बना?
Get the gun up at dish, but then had no value for the
Ads
remainder of
off
the round.
करके
Essentially
रखे.
trying to save the gun at the end. They're trying to.
ये जो मैं चाय पी रहा हूँ,
fall.
इस पे मैं
You also see
बिस्कुट
Cruz trying to pick
डुबा
up
भी
the
नहीं
old
पा रहा
job, and the door gets
बिस्कुट के
opened.
पैसे
An
नहीं है.
opportunity maybe in that spot for DRX to start to come back.
एक
But
टाइम पे
again,
मैं
just
मारी गोल्ड डुबाता
level-headedness
था.
from the rookies at the moment. Thai
गोल्ड करके.
been pretty stellar when it does come to this map in Fracture. He's always getting active in these duels when his job's essentially done as the smoker, when he's provided the pathway for his team to get in. And now last round of the half, you've got some stellar ultimates to be able to utilize for Talon.
Here for the side of the DRX, but Jinggg has one in his own hands. He's looking, waiting
Screen share
over
करो.
that B main, trying to see if anyone's going to
कर देता था.
pushing forward in towards him.
Glitch हो गया वो OBS.
On a very aggressive line, slides over into the corner, but Kalua able to find the shot.
Bro,
Armageddon sent.
fight तो कर रहा है.
There as well for Mako. It's just going to be some damage onto the players of Talon, but Hyunmin now gone. Tip the spear, cut off. All's going to be sent. Mako just having to send out the molly to try to peel off some of this pressure that might be wrapping around.
भाई यहाँ सिटी से बी जाएंगे pivot.
Still definitely trying to go towards this side.
Pivot वाला round हो सकता है
chat. Put a pause on it at the beginning here. See if Jitboys can get anything when that smoke starts to fade. Same can be said for Mako.
Just here inside of the smoke, looking for a timing, swings out. It's only going to be good for one. Kalua now with that kill. Rolling Thunder does get built up. Goes across into its back sight, but Estrella able to do a 180, turns back, finds Jitboys. As the orbital now crashes down here onto the site, but Freeing already going to be dealt with. Estrella swung out wide, joining in alongside Bane. They'll find one apiece, but nothing more. Tie, last one standing.
7-5 baby.
Will get the round win for Talon, 7-5 in the lead of the half.
Yeah, really great recovery from Talon after those first four rounds come out in the map. I mean, that's kind of the be-all thing for Talon at the moment most recently. It's very shaky in the beginning of a map if they aren't out at the very, pistol second, third round. They have to have a little bit of time to recognize how their opponents are playing, what they need to do to come on back, and they have actually been getting a lot better at doing that in the recent times. So it's really good to see for the depth of this series when you consider that it is an elimination game for these teams here. That they're not just bowing out really easily.
Solid run back here. 7-5.
Doctor, medal. Thank you for the 100 million today.
Side of Talon.
Yunmin या Primi. सारे DRX के नाम
best right hand. Just
maybe
like,
the best clicker.
Best aim.
Best clicker.
Yeah. Why not just say who's the best aim?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because even in
2
Korean,
months done. 200
right
more coming. Love you, Nirat bhai.
I mean, if said right hand man, like who's the best order for them?
Quickly got that one ready, didn't we?
Termi with a big smile or Termi in full rage mode. I think that they both have their promises. That's the photo from today.
Yeah,
sure.
That's what I'm saying. They're just like, slot that in. Find a way to work that into the broadcast. Do it now. Well, right now he's neither smiling nor in full rage mode.
Yeah, I feel like he's a lovable,
Why jota, rona, dona.
Angry mode if needed, but he can always be a bit huggable at times.
I mean, I think, and I've said this before, he's had a pretty good approach about this stage with all of the things that have been, thrown his way and thrown the team's way.
कैसे हो करम भाई कैसे?
They'll take away good things, good lessons, and learn a lot.
Yeah.
Which is a fantastic way to kind of approach that, because I think most people would be like, we're making it to Toronto or bust.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember that the big old prize for the year is always going to be Champions 2. Yep. So if you can still get to there as one of the 4 teams from this region.
Spot on the 1. Sheriff in Primy's hands going to be confirmed as Bane now. Just exchanging some pressure against Ty. Both players tagged for 30.
And the stealth drone immediately destroyed over in by Hyunmin 2. So there's an idea already for Talon that there's some forward progression in A main.
Alt line set, the catch on the Hyunmin. No! Plants his feet. How's he done that? He's worked down to 10 HP. Chip Boys will finally bring an end here to this Neon. And a havoc has been wrought. Push out of the smoke here from Mako. A double pick from Chit Boys. Turning his pressure right in front of him.
Ba-bam, ba-bam!
Gets the cam. Trying to hit the shot. Mako tucking back into main, but now the wraparound comes through. Primy arriving over at drop. The swing out, and Primy's there on the cross angle. Talon will pick up the pistol. 2-2 in that regard, and now up by 3.
Well, you talk about Bane being able to lock down B general on this map. How about a Jit Boys bunkering down over at the A side? 4K to come out from him. Low HP.
Thank you for the 1,000 मेरी जान के टोटे. अगर PRX जीता तो एक और बिस्किट पैकेट sponsor incoming. Dancing, love you.
Side in his lurks. So some individual confidence.
WWW.
And more importantly too, a pistol round finally. Again, going back towards Talon.
Thank you for the 1,000 मेरी जान के टोटे.
In both of these maps.
Language
Mako was likely getting a read that it was going to be Primy rotating through that defender spawn as well. Well, meanwhile,
mood
peek in towards main.
So
and
Primy has
बोला ना Talon खेलता है बे मैं.
In this case, yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Just pistols for DRX though. Wouldn't mind seeing some orbitainment, but Primy wants to stop that.
Beacon finding one. Mako.
Bro.
Yep, hip fire action. Looking to steady it. Eventually does. And Jit Boys wasn't able to find it. Similarly low HP. He's going to be looking to see if he can find one, but for now, we'll just go ahead and scoop up that orb.
Or maybe Jit Boys can
steal
it back, yep.
Only these 2 players get ult charge, nobody else.
I mean, I wouldn't actually mind it when you think about the defensive side for a Cypher ult here, going into a bonus. You could definitely see that picked up pretty easily.
He's got crept up here.
Oh, he's got a Primy.
The sewer. He's got the angle at the ready. Bring, just walking right into it. Predator ace found as Primy. Looking electric here on this waylay. 9 to 5 now.
Demon what are your thoughts? There are thoughts.
Very sharp shots to come out from him when the scope is there. The hipfire ones, though, they're looking a little bit awkward for the one against.
My thoughts are like, oh my god.
He gets the hard ones. It's the easier ones, though. But no, nevertheless, a great ace for him to come out there. One away from Converge Pass now, coming in towards this next round as well. It's not the worst weaponry for Talon either.
पैसा नहीं करके घर ले रखी यार रेंट पे
about this judge. The DRX themselves have been bringing shotguns forward into tower. As frantically looking for some damage there on the reveal, unable to find anything with the Guardian. Fate just pushes forward. Take it down. Sight now opened up as Kahlua just strafes in. I believe Estrella maybe blind shot, is able to go ahead and find that kill. Full position. Freeing. These shots just dancing around his head, but he's got his sights trained on cruise.
मिल गया मेरे को. Love you.
Of course, sending the Guardians here, look for some damage.
कल रात को कौन जीता? MAB यार हमारा दिल जीता यार.
Dropping this round, still we'll have them up by 3. Decently cozy position. And Primy, kill or death, will have that ult online.
One enemy remaining.
See if he's going to be able to find anything. Otherwise,
Primy को मरना है बस
इधर. Flawless here for the side of DRX. Backpedal, getting away here from the angles, creating even more distance. So, it seems like Primy not quite going to be able to get it done. And rushing forward.
Oh shit!
And overall, nothing going to be spotted. Some noise made, and Estrella will just swing out. Yeah, I would like to get my rolling thunder.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and hand the ult over
चलेगा, लेकिन उसके पास
ult आ गया. There as well. I was thinking to myself, well, let's just let him live and not get it, right? Very real possibility for that one, but nevertheless, a very quick one into the B site for DRX. I saw on the radar as well, every single member of Talon that was over at the A site immediately booked it over there too, so not being or not having any focus on a potential flank to come on through
का
too.
मोपी भाई सिड बाय कर रहे हैं और
Early,
अंकी कर रही है
timeout here after
आज
dropping
मैं
the
नहीं कर
bonus
सकता
rounds.
क्योंकि आज एनए का भी
So, Talon
फाइनल और वही टाइम पे
looking for a bit of an idea earlier on as
आप
opposed to
किसको
what they did in
सपोर्ट
the
कर
first
रहे
half.
हो DRX को कर रहा था लेकिन
Yes,
ये
this is
मैप
gonna
आई
be
थिंक
some kind of set strategy
Talon
here with
जीतेगा
the waylay ult coming through.
समझ रहे हो
But I
सारे
think it's
DRX
also
fans
very similar stories for both of
भाई
these teams. when it
ये
comes down to
एज
just
में लोग
getting that
सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं
momentum
भाई
going, getting that streak built up. I mean, we saw it from DRX on Icebox.
ये एज में लैंड पे
Give
जाके
them
वो
a
लोग
tiny
सपोर्ट
bit of
कर रहे हैं
space,
हेलो
they will be able to take a mile, start running away with a map. So even up by
मेरे
3,
टाइम
one
पे
away
तो
from
मैं
double
स्कूल में
digits.
जाता था
Talon not feeling super comfortable quite just
हैं 4700 लोग
They're
देख रहे
able
हैं
to get their first gun round on the board, and you know, either doing it with a play with the
थोड़ा
waylay,
ऐसा
or
करके
if they're doing it
गिरेबान
just
के अंदर
together as a
देखो
team and making sure the fundamental utils that
कुछ
they can
दिखाई देगा
repeat a
शर्म
lot of the time happen.
लाइक
It
कर
would be
दो ना
good. We've got an
स्ट्रीम
operator
मालूम
out for
पड़ेगा
free, however, though here, so expect a refract challenge potentially.
सेन और G2 tonight सेन बड़ी संडे है भाई
Everyone's spread around the map though quite largely for Talon in this one. Meanwhile, Hyunmin already very far forward in towards A main, team in tow.
shots sent out there as well. Nearly finding fishing shot over
अगली
on
बार
towards
स्प्रे
Chip
से
Boys, but
मारेगा
couldn't
हो
glue
गया
it. Instead, taken down as Estrella finds that kill,
अगली बार
opens up
स्प्रे
the
से
rope.
मारेगा
Primi repositioning, shifts over, gets over towards drop, but now is alone. I'm trying to hold this
Ooh,
side,
मेरे
finds the
को
first
लगा
hit. Free going to
दो
be
मरे
taken down,
कुलैट
but
में
Plant
बे
still going to be coming through.
Spike planted.
His Cruz noted on the
भाई
flank.
वेले के पास
Eye
अल्ट है
is also on
साइड
the
के लिए
approach here from the angle. I'm going to be cleared out. Only
वेले
Binks
के पास
spotted thus
अल्ट है
far.
साइड के
Walkout
लिए
just around the corner. There to reinforce.
होएगा कोशिश
This ult is going to be invested here. Mako though peeking in the door, able to
Mako
find
ने तो
one.
बचा
Bane
लिया
gonna take it
लेकिन
down. Premi finds the op
भाई
shot
2v2
now. Mako and Estrella needing to try to fight their way out of this one.
1v1
The ladder has fallen. Diffuse being held to half the swing in. Mako with a 4K. Get DRX that round win. 2 in a row picked up here in the half for them.
मस्त फाइट किया
Damage dealt from the
रेन
hands of
ट्राई
Talon,
अच्छा था
but
बेटा एलन
couple
का
players on their side.
Huh?
Cash is in a wobbly spot.
Yeah, the immediate
Wobbly
A
spot.
presence
ये
from
नया
DRX
piece
there actually had Cruz go for the flank through tree pretty quickly. He destroyed the
मेरे को
trap
ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है ये
wire
रियल
really
नहीं है
early on,
करके
forcing out a second one from Bane too,
5.2
but didn't really hang around too much
भाई
to watch
रियल
for
नहीं
the
है
flank because the idea for Talon there
एक
is to
क्यूटी
wait
ने
and
गांड
see
मरवाया है
what Primi's going to be able to spot
Impossible.
first before having to put in the ultimate towards the site to allow his team to get into holes. I just feel like it was
Chat.
left a little bit too.
मेरा आज तक जिंदगी में ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि वॉचिंग में लाइक्स ज्यादा है और सॉरी वोट्स ज्यादा है सॉरी लाइक्स ज्यादा और वोट्स कम हमेशा वोट्स ज्यादा है और लाइक्स कम होते थे इस बार दोनों सेम है समझ रहे हो रियल नहीं है रियल नहीं है रियल नहीं है
Back. They
ये
spray
भोसड़ी
through.
वाला है ये कोई तो
Widely,
भोसड़ी वाला है
nothing is gained.
All 10 members on this alpha site.
No
ये कोई तो
lurks,
भोसड़ी वाला है
no
chat
lingers, no
इम्पॉसिबल है
flanks. Just Ty about to push up here and
मैं बोला ना
instantly
कि
die.
4000
Solid
वॉचिंग
headshot there
PRX
for
के
Bane.
मैच पे आती है
As now it starts falling apart a little bit here for Talon on the thrifty attempt.
Yeah.
For the start, it was looking very possible. As Jinggg peek, Molly going to be sent. Cruz just swinging out, trying to strafe over the top of that one with a shorty in hand, but it's only going to be minor damage found.
Enemy remaining.
As DRX looking for a flawless.
इतना पैसे का सुपर सेट करो ना बॉट लगा
Go
के
back
पता नहीं
coming
क्या
in,
मिलता है
sprinting across the rope.
There is a trap there
उनको अगर
that he
लगता
would
है कि
have to
वैसा बॉट लगा
destroy.
कि
Got
चैनल
one
वाइनल
trap
बैन
versus
हो
the
गया
other.
ऐसा नहीं होगा
Otherwise, he's
क्योंकि
just
मैं
going to
नहीं
have
लगा
to
रहा
wait for a potential exit here because he does need
क्यों
to
पैसा वेस्ट
meet his
करना है
demise
ऐसा?
in this round.
Just going to see if he can get any kind of catch here.
If Hyunmin did get the kill, he would
Real,
have
eh?
the ult online too.
Catch up plenty. I think, you'd rather get this over to Free.
जो आप
Yeah.
नशा
Will
कर
be
रहे हो
able to
वो
do so.
रियल
So
होगा ये नहीं
teammates, flawless round here for the side of DRX. One away
बॉट
from
मैं
tying
कैसे
things up.
पकड़ा ना जैसे ही
Yeah, good
Go back into
dismantling.
another buy.
Good dismantling on that side as well.
4700
It doesn't
देखा
really
तब
matter
भी
what
पकड़ा मैं
weaponry that Talon do have, right? The presence of 5, though, you can still kind of come out with something a little bit shaky, something a little bit worrisome at times. So I don't mind
रियल
the
बैट संडे है ना
investment of all the ults and the rolling thunder in the very beginning, although it not really finding too much value, which has kind of been every instance on this map so far from Australia.
Yeah, I said it twice.
Yeah,
I mean, both I think understandable.
understandable
But in
situations.
the
yeah.
hindsight, you're like, well,
नहीं है
Yeah.
नहीं है
not
Something for
much
them
value
to-
is found.
Something for them to go
पहले
back
पकड़ा
towards
बे,
and
मालूम पड़
review
जाता है।
potentially. And
Molly towards tower. Hyunmin sprinting in, trying to find a catch. Jit Boys, as he gets caught by that. Spray across the picks a lot of plays there. Thai spotted. Jinggg, however, on the jump, still going to be good for one, but Fring
Crazy
quickly
trade
trades it
bhai
back.
Fring ka.
Operator for Brimmy here as well. Definitely needs a line of sight.
Fring with the plan gives him the Armageddon now.
And also no smokes because Thai was down
Oi,
first. It makes this retake a little bit more difficult.
chat.
Do they toggle the camera at all? Bane does. But does he spot him? I don't think it did. Fring has no idea.
Oh.
Right there into the elbow, and he's going to be kicking Bane. And how did you not see him?
Just remember, orbital strike for Marco here.
हाँ
He's
Marco
stuck
के पास
down in the
ulti है.
sewers.
वो late आ जाएगा.
Has it at the ready. There's a stun. Orbital not going to be finding any
पहला stun
eliminations,
फिर
but
ult.
shoves them back, shoves them in towards tower, and the shots right now being hit are damn clean.
By
It's
9-9
another
हो
team
गया.
ace, this time far from flawless. But DRX,
चैनल को
they have
shadow ban है
successfully
brother,
tied it up
cause
at 9-9,
मेरे को
running
नहीं
back 4
दिखता
rounds in a row.
channel.
Yeah, ever since the bonus
जबकि
round that they're
सिर्फ
able to get here, so
आपके
the operator of
channel
Brimmy,
का
whilst
member
trying to
हूँ.
find some damage, trying
तो
to find
तभी
some kills, not
सबसे ऊपर
able to
सर्च
work with
करना
the
पड़ता है
team,
आपके live
getting
आने पे.
things
बाकी
done
लोग को
by
कैसे जाता है
himself. I want to see
notification
some
पे?
sort of team play come through in the early scenario here, because whilst you're always going to understand that it's
पता
a
नहीं
difficult
कैसे.
retake to come
और
on
shadow
out,
ban है तो
right,
कैसे हटाते हैं
for
वो भी
Talon
मेरे
in
को
that
नहीं
sort of
मालूम.
scenario. There's a couple of spots where Dai gets caught out really
इतना
early
मालूम
on in
है
the
कि
piece. He's not in the right position.
9:30 को मैं
to play
हमेशा
Talon,
live
so
रहूंगा.
anything fast like Hyunmin
रात
is just
को.
sending out right now.
और
Spotted him
VCT
clearly,
watch parties
has him
हमेशा
lined up, and
करूँगा.
Cruz still will take quite a bit of damage there on the collapse, down at 53. Keeps himself alive here for the moment.
ये राउंड
Still
अगर
1 for
DRX
1
जीत गया
thus
तो
far.
सीन होएगा टैलेंट के साथ.
Brimmy peeking in, dead. Mako finding the kill, the Armageddon just rolling out that red carpet here to shove them back. Cruz is going to look to fill the space here, chasing the explosions, and then on the peak is able to find one. Now, answering Armageddon, keeps him locked in position. Bane finds the headshot, gets a near depth reveal.
Oh,
That tells
oh.
all for Thai and Chip Boys.
Can set yourselves up for a post-plant scenario now
Must
as well.
kill है बे
Marco still with
DRX.
the incendiary counter neural theft.
Chat मत करो ना जो भी कर रहे हैं.
Know that they can safely get themselves
नहीं
through
अच्छा
the door.
लगता.
Bane swinging out, dead. Wanted to try to get the peek there before that final ping had come through. Fring now going to be forced away. A molly from Mako can hold the door for a little bit longer. Thai is going to look to try to create some split pressure. No, both of them doubling back.
Marco was watching this before.
But now just hugs into the
भाई
corner.
वो
of
लोग को
time.
पता है
Starting to
खाली
get
है.
away from them a bit. Straightforward. Both
Oh,
players
shit.
position confirmed. Mako finding the first.
मौली डाल दे.
Swings out, Chit Boys. Has the headshot and has the defuse. I thought maybe Mako would send out the molly, but didn't think that he had enough time. They capitalize. Talon now once again reestablish a lead.
Always a risky thing, isn't it? When you try to bring out some utility.
Hello?
And you hear the stomps on the floor. You think that they're a little bit closer than they might be. Love the investment of the Armageddons as well, and the space that Cruz is able to find behind
Chat
him.
मत
Similarly,
करो,
just the
bot
right
का
timing
कोई
and
फायदा
spotting from
नहीं
Bane.
है.
Capitalize on
जो
the
भी कर
counter
रहे हैं पैसे
Armageddon that
बर्बाद
comes on
है.
out.
सुपर चैट
It
कर लो
does all get ripped away a little
नुबड़ो.
bit though when you consider that
Membership
Talon do
gift
get
कर लो,
around and
दुआएं
stay off those
मिलेगी.
ults there. So they'll be the first team to achieve double digits in this one, and
भाई easy मौली
also
था.
still having to be a little bit careful of their own investments. Light shields
मेरे
across
को
the
सच्ची
board. A
लगा
judge in
मौली
possession
डालेगा वो.
again here. It's going to be Cruz this time holding that one.
Crucial round था भाई. अब भी टैलेंट जीतेगा.
Such a strong position as well, though.
Yeah,
Brimmy,
for sure.
ready to go. Thai, one away. Kalua, 3 charges for the Rolling Thunder.
रेड पड़ी है क्या नहीं रे
There's a stray
फेक है
at
रे.
Mako, just about at the
एक
halfway
साथ सब
point
लोग
towards
स्ट्रीम को
having
लाइक
theirs.
करके देखो. वो रियल
Thai
नंबर
is
दिखेगा.
towards this B site. Some good timing on a sky smoke
Huh?
and lock out DRX for a little
सारे
bit.
मिलके लाइक करो.
Try
जितने
and
लाइक
sniff
से
out where
उतना
this trap is,
एक्चुअल
though.
में
First
वॉचिंग है.
Hyunmin.
3,400
Gets
3,300
the catch. He's going to be ping revealed. Spray across it. Jit Boys
Jit Boys
eventually able to
bolte.
find it. Retoggles the camp. Steadies the spray. Estrella going to be taken down. Jit Boys at 8 HP. Still finding value. Comes away with a third.
रे,
Suddenly, as the
क्या
dust
लड़
settles, we're
रहे.
in for a 2v2. Both players approaching from Talon, making their way up through tree. Ult at the ready. Sent. Invested. Dodged. Both sides not cleared out. The snapback coming through. He survives. But Bane is there to capitalize.
Oh, उसका प्लान नहीं है.
It is not planned for him at all. Thousands kill it. See if he can add another one on top of that. Off the defuse is Kalua, and it's going to be a
भाई
Red Bull clutch as
साहब.
Bane crests the 1K mark. 10
लॉल
to
हो
10.
गया
We're
भाई.
tied up once more.
This one is close. This is the sort of level of Valorant that we wanted to coming in towards a elimination
क्या
series
trades
like this
ना?
one. Glad to see that we're getting this one. Glad to see that we're seeing teams and players in the server not scared to go for these duels, not scared to hang around and try and fight it on out, right? Do see a lot of teams just try and shift and scurry away and play retake, but Talon recognizing that they can't get out of dodge.
1000 kill mara hai. Good.
And now it swings in favor of DRX with the economy. I mentioned it just before, right?
Talon
Yeah,
EB round
was
nikal
a little bit stronger for Talon, but the weaponry mark, yeah, not so much.
Crazy stun Brimalt.
Down on the pistols here.
Or free sight mil sakta hai.
Cheeky round.
And Shipboys has been doing wonders here for the team, but in this position is not going to be able to do too much. Just a classic there to try to hold down main. The site now wide open. Ty clearing out the camera there with the Sheriff. Eats a little bit of damage. Orbital strike going to be a bridge well too far.
Launching smoke.
Barring some kills being found here in the next few seconds, but nothing spotted quite just yet. Mako, shoulder not noticed. That's going to be a weapon. Nearly handed over. Bane is there to try to protect. Sees it picked up. Knows where Kalua's position is at. And he's a little bit off on the shots. Now stunned up. Now about to be taken down. And suddenly, that orbital strike looks a bit tastier here. The Fring, though, able to find one more. Primi going to be taken down. 3v3 as Hyunmin sprinting around, gets a headshot on the Cruz. Things getting a little bit scattered here for the side of DRX, but around victory still is going to be found. And wisely in the end, Talon do hold on to their ults after all.
Yeah, no, definitely the right call for them there to have them available into this next map, because you're getting into the end moment in this map as well, right? 11 to 10, you need to make sure that you've got everything up your sleeve available in these sort of scenarios, when you also consider that Talon did lose map number 1 of their own choosing, right? So they have to win this one and push us into the third in Lotus. This round, quite stacked, but I see Mako one away from the orbital strike. I see Estrella and Free both 2 away from their ults. I mean, even Bane's 2 away from his ult too, so there's going to be plenty of options for DRX in a map that is stacked with ulti orbs.
Yeah, last couple rounds, decent little swing for them as far as the ult economy is concerned. Jinggg, man on the Jinggg, goes back in, spots out even more, and he's able to slide away.
Been really impressed by Primi's quick saturates as well to counter Hyunmin's aggression and speed. Definitely the right value proposition when you consider away late.
The fact that everyone gets away scot-free, no damage suffered. A little bit shocking, but Bane just trying to create some pressure, clears out the cam over on that A side of the map.
Oh,
yeah, Cruz now sliding forward, taking space here within the smoke. Slightly red, and he goes out on a timing, maybe thinking that it's just going to be one player lurking here, but instead gets a rude awakening as he spots 3.
Because when you see a player that deep in A main, you do consider that it is just going to be a lurk scenario there for anyone to hang around. Quite unfortunate for him, but now with things pivoting towards this other side of the map, you're going to have to contest with the Cypher utility that JitBoys does have at now the A side. Bit different.
Same time
Still proved to be difficult to try to get into. That Rolling Thunder is available. They're going to go ahead and open up with the orbital strike, but high repositioning, plants his feet to find one. Estrella going to be taken down. Fast lane only going to last for so long, and they get unstunned just in time as Mako finds a headshot. And I'm dead. Orbital, not something that they have to concern themselves with on the side of DRX now. As Chitboy's flushed out, it's just chaos. No one knowing where anyone is. But it's DRX with the player advantage. Primi on the drop down, being spotted. The re-swing, the double face.
W baby!
Bane finds the final shot, 12 to 10. Talon needing 2 in a row to take this into overtime.
Same time.
This will be their stage 1 coming to its conclusion.
Dear Mumbai Police भाई, अगर आप सच में यश भाई आप मुंबई पुलिस से हो, समझ रहे हो? तो आपको दिख रहा है ना चैट में कैसे कैसे लोग हैं, कैसे कैसे बातें कर सकते हैं. हाँ, तो इनका कुछ कर सकते हैं यार अपन. बताओ बताओ, कुछ एक सबक सिखा सकते हैं हेटर्स को. मेरे बहुत सारे हेटर्स हैं, कुछ कर सकते हैं. हाँ,
Forward, Mako only reading this, but Bane now picked apart the rope ride. Primi, he's right here. They spotted him out. He finds the first, but he can't quite get that second. Still though, damage dealt a 2v4. Talon Looking like
वो
they
खुद
are in
hater
low
हुए तो
position
excuse me
to get this within touching
इसके बारे
distance
में
of
मैंने नहीं
OT.
सोचा
The idea for DRX now to play contact
रिट्रैक्ट
as
कर
well.
लेता हूँ मैसेज जल्दी से
Silently
डीसी
to the
ये
choke
भी
entry of this
नोटेड है
B
ये भी
side.
नोटेड है
Surely you just hold on to this ultimate.
ब्रो ओची लग रहे है ब्रो
Close position.
Oh.
There's the smoke out.
it is
Mako
very
gonna be
much
dropped.
possibilities
Estrella now left scratching his head.
क्रूज भाई
Yeah,
कुछ
they
भी
do have
करके या फिर
investments in the
मरो
next round, of course.
या फिर
Marco
अल्ट और ब्लो
maybe
कुछ भी करके
requesting a weapon though. So in a
रूस
spot
का
like this
अल्ट
for
और
Australia,
ताई का अल्ट
30
कुछ
seconds to
क्रेजी
go.
कर सकते
Priority
30
on
seconds
dropping the gun for your teammate or looking for damage against Talon.
हो गया
Being
गिरेगा
very
भी
fickle
गिरेगा
with the economy. It's going to be the earlier one though. So a bit of time for the team to
हाथ मिला लेना
talk as
चाहिए
well
था
here
बात है
and what they want to try and navigate towards the next round.
और
Wouldn't be
वाला
surprised.
मेरी ही
Timeout. Still
नाजायज
usable.
Could come through.
10 seconds left
ए यार ये मम्मी जोक्स मत
One
मारो
away, pushing us
यार
into OT. Talon
मम्मी की क्या गलती है
Clawing their
भोसड़ी
way
वाला
back,
निकला
but
तो
for Estrella, like a bit too risky. Cruise
आपकी
one
स्ट्रीम
charge
देख
from
रहा है
having
इसलिए
that
आपको
Armageddon
परेशान कर
online.
रहा
Having a combo of that with an orbital
नो मम्मी जोक्स
Yeah.
could just be insurmountable at the end of it.
A right placed fault line from Killua could absolutely give DRX a bad
Mumbai
day.
police.
Similarly though, you can throw it the other way, right?
अगर
They've
आप
already
अभी
got
भी
them
chat
online.
में हो,
They've
yes,
got the
राणे
Armageddon
भाई।
online. They don't have an orbital strike, but
देख रहे हो ना
they have something else.
कनाडा से
So we go into the last round
यहाँ
of
के public
regulation,
पे
and there's that
मुंबई
timeout
jokes
that we
मार
were
रहे
just
हैं बंदा।
mentioning will probably come on through. Of course, you get another one going into OT. So why
Hello.
not use it here?
And yep, it will
कुछ
be
कर
from
सकते हैं
the
अपन
DRX
एमबीसी
camp.
में बात करके इसको बुला सकते हैं
Teams.
इधर
We had one remaining,
हाँ
so DRX
वैसे भी
will go
$2
ahead.
फेंक
First
फेंक
one
के
to pull the
हेड
trigger here
चलाता है
on Fracture, and the last, unless this does in fact go to OT. Just giving the run back, giving the ults. is
$5 दिया है मत
very
करो आज
possible
तक
here.
10-15
Yeah,
नहीं
but I
दिया
mean, I cast my mind back towards Icebox as well, and I know we've seen
चिल्ला
a lot
मत
more
bro।
from Talon on this map, but having
BF
9
सो रहा
first
है।
kills and only converting that
हैं?
into 4-round wins too, right? DRX had less first kills, and they were always winning these lesser equipped rounds, lesser played rounds.
कैसे
So,
हो बंक्स
in
भाई
towards this
लंच
next
हो गया
one,
नहीं
it is
मांगूंगा
very
अभी
vital
लंच
that we've just got some sort of advantages held by Talon to try and push us into OT.
12 का रिजल्ट है कल
Of course,
जी
these sort
फट
of
रही है
scenarios
अरे
as well,
टॉप
on the
करेगा
back of a
टेंशन मत लो
timeout for the rookies, if they
Top
get in
करेगा।
their own heads here too, right, that could absolutely spell disaster. Killua, Die,
आने मुंबई पुलिस से ये
Primi to a degree too, right?
Yes,
Still
Rani bhai।
relatively new to this sort of scene, this tier. So let's see what's going to happen. The last round of the regulation.
It's looking like a B-side crunch here. North and south side both occupied here from DRX.
This is the next
Primi
match
just
कौन
jumping up over the
जाता
top, getting
PRX
himself onto the box, and this is going to be
PRX
maybe a bit more of
कैप्टन
an
जैक
unorthodox position.
ये लोग
try to
सुधरेंगे नहीं
anticipate
कभी
playing against
कुछ
when you
हो
have a
जाए
Waylay on the
कुछ हो
opposite
जाए
side.
प्लीज
Yeah, we haven't seen it at all.
हाँ
Obviously, if you have a raise, you definitely give it credence a jet as well.
love
This
you
could
राणे
certainly
भाव
catch them completely off guard. Talon Finaldo at the ready. Cruz, he's able to find one gun, but
ओटी
taking
पे
out Cruz, finding a
ओटी
second.
ओटी पे ओटी
Does eventually get picked off here by Estrella.
फिट करके क्या
His ults now
मर
starting to
गया
get dumped.
सर पर
Orbital strike, catching Bane, picking him down to 10
क्या
HP.
बच्चा भाई
And that's just going to be an immediate reset onto the round, isn't it? Cruz has done massive work to find the two towards Arcade.
Molly sent, Bane not within it, does manage to get that neural theft reveal. Ping out knows. This one just on the opposite side here of the site. Tries to swing for it, finds the headshot, but Primi
मारा बे फिर
over
भी
from that gen position.
No smokes available for
भाई
Mark.
लोडिंग
Okay.
मेरा नेट गया क्या
No corpse here for Jit Boys, unless he can get himself over to Arcade.
अरे बेंच लैग हो रहा है
30
Estrella
seconds left.
anticipating the pressure here, the position on the site. Plays off his util, finds the
अरे
shot.
प्रीमी को
Primi looking
मारना
for a
था
little bit more.
मारा
Comes away with it, and now it is all down to Mako. Molly having to be invested. Primi trying to get the catch here. Slow up his time
W.
as Mako swings out. He is double facing.
मेरे ग्रोटेस को परेशान किया
clean up the
लव यू
round.
यार जेरे
12
भाई
to 12,
ये
we're
अच्छे
going
से
to
भी बोल
OT.
सकते हो
And now they're not going to be plagued with any haphazard buys as well. They're going to have what they need. They can consider if they want to get another operator back out, but I think Premi's looked a bit better, for example, on
I'm
these
from
rifles.
Cybercell Mumbai वेट
So,
कुछ करते हैं तेरे को
on the back of the timeout for
150
DRX,
का
not
मेंबरशिप ले
able
रहा
to
है
convert it.
काश दोस्त लिया नहीं जा रहा है कुछ करते कुछ करके काश
Trying to
दोस्त
see
मेंबरशिप लो
what
ना
Bane could do around it. The fact that he's able to find one kill there with 10 HP as well, trying to give some options to his team to be able to clutch it in the end. And the
मेरे हिसाब
multi-frag
से
rounds
timeout
come through
आएगा अभी
for Primmy, and now we see ourselves in the fabled OT where DRX
Primmy
definitely
बहुत crazy
have
मार
a
रहा है
better
लेकिन ना
OT scoreline result. But it also means that they've gone, you know, a lot of
बारिश
deep
आ रहा
ones,
है
especially
यहाँ
on
पे
Fracture
मैं
too. 13-11s, overtimes. It's always
5-5
seemingly
होगा नहीं
the
आज
name of the
नहीं है
game here for them.
आपका
So
क्या
last one
स्कोर
versus T1.
दैट 12th में
Able to
स्कोर
get in,
दैट
kinda get out
बेस्ट ऑफ लक यार
relatively
तुम्हारे
quickly on that,
रिजल्ट
but
के लिए
right now it looks like Talon going to be a bit of a different
मेरा
beast here.
स्कोर दैट 12th
No
में
operator in sight, no glass cannon.
97.89
Straight
ऐसा
up rifles on both sides. Big push out from Talon at the moment. Checking in towards B. Wary about some aggressive pressure out of A.
approx.
Yeah, but who's at B usually? It's Bane. Back towards the tower with his setups as well, assisted by Marco, but apart from that, rotations now, because look who's gone north side by himself. It's freeing. He's getting all the information, destroying the camera. So it has to be the south side call now for Talon to get this A-Hall's control.
And Hyunmin spotting him out. Quickly just backpedaling as Primmy goes diving forward.
And then it's
Take it on a slow approach here. Straya sending out that fault line, and it seems like that's enough for Talon to want to pivot back across. Mako does slide up through Canteen to reinforce this B site. The spike is there. You still have 3 players trying to sell an A hit.
trying to toy with the rotations at the moment. Meanwhile, Freeing is still happy
that's
enough
तो था
to frolic
minimum.
around the north side of the map.
आधे पड़े करता था
Two
ना
boys walking forward. Cam check and Mako now just there striking from behind. Expect that there's going to be some follow-ups. The molly does get set. Hyunmin at the meantime. Here trapped at top site. Stunned up. Recovers, but then Primmy is right there on top of him. Headshot found. Estrella giving away his position. Strafing back as the salvos fly towards him. Plant going to be interrupted here for the moment.
Aftershock
It's 13 seconds remaining. Primmy eating a little bit of damage.
किधर aftershock मारा ओ aftershock मारा ही नहीं
Big Sands one here.
aftershock किसने मारा
Stim to open the door. Kalua to try to
भाई
hold it.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
The
के
backup
पास
coming through.
500
Cruz here,
utils
shoulder to
है
shoulder with his teammate. They go 1 for 1. Mako, however, fighting back as Freeing finds Primmy.
भाई
Ty's position
ने गलत
is
मारा
known.
भाई
Time still on their side, but now into the 1v1. Ty looking for
भाई
it, but Freeing
Freeing
finding it.
गलत मारा भाई
Gets the headshot as he's
Freeing
popping off.
गलत
The
मारा
TRX,
भाई
well, once again,
भाई ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पास
themselves a
सारा
match
यूटिल
point.
था
Yeah, they had 2 chances to try and close it off in regulation, right? Talon pushing us into overtime, but now DRX back in the lead and switching back over to their attacking side.
Aziz, I am back.
Talon
Sorry
that
for
opted
being
to
late.
start
खाना
on
खाया नहीं,
attack
खाना
on
नहीं
this
खाया.
map, by the way.
Love you.
So it is the side that DRX
नहीं,
is
पूरा use
just
किया?
essentially coming from.
यहाँ पे मेरे को दिखा सारा था क्या देख रहा था मैं
Just hero moments here. Really just boiling it down.
पक्का नहीं था बोल रहे
The timeout comes through. You get another one coming into
अरे
overtime,
भीम
right?
को
So
दूसरा
I have
कौन
the question,
लगाया
who is
भाई
it?
Talon, I would assume here on this
एक
one,
सेकंड मैं अगर स्ट्रीम
being
बंद
down
करके
in
चालू करूँ एक
the
सेकंड के लिए
OT
तो
count.
उसका पैसे का अम्मा बन
No,
होएगा
it's DRX.
Let's
instead.
try.
Okay.
loading
Map 2, but yeah, it's entertaining.
and we are back
Where was this Termy? The first 2 seasons.
and we are back
Actually recognizing timeouts exist.
Yeah,
I could talk
What,
to
yeah,
my
पैसे का अम्मा
teammates.
बहन?
What?
he really wants to bring this one to an end.
हाँ
Not allow for that further reset, for this to go deeper.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about teams trying to have consistency throughout
नहीं
the
हुआ
year, right?
इसकी माँ का
EDG not going towards
भाई,
Toronto.
try अच्छा था कि
T1 not
नहीं?
going
Try
towards
अच्छा था कि नहीं?
Toronto. DRX were our victors and master
Try
reps
अच्छा
as
था
well
कि
just previously. If they also bow out,
try अच्छा था
Gonna be set up for the wonky
2x.
missing out on that middle section, having to rely on champions to make another appearance, to have
इससे
an
तो
opportunity at a
50
trophy.
गिफ्टेड से भी ज्यादा महंगा आता है ये सर पता नहीं
We'll see though. You can tell how desperately both of these teams want that final slot.
yeah.
बाय बाय क्या
Back towards this
कनेक्शन
A site yet again
कैसा
for
ये
the
सब
setup of the
मन
Jit
में
Boys,
सब
bit different
लाते
in
हो,
the
कैसा
actual
बात
placement
करते हो,
of the
कैसा
trap
examples
wires as
देते हो
Hyunmin is
भाई?
stunned. He is in the site and not having to
ऐसा सोच
contend with
रखते हो
any of
भाई?
the traps just yet.
Yeah, it does get situated. Cam over the top, looking for the spot out.
आज
Now gonna be
लेट
cleared
स्ट्रीम
here.
ज्वाइन किया
Oh, this
आज
could be a
आपका
5
बेटा
versus 5
स्ट्रीम कर रहा था
post
एक साल
when these are
बाद हाँ क्या
Always so
Mako,
scrappy.
pressure on both sides. Here's it, faces it. Has to backpedal away though as the plant coming through here on the side. Steadies for 1. Looks for a little bit more. Re-swing some damage. Delta Straya gonna get it at the same time as Cruz is able to find that kill. Now, a 4v3. Bane, he's riding the rope.
Did they hear this?
Swinging around the back. Right now, no pings. Softens it. as he arrives here onto the south side.
Yeah.
And this could be absolutely devastating for Talon. Bane is looking to undo them. Swings in, sees one, sees two, strikes now. He had him in at the same time. Able to find two on the site. It's just Kahlua. If he finds the one, he gets himself a Rolling Thunder. 8 bullets, but no hope in hell.
W baby! Vishal bhai!
DRX get the series. 14-12. Push to
2-0
OT,
bolte.
but out of it swiftly once again here on Fracture.
हाथ मिला
They
लेना था
send
ना.
Talon home, packing here in the stage 1
न्यू
playoffs.
स्ट्रीम कर लो.
As DRX
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ. एक भोसड़ी वाले वजह के वजह से मैं न्यू स्ट्रीम किया. ठीक है, उसके बाद उसने वापस ये हरकत किया, वापस न्यू स्ट्रीम. मेरे को यही काम है, न्यू स्ट्रीम कर लो. क्या करूं? 10 बार बोला है, ये सबसे मैटर नहीं करता. ऐसा वॉचिंग मेरे को नहीं चाहिए, नहीं मैटर करता. मैं इसके कंप्लीटली अगेंस्ट हूँ. फिर भी नहीं सुनना है, उसको पैसा बर्बाद करना है, करने दे. क्योंकि ये सब वैसे भी वो हटा देता है यूट्यूब. फेक व्यूज, फेक ये वो सब हटा देता है. समझ रहे हो? चैनल का वो लौड़े लग सकते हैं, लेकिन जितना मेरा पब्लिक है वो लोग को पता है मैं क्या टाइम पे स्ट्रीम करता हूँ. वो लोग वैसे भी आके देखेंगे. समझ रहे हो? तो चिल करो, चिल करो.
there of the younger players, you talked about it. Having that pressure really meets you at the end.
व्यूअर से क्या होता है? कोई
Seems
नहीं
like
रे. इतना
they did
वॉचिंग
catch
देखे
up
एक
with
दो
them a
नए
little
बंदे
bit.
आते हैं और बोल
But
रहे
for
ओ माय
TRX,
गॉड
they
बैच
stay
इसको
afloat
40,000 लोग
here
कैसे
in
देख रहे
stage
हैं.
1.
बस
Still an opportunity to get themselves.
उनको बाद में
Both
हे
that stage one
गाइस,
trophy as well
वाओ
as the appearance
40,000 वाचिंग. हे गाइस
at
सब्सक्राइब कर
Toronto,
दो
but the road
जल्दी.
doesn't
माय
get much
गॉड.
easier.
ऐसा करके 2-3 लोगों को चूना लगाते हैं.
Just
समझ रहे हो?
a team that has
तो
been able to
2-3
overcome some
सब्सक्राइबर
pretty
बढ़ जाते हैं
incredible
basically.
odds this stage.
Oh, for sure.
और कुछ
Changing
फायदा नहीं
players, changing roles as well. Always a difficult thing.
कोई नया
That is
बंदा
what
आएगा
we'll go ahead and get ready to
बैंक.
send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing
40,000
by
लोग
for
देख
our
रहे हैं.
winners interview.
तभी ऐसे
With the
चला
thoughts
देंगे.
of
हे
TRX.
गाइस, ओ
Maybe
माय
here, who they think
गॉड.
they're
तो
gonna
जो
be playing
रियल
against
बंदे
the
जो
next
नए आए
series.
उनको कन्वर्ट करने के लिए और कुछ नहीं. कितने
Hello,
गिरी है?
hello, 마코. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요, 마코 선수. 현민 선수 뭐 하고 싶은 얘기 있나요?
짠틴.
도망가나요? 알겠습니다. 마코 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with DRX's Mako. DRX is not going anywhere. They're taking that win, and let's hear from Mako what he feels about today's win today. 와, 오늘 탈론을 상대로 승리를 가져가셨습니다. 오늘 승리를 해서 토론토행 기회의 문이 아직 열려 있게 됐거든요. 오늘 승리 소감부터 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 탈락 위기 속에서도 이기게 돼가지고 또 기쁘고 이왕 이렇게 된 김에 꼭 올라가겠습니다.
I'm really glad that we took that win because we needed it. And hey, since we took that first win already, might as well take that ticket to
हाथ
Toronto
नहीं
as
मिला
well.
यार.
And not only is
DRX
this the
के
first clash of
कोच
the two
ने.
teams in
हाँ,
2025,
गलत हुआ वो.
this is
वो
your
तो
first
गलत
time
हुआ.
facing off with this all-tie
That
roster.
is wrong.
Where's the expectation?
Who is the best team in Korea, Pacific Corner?
After you played them, tell me everything, Mako.
PRX अभी जीतेगा
이제
ना.
올해
रुको.
들어서
ठीक है,
탈론이랑
रुको.
첫 경기를 하게 된 것도 있는데 또
Next
이렇게
time I will use
타이
con.
로스터로 만나게 된 것도
그러니까 제리.
처음이거든요. 오늘 예상했던 대로 경기가 좀
NK का shorter
흘러갔는지
दे दो
좀
please.
예상을
कुछ hype
빗나갔던
करके नहीं.
순간도 있었을까요?
예상했던
Because भाई
거는
thank you
좀
for the
많이
treat.
힘들
डॉल
거라고
मेरे जान
예상을
बिरटे.
했었는데 생각보다
तू पॉजिटिव
쉬워가지고
ले रहा है
네.
कोई डिफेम करने के
쉽게
लिए
이긴 것 같습니다.
भी तो कर सकता
Hey,
है.
I
न्यू
thought
स्ट्रीम में
that
कर
it's
ले
gonna-
भाई.
it was gonna be a
अरे
tough match today.
नूबड़े मनन भाई मेरे को समझा तेरा वो. मैं अभी न्यू स्ट्रीम करेगा. जो बंदा डिफेम करने के लिए कर रहा है उसके गांड में क्या है? मेरा माइक आपके मुंह में, उसके गांड में क्या है? यस, हाथी का लड. तो दूसरा स्ट्रीम पे भी कर लेगा ना. अभी मैं हर आधा आधा एक एक घंटे का मैं स्ट्रीम करते रहेगा तो यूट्यूब वाले क्या बोलेंगे? हाँ वैसे ही नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आता. समझ रहे हो? अभी तो ये एक बंदा है, ऐसे 2-3 बंदे निकलेंगे तो मैं स्ट्रीम क्या मैं आधे आधे घंटे का नया नया स्ट्रीम करते रहूं. समझ रहे हो? ये आएगा, बॉट्स आएगा, चले जाएगा. गांड मारने गया, जिसने डाला है उसके गांड में आते का लड़. ये सब नहीं करने का रहता है. 10 बार बोला है बट कोई सीन नहीं है. मेरा अभी ये नहीं होता, मेरा माइंड फक नहीं होता. अपन वैसे भी चैट पढ़ते हैं, वॉचिंग तो देखते हैं नहीं. तो इट्स ऑल गुची.
So it doesn't matter. Anyone come at me, says
Hey guys,
Mako.
40,000
Alright,
लोग
thank you.
हैं. Subscribe
Congratulations
कर
to
दो
DRX
भाई.
for that win.
1
And I'll
million
be back
पहुंचने वाले
after
बेच.
PRX and Boom match. 마코 선수 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
रुक चाय लेके आया मैं चाय लेके आया चैट एक दूसरे को भरना बंद करो थोड़ा
DRX close this match out and continue on their lower bracket run towards Toronto.
Yeah, undoubtedly going to be the favourites to be taking that spot over at Toronto. A lot of people would have expected them to go through the upper bracket. A tough map, particularly here on Fracture against Talon. They definitely made them work for this victory here, but you can see why DRX had so much confidence to pick it in against Fracture, against Talon here on Fracture, despite the success that they found with that Waylay comp. I think that this Veto has gone very, very well for them.
Yeah, obviously a very, very close map. I felt like this could have gone either way, but I think one thing that we have to talk about is the individuals on DRX, right? You know, DRX are well known to be this fantastically structured team. Everyone talks about CHUMMI and the coaching staff, but in this map particularly, I felt like the players showed up as individuals. They won their fights, they got those multi-kills, they got those clutches, they all had that kind of X factor that really is what you need to get to those international events.
Absolutely. I mean, they are kickoff winners after all, and they did have a really strong performance throughout stage one. Talon, like you guys said, they started picking it up later in the second half. We started seeing an interesting usage of that Waylay, but it was too little, too late. DRX, this is going to be really interesting because moving through the lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they've got an interesting opponent to consider as we go through our next series, but commiserations to Talon. They played, once again, a fantastic stage. They made it pretty deep in through the playoffs here. Not quite as deep as they did over in kickoff, but they've been betting in a couple of rookies. Yeah. Been great to see them bring this full tie roster. And look, despite what we did see in this series particularly, they are a team that can, at their peak, beat anyone in Pacific, and they've shown a very, very good performance here on Fracture against DRX. So, look, it's going to suck to see Talon not go further in the tournament because they bring a lot of spice. They're always that team you don't know what to expect from, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they can put together in stage 2.
Yeah, I think they'll come back in stage 2 swinging. But on the side of DRX, I mean, it's hard to say that they don't deserve to be here. You know, like you say, in that upper bracket, it was so close. They could have gotten away with it, and now they are having to run the gauntlet. Mako is our match MVP here.
Back.
Almost unanimously. I mean, he was just fantastic. Just lights up the game once again. He's so good at this. Now he's not on this IGL role. As we've said before, this is the Mako of old, and we love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you can see now that he's not on IGL, he's able to kind of focus a little bit on more his own game, and he's able to, you know, play that positional kind of gameplay that you love to see from him. Love watching him on the brim. He's so good with his sky smoke timings and disrupting what the other team wants to do on attack.
Absolutely. Mako the King continues to dominate. Now, gentlemen, it's got a little colder in the room because we got Mind Freak with us from PRX. Hello and welcome. Now, you got to witness a lot of crazy things, speaking of spicy, yesterday's matches, and you guys are playing again today. Do you have a favorite moment from yesterday's game?
I would say it's probably the knife kill in the last round. That'd be like a little bit of like sweet moments, I would say.
Yeah.
Because we lost against them in kickoff, right? Yeah. So it's like sweet moments, I would say.
Do you not get freaked out watching your boys like go in like that? Like, what if Stacks just killed all of you?
Nah, I don't think so.
Not going to happen. I mean, we've seen you sitting in the assistant coaching booth, and you do have a lot of controller experience. So did you give something, any tips before the Fracture game yesterday?
Yesterday for Fracture's game, I don't think so.
Okay.
That wasn't you. That wasn't
you. Might help him out
Wasn't
next
me.
time. I think
Wasn't me.
Yeah, actually, speaking of the coaching booth.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, can you understand now after being in the coaching booth why Alex gets so angry in there? Is it so much easier to, like, see those mistakes? How have you found it compared to being in the actual server playing?
Yeah, I think for sure, like, sitting beside Alex, I think creating a new point of view, you know?
Yeah.
So I kind of understand why sometimes he lost in the sauce, but like, yeah, it's kind of like creating a new point of view.
What's he saying? We can't hear the thing.
Like yesterday, or what do you mean?
What's he saying? Like, we only hear his mouth going like...
I think like during timeout, he just like give the advice or anything, but like if not timeout, I think he just like yapping around like, why the hell they doing this, that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, full
just
Singlish.
getting the emotion out, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now, your team's gonna be facing Boom today. You know Boom really well, obviously from Indonesia. You've played with some of these guys before. Who do you think is gonna give PRX the most problems today?
I would say probably Famous, because I think lately his performance has been good, and then like his operator is hitting shots lately, so I would say probably Famous. Yeah.
Ah, okay. And you know, since I feel like this is gonna be a very Indonesian theme for the next match, and everyone talks about the Indonesian super team. So if there was the Mind Freaky team, I'm gonna name your team Mind Freaky. Who are 4 Indonesian players you would put on your squad? It could be from anywhere. Yeah.
Could be anywhere. Non-franchise.
Yeah. I mean, aren't the good ones here? But you can pick.
All right.
Anywhere you want.
I pick my friends Severin, Lilo, Madeline.
तुझे ढूंढता
Jason, okay.
Indonesia World Cup team.
Yeah. Dude, that's a pretty sick team.
Yeah.
like करें chat we are close to 4k
we do
likes
have a couple of Indo representatives in franchising.
Ignore
but
करना
maybe,
best
you
है
know,
बे,
chuck
ignore
an
करो
extra slot in
वो
there for
चीज़ को ignore
Indonesia.
करो
Some
chill
pretty
करो
good players over there, so
Yeah.
might go all right.
So what do you think this is gonna pan out? The last time PRX Boom faced off, obviously PRX didn't win. It was a 2-1 situation. What do you think is gonna happen today?
I think we gonna
2-0.
win today, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we're gonna win.
2-0
Something's changed since last time. Like the mood. What's
I think adding Batman towards the roster, making like a new environment and stuff, and sometimes teams really need to do that, you know. So I think we're gonna win today.
Oh.
How important is like momentum for
Cancel
your
the
team?
group
Like
member,
obviously
actually.
you've won the last couple of series in a row and now you're like in the lower bracket. Compared to the groups, I feel like Boom was winning all their games in the groups. They're coming off a loss. You guys are coming off a lot of wins now and just looking better and better and better. So do you think that is one of the most important factors for this series, or do you think that you could get a different result, you know, after you see teams come off a win or a loss?
I think for sure. I think our team right now is really need the momentum, because in kickoff and then like the first month during the group stage,
ला 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 ला
it's been, like, really
क्या
rough.
हुआ यारो
So,
कोई
I think
कोई
momentum
चीज
is
नहीं हुई
really
यारो
something that we really need today. In a late this already.
हाथ
So
मिलाए
to
कि नहीं
follow
हारने
on
के
from
बाद
that, obviously before the last game, the team had
कुछ
like
चल
2
रहा है क्या
months to
ट्विटर
prepare,
पे कि
a
नहीं चल
really,
रहा है
really long time.
Alright.
And now they have a very, very fast turnaround where they
DRX
won
वालों ने
yesterday,
कुछ
they
meme
come
डाला
to
कि
play
नहीं?
again today. Do you think that momentum is on your
देखने दो।
side after having won yesterday? What would you prefer if you were down there playing, you know? Do you prefer those long breaks where you have a lot more time to
DRX.
think and anti-strat, or do you just want to go straight back on the stage?
I think for our situation, I think we really need a break, because we just changed roster, right? So
Yeah.
we need to like have some time to fix everything. So I think probably the breaks.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
Well,
डाला बे
you should be feeling pretty good right now. You look like you're feeling good.
चैट डाला है बे get fucking humbled हाँ इतने स्वीट लोग भी fucking वकिंग बोलते get fucking humbled manners make it mentor me हाँ get fucking humbled करके लिखा है भाई
For I don't know, years. I think like 1 or 2 years. So
हाथ मिलाना था टैलन
really
वालों
hard
ने
for
डाला
me.
है क्या कुछ हाथ
it's
मिलाना
really
था
hard for
करके
me. It's like different player have like different.
Strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like pretty hard for me.
Tell us about Six Fingers actually. What do you like about him, or what do you hate about him?
I think he's kind of stubborn. Oh, actually, there's a similarity between Alex and Six Fingers. They
Yeah.
both like stubborn actually.
Okay.
Is that a head
Nice.
coach
टैलन
thing?
वालों
I
को
don't
समझेगा
know.
नहीं ना
I
कोच
think,
का जो सारे
I think you do have to have some stubbornness
Huh?
as well to
Yeah.
be a coach or be a head coach, because you kind of want to get your way. Look,
मास्टर
yeah, I
टोरंटो
wanted
में
to ask
टॉप
you a little bit
3
about
क्वालिफाई
double
होते
duelist. Do
कि
you think
टॉप
that the
4 फॉर
prevalence of
वीसी
double
टॉप
duelist for
3
PRX is been good for you guys coming back to that kind of play style?
Yeah, I think for sure it's better than the single duelist stuff, because I think when
मजा
we
आता है
run
पर
single
ऐसे
duelist,
थोड़ा
which is
पैसा
against
होता है
duelists,
मैच तो
it's not
थोड़ा
balanced. The team is
राइवलरी
not
बनता है
balanced. When we
भाई
run double duelist,
फ्रेंडशिप से
everything
भी
is like
राइवलरी अच्छा
comfortable and
रहता है यार
everything is on the flow. So I think double duelist
समझ
is
रहे हो
really suit for us.
वैलो
Because we
का
used to
राइवलरी आई फील
play really good back then when we run
फ्रेंडशिप
double duelist.
में
Right? So
ज्यादा
yeah.
वो है
Now you don't have to answer this before I send you off, but I know we're seeing different teammates all playing the controller role.
अभी आना चाहिए ओके आई वोंट
Are we
आंसर
gonna see a duelist mind freak one day?
No.
ये अमेरिकन्स कुछ ज्यादा
Alright.
ही कर देते
Okay,
हैं ये
well,
देख लो
I don't know.
एक
I
के
wouldn't put
वजह
it
से
past you
सारे
guys.
अमेरिकन
Anyway, with
के
that,
बारे
thank you
में
so
बोला
much,
Godspeed भाई
Aaron Mind Freak
so
from
much, Alex.
PRX.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, you can see right here,
Racist
we
होते जा
are
रहे
going
उस
to
दिन half
have a
Japanese दिखता है
really
बंदा
short break,
आज
and when we
Americans
come back, we are going to see Boom versus
हाँ
PRX. Who's winning today, Aaron?
PRX.
PRX. Well, heard it from here. Guys, don't go too far away.
Bye.
Bye.
क्या बात है क्या बात है क्या बात है क्या बात है लव यू ला 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 बड़ा बड़ंग ग्रुप के लिए एक गिली चुम्मी हो जाती तो लव यू माय कास्ट दोस्त ग्रुप सही बंदे बस में बात कर रहे हैं लव यू यार क्या है ला 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 चैट मिस रुक जाओ बात कर रहा हूँ मैं
Red Bull gives you wings.
हाय भाई मैं कितना गया गुजरा इंसान हूँ भाई मैं कितना गया गुजरा इंसान हूँ मैं इतना वॉच पार्टी किए मेरे को डेट भी याद नहीं है आज का भाई मेरी मॉम ने मेरे को मैसेज किया कि मेरे भाई का बर्थडे करके लव यू मम्मी याद दिलाने को मेरे को पता था मैंने एक्चुअली को कल रात को मैं मैसेज किया था वो गया नहीं डिलीवर नहीं हुआ अरे गोल्डी भाई कितने क्यूट है भाई रुक जा भाई को मैसेज करने दो हे डियर मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे ठीक है ये अभी दूसरा मैसेज अबे मैं कल रात को 12 बजे तेरे को मैसेज किया था वो पहुंचा क्या तेरे को मैं बर्थडे विश किया था भाई व्हाट्सएप डाउन था यार कल चैट मेरे भाई का बर्थडे विश कर दो हैप्पी बर्थडे निखिल भाई लव यू यार व्हाट्सएप डाउन था मम्मी कल सॉरी हाँ ना हूँ भाई मैं हाँ बॉट बाय वेलकम टू द कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप ऑफ द प्रीमियम मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे लव यू बॉट बाय ना मान रहे बॉट बाय आ जाओ कास्ट दोस्त ग्रुप में आओ आप ऑलरेडी हो ना शायद इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग बॉट बाय फाइनली 6 बंदे हो गए हाँ फिर चुना लगाया नहीं ओ फक हाँ बे नहीं बे ओ हाँ बे लैक ऑफ स्लीप का फायदा उठा लो भाई, कर लो। हाँ, कर लो भाई, लैक ऑफ स्लीप का फायदा उठा लो।
Me in the room. What do you mean? I would school all of these guys.
Bro, whatever. Sure.
Where's my invite, PRX?
Apparently,
वो बोर्ड पे नहीं है। हाँ, वो बोर्ड पे है ग्रुप में।
It's got to be David.
I could see it. I could see. I think he's got power in that arm.
That's a good guess, but it's actually something. According to them, something. Our Petrov, Brimstone, Yoru, Jet is the best ping pong player. But we saw a fantastic performance from them yesterday. Aside from the first map, we saw something that looked really structured.
यार मम्मी मुझे गाली दे रही है यार। चैट क्या करूँ, कुछ अच्छा रीजन बोलो ना। मम्मी ने बोला बाबी का भी बर्थडे था 15 दिन पहले, तूने विश नहीं किया, शायद 15 दिन से तेरा यूट्यूब सर्वर डाउन है। चैट कुछ अच्छा रीजन बताओ यार। हाँ, क्या करूँ। हेलो बिलेटेड हैप्पी बर्थडे। मैंने एक्चुअली उस दिन मैसेज किया था लेकिन गया नहीं मैसेज, मैं अब भी चेक किया। आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज। तुम लोग के लिए क्या क्या सैक्रिफाइसेस करता हूं मैं, देख रहे हो ना चैट। इसी बात पे सारे कास्ट मेंबरशिप
further than any other team during that group stage.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Pac-Man takes some time to warm up. You know, that was not his best series. And on the flip side, we saw Famous go absolutely crazy with the operator the whole series.
Oh yeah.
So I do think in this series in particular, this was probably some of the best we saw Boom play and some of the worst we saw PRX play. PRX still getting a map that does bode well for them. I do think they are coming into this game as the favorites. I do think they'll feel like they should be able to get the win today and rewrite history.
You can see here on a set 10-2 on defense. They came into a set with a fantastic game plan to shut Boom down. We had Fracture as the decider. It was kind of a close game, but I felt like Boom was kind of always in the lead, and they were going to get it along the across the line at some point. So I think you saw a well-deserved win for Boom there over PRX in the group stage. But these two teams are coming off, as we kind of mentioned with Mindfreak on the couch here, very different situations, and now head-to-head. Gonna be Famous versus Jinggg. I mean, Famous up until that game against Jinggg was the highest rated player in the competition by every observable metric.
Yeah.
But Jinggg, I mean, you've been putting him as your duelist every single week for a reason. Every single time PRX is playing.
And it's been paying off, frankly speaking. Especially, he does.
भाभी जी का मैसेज है, अगले साल के लिए अभी कर रहे तू। I can't stop laughing. Thank you so much. भाई यही है भाई, यही है। पहले के टाइम पे ना ऐसा होता था 12 बजे विश करने का, अभी के टाइम पे ना लेट विश करते ताकि सामने वाला हंसे तुम्हारे मुंह पे, समझ रहे हो। लाइफ में हंसाना सबसे बड़ा गिफ्ट होता है, याद रखना, याद रखना। इसका मतलब ये नहीं तुम लोग लेट विश करो, कभी कभी लग सकती है, समझ रहे हो। अच्छा हुआ आई एम अ वेरी कॉमेडी पर्सन, लेट विश कर सकता हूँ। हाँ भाई रुक जाओ भाई, याद दिलाने दो। भाई का बर्थडे है मई 420, ऐसे ही याद रखता था मैं, मई 4/20 तो मई 420 करके ऐसा। मम्मी जी का बर्थडे है, व्हाट्सएप पे जाके सर्च हैप्पी बर्थडे विश तो किया रहेगा, समझ रहे हो। भाई मेरे को सब मैसेज मिल रहा है व्हाट्सएप में। हाँ, हैप्पी वुमेन्स डे से लेके सब कुछ मिल रहा है। बर्थडे 25 फेब। यप यप, ये मेरे को याद था भाई। ये बेस्ट है ना टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स। हाँ बेस्ट है ना टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स। ठीक है, अभी अपन के एक साथ विश करेंगे ना चैट। मम्मी का है 25 फेब, पापा का है, चैट में जाके हैप्पी बर्थडे सर्च करे तो अप्रैल 7, पापा का अप्रैल 7, ठीक है। मेरे बीवी का कभी ये सर्च करते हैं, आई बिलीव इन इक्वालिटी, फेब 8, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है।
Very respectable, especially first kill win percent. They're doing quite well for themselves. They're climbing up the board in terms of pistol wins as well. So I think this is going to be quite a competitive series. And I think if you filtered PRX down to the second half of the group stage into playoffs, they would be right up there. They are a transformed team right now.
Yeah, PRX got a lot of stake all the way through the group stage, but you know they kept taking those maps. It kept being close. So this was not a team that were totally down in the dumps, and we can see that from the stats. I just think it was about them clicking, finding the roles that are going to work, and getting that confidence back.
Yeah, that is. I think that's going to be a large part of it, right, for both of these squads. About that confidence, about playing to their absolute best. But historically, even beyond these stats, these teams have played before in various iterations, other teams, in scrims. So there's a lot of familiarity here.
Yeah, I think looking at the map stats, there's a lot of different ways that this Veto could go, but I think you've seen both of these.
By left side में 100% कुछ ज़्यादा 100% नहीं लग रहा.
Permaban for PRX since they've been losing it. You saw Boom try to turn a trick against Jinggg. It did not work. They let split through. They got slapped on that map.
Yeah, I mean, the map draft definitely is a question. They do have some overlaps here of maps that they like to play. Like you said, definitely no Haven Fracture. I think PRX might still play it. I don't know.
I mean, Haven taken out, Split taken out. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that at all. Boom, I think they've learned that from that mistake last time around against Jinggg.
Yeah, I'm happy that they banned that. PRX coming in with the Lotus pick here. Yeah. And Boom taking it right back to Fracture after yesterday. I think that's not a surprise. We've already seen Boom beat PRX here, and obviously it did look like a little bit of a weakness yesterday.
I think PRX selecting Lotus, it's been one of their better maps. They are playing the double duelers with the Yoru. They were absolutely running circles around T1, particularly on that defensive side. They get very active on that map, and for Boom, they don't really actually have great reps on Lotus. Even though it's a map they played for a long time, even going back to Ascension Jakarta, you haven't really seen them take on that many solid teams, except for the game you saw against Global, where they absolutely destroyed them.
Biggest comeback,
I really feel like, again, that's a game with an asterisk. There's been so many of these games where teams are rolling another team that doesn't even turn up to the server, and that's the win that Boom's got there on Lotus.
Yeah.
I know we're looking at Lotus data right now, but I saw Ascent, being that decider map. That's a very interesting decider as well, given their previous performance.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Fracture and Ascent be the two maps in this series,
support
and those are maps
PRX.
that they played in the group stage. You did see the 10-2 defensive half on Ascent for PRX. They were very well prepared for the Phoenix
cause of
that Boom played, but they now
was
swapped
being
back to
shared
the Yoru, which didn't work well for them against Jinggg. We'll see if they stick to that when we get to that third map decider. But also, Fracture was taken by Boom last time. It's been a map that they've been quite comfortable to play, and PRX not a great performance on it yesterday, so I think that's why you see Boom just picking something that makes sense in multiple regards for themselves.
I do want to ask, do you think Boom, who's the underdog? Is Boom the underdog?
Boom are the underdogs.
Boom for sure, they're still underdogs.
I think Boom,
I think
yeah.
After the performance Boom had, it was diabolical against Jinggg. We can't sugarcoat it, it was horrible against Jinggg, and I think it was a hard choke. And PRX just come off the back of a win, and I think we'll see it whenever we get to our predictions, when we get to the viewership predictions. I would be shocked if it's not in the way of PRX. But I think that's exactly where Boom want to be. Boom were at their best when they were the underdogs. They came in, everybody said they'd be terrible, but...
Well, it's time for the little SEA reunion. We're going to send it down to the stage to welcome PRX versus Boom.
सब यही करते बे. हेलो, है जी, मेरा एक सब्सक्राइबर कनाडा में 50th फ्लोर पे रहता है जी? The fuck man? The fuck? इधर ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे मेरे को घर नहीं मिल रहा है। बंद भाई यूट्यूब चैनल कैसे ओपन करता है? तो क्या हो गया भाई 50th फ्लोर मतलब पर फ्लोर कितना कॉस्ट आता है पता है घर के लिए? घर जाएगा?
Today's playoffs. It is wild to think PRX, former champions, grand finalists, now fighting for their lives against Boom, a squad that rose from Ascension and captured the hearts of Pacific fans. Guys,
टोर कब चालू होएगा? ये खत्म होने के बाद।
Let's go. Today is the day for Boom, if you ask me. They're back to being those underdogs, as I was saying before. This is where they want to be. They thrive on doubt. They thrive on the haters. And I think they're ready to show the world why they were so good in the group stages yet again today.
Now their opponents are PRX,
Bhaiya ji,
and there
kahe
are
gaan chala rahe
viewers
ho?
newer to
Love you.
VCT, welcome of course, and they're wondering what the big deal about PRX is. Well, just yesterday we finally got to see a true glimpse of what
Binks,
PRX
bolo.
once was, and why so many fans have been desperately waiting to see them rise again. Now, guys, do you have to agree the control chaos
Aura,
is such a
aura.
I mean, PRX are looking the best they've looked so far this year, as far as I'm concerned. They're going from strength to strength. You're just seeing them be active, be assertive on the map. It's exactly what we want to be seeing from them. There are still some lingering role issues on certain maps, but on the maps where they've got the right approach and they've got it figured out, they are truly looking like one of the better teams in Pacific right now, and I can see why a lot of people are trusting them to make the lower bracket run into Toronto.
Now coaches are out. What? They did not just do that. Oh, I love it. They did like the double fist bump to make up for the last one there. Little reference. Coaches are very familiar with each other, Six Fingers and Coach Alex. Now this map draft, we were touching upon this earlier, very interesting. I also want to know what your predictions are coming into this match.
Oh man, I mean, about looking at the map draft, I think it really could go either way. Like, I feel like there are a lot of map drafts where I feel confident for a team. Actually, seeing Icebox
Absolute cinema, baby!
Talon's chance of a 2-0, and I just have no idea what I'm talking about. But this one, I actually
Pick
feel like
one
it's
team from every
even,
region.
to be honest. Like, I think this really could go either way.
Yeah, I have to agree. I am leaning towards the side of Boom. I did choose to predict them for today, and I think that's because what we saw against Jinggg was such a one-off from them. I feel like they can perform better than this. The pressure isn't quite the same as before, so I really want to see them really deliver like we saw in that group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And here are our predictions. You two are the only ones who chose Boom today. I do wonder though how, you know,
भाई बोलो ठीक है
this is
Sen
like
Fnatic
how
PRX
much
और EDG
confidence
लेकिन
they have
EDG है
in
नहीं
PRX today.
It comes down to a lot of recency.
Let's
PRX
go
look
first
fantastic.
map,
Boom looked
Lotus, T1
horrific
below.
in their game against Jinggg, no doubt about it. But I think Boom is still a very solid series, a solid team rather. And I really have seen Boom have these choking issues in the past and overcome them and deliver good performances, and I have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to do that again. I think even if Boom play their best game though, there's a chance PRX will still beat them, to be honest. PRX are looking very scary right now.
I mean, for me, I'm in the same boat. I think they choked before, and I think they'll learn from that and do better moving forwards. We do have the agent compositions coming in, and no surprises really here. Over across on the side of Boom, they're playing what they know. They like this Bridge Tail style on the map with Famous on that
I think PRX have seen multiple games of them playing this comp now. Boom are a team that has good prep and a good read, and you've seen Lotus be picked into this series. We need to see Boom respond to this.
जेरी ये तू है? ये तू था जेरी? तेरा रियल नाम ये है? वो सही के 50 जेरी के कान में हाथी का लड़ 50 माले पे रह के भूसी के $2 दे रहा है? हेलो चैट, इसको गाली दो, इसको गाली दो भाई, इसको गाली दो। कनाडा में 50 मालिक पे रह के $2 फेंक रहे बे। हर दिन कम से कम $10,000 होनी चाहिए। गाली तो इसकी तो।
Brutal one, a big back and forth we're anticipating here between these two squads. We got our traffic light Valorant out of the way. Now we go into the train track Valorant.
मेरे
See which one of these teams is going to be going up
members
against DRX in their next series
माले पे
for
रहता
that
हूँ,
last
just saying.
spot at Masters Toronto.
I'm just hoping for a train wreck not to happen in this one. I just want to have a really good game of Valorant. I don't want this one to be a blowout. I'm at least happy that we got Fracture like close. But also, if we've got a team that is just very clinical here, I mean, that probably speaks some good value and hopefully would turn into a good game against DRX as well. Because when you look at this one, Boom, I mean, they've got a good track record against teams throughout this group stage as well. But when you look towards the crowd being against them in a couple of their series, it's been a lot closer. So if you're actually taking that as a little bit of a fisheye view, the crowd is against them here from their walkouts, where we heard it be a little bit more excitable for PRX. So how much does that actually hold you?
We are about to find out. This series ready to go. As stated, winners going up against DRX. Boom, will it be that? Try to take down another Korean squad. Killed previously. Will it be that RX derby to settle who goes to Toronto? PRX here on the defense to start. Couple ghosts here in hand. A sheriff for Jinggg. Similar firepower in the hands of Boom on the attack. The door gets tapped. C site for the moment wide open.
And this will show Boom's preparation in watching yesterday's game too, with what to do around the C site. Though, that's a lot of shots as you bait out the shear wall.
Baits it, does eat not that much damage for how many shots were going his way. Tagged to 78. Certainly could have been worse, but now PRX getting clustered up.
Hey, what does your family do for a living?
Still left back over towards the A site.
But the arc rows as well, poised to flash everybody who's looking to come with through the choke.
Binks is my game.
Smoke over towards Waterfall, but they're in ahead of this one. And Jinggg, what a track on the headshot. Binks going to be taken down there on the slide. Just mentioned by Pat Bam. Jinggg, he's able to come away with 2 kills. The spike now drops. Forsaken swooping out, finding one.
Bro.
Jinggg with the 3K, PRX with the opening pistol.
Jinggg is back.
For PRX as well, of just getting the right read and having the right numbers, rotated nice and early, setting themselves up for a good little combo of utility on the side choke point as well of C. Do like to see that from them, immediately hitting their shots out of the gate as well. Meanwhile, for Boom, this is where we need to start to see some adjustments early for them, because they are the team that has come through, you know, the upper side of things. They have had the longer preparation coming in towards this one.
That one team that made it into the playoffs with a very clean record. Find themselves potentially at a risk of elimination here. As the shots flying through the wall, just gets an immense amount of damage.
Bob blind
Bob blind. Forsaken's able to go ahead.
Bob blind bro.
Down Jinggg clean with the taps. Gets himself another 3K. As it is going to be a flawless anti-eco here for the side of PRX.
And we're going to have to see for Boom if they want to try and contend with any A-Rubble control. What are they actually looking to do in their later approaches? Fault lines and with drone, with salvos. If PRX are going to continue to contend over towards A, you need to be making sure that they're not just able to dance around it. You know, we saw a lot of weaknesses for T1 on just gaining any sort of space, gaining any territory.
Are we back? We are back, baby.
How scared were they of just devised presence of utility?
Look at the stack, look at the setup, the read here from PRX going into their bonus. Well set up to try to contend with this, and Jinggg is up over the top. Now he's got a showstopper, he's lobbed it in. NC Slasher is dead. And this round is damn near over. DOS9 lingering here within the smoke, looks like not really being given too much of a consideration. Doesn't manage to push out and find Patman, but Devi massacres
Jinggg, chat.
And Berserks has nothing to do. Something wants to get involved, wants to find a piece of the action. He's going to be drifting around the back, and he's going to be finding the headshot. 3-0 start. Train is ready to leave the station.
1 minute हुआ रहेगा मैच चालू होके.
Leave the station for PRX, of course. Boom. They want to be the derailers, and in that sort of bonus round as well, they are certainly nowhere near any of the action. I mean, you just look at the space control, you look at the early stack from PRX as well, having the right numbers, and then just the right utility when it comes into the scrap battle. You know that's where PRX can thrive with a lot of their players, you know, able to chop and change between roles. How many duelists do we have on this squad?
Fighting their way forward here. Huge start for the side of PRX. Boom. See if they have any kind of magic here with this Bucky in hand for Famous. Baits out the wall.
He's actually in front of the site here.
Oh, yes, he is. And he's dead.
Gone.
Jinggg is hitting a little bit different these last 2 days. His device, similarly. Looking alive and well. DOS9 just managed to find for his first death.
Like, come
This
on,
does get brought into 3v3 with a weapon upgrade.
Yeah, you're going to have to pick up the spike as well eventually. Still do have both controllers available for boom, so you can toy with these rotations as well with the Viper's toxic screen over towards the A side.
They have 5 IGLs.
DOS9 wait to get his smokes back online, but really you need to find some timing.
Oh, Berserks.
I don't know if he didn't spot him.
No ping down. Either way, wall gets raised and he's going to have to tap the door, you would suspect, but
good second bolte.
He's slashing out, recovering a weapon. Swiftly puts
Nahi
it to
bolte
use. Keeps it
itna.
now into a 2v2. Spike is trying to be brought through the baby door and around.
Something
PRX
something
double stacked this angle.
bol
DOS9 now
nahi
out one, trying to fake the exit towards A, and looks like Patman
भाई
does
इसको
bite
किधर
the
तो
bait.
देखा हुआ लग रहा है DOS9
Does have a seize and a haunt, depending on what angle he can come from.
got
They
15
can
seconds,
be
he can rotate the
good.
side.
Yeah, and that'll actually provide a little bit of assurance time as well. More time that you can play with the just spike.
10 seconds left.
Bit of an open plant here. Where does he want to
3-1
go though?
अच्छा राउंड निकाला बे बूम ने.
He's going to try to push up, can play the close angle here. Waterfall. Footsteps are heard. Should have the jump. Ooh, the shot rings out. I'm not sure if Patman had actually cleared him there. No, he's got a haunt in the seize. Tucks back around the corner and just going to get caught there on timing. Red Bull clutch from DOS9 will go ahead and get Boom their first round win effectively in that thrifty.
Yeah. Real cheeky one for them to be able to find there. You're looking at the lesser weaponry, getting some of the early damage and the trades as well, and then affording a little bit of reset time for the team to upgrade towards the Vandals as well. A bit of overzealousness from Jinggg in that one. You think, all right, maybe some stability will be brought back, but it's the trade game and it's the timing and positioning of DOS9. You know, one of the key members that we were seeing go a little bit missing in the one against Jinggg, specifically Famous as well. So if they are your key pieces to be online in a series like this, getting the first round on the board, having them activate would certainly be well worth its weight in gold.
Odin there from Forsaken, looking to try to flush them over to this angle, but something does get noted wisely here. Red from the side of Boom.
Dedication to yaar, love you yaar.
Anticipating that forward presence at Mound. Able to avoid catastrophe for the moment.
Arcros just confirming more players are still around the C side of things. I mean, you would have heard that from the orb being gathered as well by NC Slasher to get closer to it.
Ooh, trying to go for the
भाई
flick.
अच्छा था बे, लगा उसको.
6 HP.
अच्छा shot था.
You don't want to contend with the thorns there. That one is quite understandable. Now the minute mark to be hit, and PRX have gone looking.
Jinggg and Patman pushing forward here, but not overextending. A little bit of noise made there.
Something of note as well. Patman, no more prowlers. Jinggg, no more boombox.
Oh, 20 minute होने वाला है भाई. PRX लग गया.
Deeper stages where the rifle action is going to be a bit more prominent.
PRX sandwich होने वाला है.
That's the haunt. See when that does get sent. Something for now.
30 seconds left.
Just hang back, dodge the stun. Famous.
Sandwich time.
Ready to push, but something just a little bit snappier with it.
20
Takes
seconds.
in the pieces, yeah, 20 seconds, and there's still that Odin locked inside of tree. Forsaken's just spraying through now, finds the first, NC Slasher gonna be taken down. In this round, it's over. They need the breakthrough, and they just absolutely cannot. Wall never got popped.
Boom, sandwich
And there you go. No back-to-back gonna be found. PRX continue, now 4-1.
I mean, when that shear isn't popped in a potential B split, you do just have all eyes
गवाह
essentially
और
towards outside
DOS9
the baby
का
door,
revenge
and then
arc
you've
के
got
बारे
Spam come
में
through from
पता है
Forsaken.
नहीं.
Not too much of a wide angle that you need to think about there. It's a very sharp one though from something with the operator in this round as well.
Chat
So
याद
far, you've
रखना.
only
अगर
got
कुछ
one round
पता
on
है
the
तो
board
भी नहीं
as
बोलना ताकि एक और super chat
Boom,
में
and it was on
explanation
that
आए.
lesser
समझ रहे
equipped one. Well, now you're back onto a bit of a lesser equipped variety. Maybe it is a situation where you need to go a little bit faster, right? You're getting really close to a couple of these
Yeah,
ultimates, though. So maybe the faster one might be in the round after this.
हाँ
drive at this point.
सीन ऐसा है कि इको है ठीक है
Build this up fast enough. Forsaken repositioning, just spraying through here, hoping that he
last
gets
photo देखो
somebody
group में by
trapped
the way
in the
good
sheer
night
wall.
Yeah, just trying to find them when the
First hit
expectation
pick
is going to be to bait out the shear, which it now will be done successfully.
Still going to be sent, and Forsaken, he says, well, I'm at upper now. Famous. Couple bullets to the brain.
लेकिन view तो है जरी भाई.
Thinking will get caught off guard here. Solid reposition from DOS9, sliding forward, unanticipated. Will answer one back, but that Odin cannot be scooped up.
It was when Forsaken was actually paranoid, so he didn't hear it. So really nicely done from DOS9.
Retake के लिए क्या है? Boombot, Nate, Prowler, Clone, इनके पास Flash.
Just lobbed in the corner, NC Slasher finished off, taken down.
Flash गया.
Solid.
Omen Flash
shells
है.
there from Jinggg. DOS9 up top of the box, does that get anticipated. Push under the corner, Shiro able to find one. Jinggg not looking up though. DOS9 does manage to catch him by surprise. He'll found Patman though, quick peek out.
DOS9 ने क्या मारा है?
Double facing forward and something. Doing as something does. Bounds forward with the shorty in hand. Cuts him down to size. Damage dealt.
Excuse me? क्या language है अबे भाई? वैसे अपना explain
Slight little
नहीं
moment of worry in that round for them as Jinggg satchels in and he actually popped his teammate off the line and he fell because of that one, but he still manages to have a little bit of recovery in towards the round. There were no ultimates going into that retake scenario as well for the likes of PRX, but a great little combo to dispatch of NC Slasher who did pick up the Rolling Thunder.
भाई Jinggg आज बाप खेल रहा है बे.
In the round as well may very well have been needed for Boom's chances there. But now you come in towards the next round where you do have your both of the squads.
Armageddon Rolling Thunder combo potentially there. PRX though another showstopper for Jinggg as he's 12-2-2.
Yeah, having an absolute heater.
Something. I'm gonna go for the quick peek. Eats a bit of damage. Berserks similarly though, tagged up at 55.
Lucky to get away though.
C पे नहीं जा सकते. Boom क्यों जा रहा है C पे?
Waiting for in spawn.
First round though, reposition of the sheer wall, actually setting it up on this C
side. पे नहीं जा सकते.
And clears it.
Oh.
Nope.
No, they
now they clear.
Okay. Second attempt to try and do that. Meanwhile, you've got some repositions from PRX as something gets on the A lobby line. And the rest of the squad playing 2 and 2. Divide and Patman a lot to do on this C side though, if that's where things do eventuate.
Zergs just around the corner, and Jinggg just a little bit faster.
Jinggg को कुछ तो हो गया.
Previous damage dealt to Berserks, making a bit of a difference there. So he ends up getting picked apart.
Jinggg को कुछ हो गया भाई.
Situations where you expect something to
Bro,
be
ये लोग को ulti भी है.
Information for the rest of the team and allow Jinggg to get on in, but Boom are changing it up. They wanted to go.
Up and over the top. Jinggg just Goomba stomping him there, but he actually dies to fall damage. Bit of a king moment there as now the Armageddon going to be rolling out. Divide in the push forward ahead of this one, but DOS9 is there. Has the angle, has the headshot. Something arrives on the site. Still just the open hand though. As what a flick! I have no idea how he managed to find that, but they have bought time. The spike never planted throughout this here. Now being committed to. Splash sent up and over the top. The peak coming in. Patman leading the charge. And
Patman बोलते हैं. अगर ये जानने का बात चल रहा है join cast दोस्त. Love you जरी भाई.
Secured on the defending side here of Lotus.
Just a lot of distraction from PRX sent in towards that round, isn't it? When you got the dimensional drift that's coming out from something, keeping the Boom some utility thrown in there yet again. You've got this moment here with the showstoppers, 36 HP. That's actually taken
40 का damage का है वो?
See these tootsies. But he still has to vertically hit that one. 2 versus 2 scenario, and it was, you know, vulnerability when you're trying to establish a plant. So that's the sort of sticky situation. Had Boom got plant down earlier enough, you know, maybe coming out with something different. But 6-1 as you mentioned, Boom calling for the timeout.
First one committed here. The wolf in the dark, that is adorable.
Actually, that's cute drawing. Cute drawing.
But they did not not coexisting creatures, as it turns out, as far as the.
No, neither is a meteor and a dinosaur, as we found out from yesterday.
Yeah.
पंको मेरा भाई का बर्थडे तूने विश किया कि
The
नहीं?
percentage was increasing. They said, oh, like, you know, there's that 3% chance it's going to strike Earth, and then it went away.
Just passed the Earth.
Well, Some fans coming over from across the pond there. Japan, the cheer on at PRX, and right now they are being well rewarded for their fandom.
बोलना पड़ेगा अभी.
Yeah, Lotus the pick off PRX.
क्या मेरा भाई तेरा भाई नहीं है? कबाई बनता ही नहीं है.
They've been able to pick up with the repeated play for this map, one of the ones that they've played the most this year. And you kind of do see why at the moment. A really good idea on this defensive side. Still, economy not really toyed with for them as well, so they're going to have buys on buys unless we really see something different come out from Boom. Timeout before this round, coming into, albeit thrifty essentially. If Famous can't get everything done with the Bucky, you got to see the ultimate invested.
I mean, you say it'd be a thrifty, but that's the one round that Boom got.
Yeah.
Was a thrifty.
बात तो है technically.
Credit was given to
Lotus
the
defensive map है,
attacking.
There's just no space yet for Boom that they've really been able to find. Of course, the Shearer is over to the seaside yet again, but that's being protected by something first on the operator line.
Little
You've got things motioning towards this A side for Boom. They're going to have an investment of a fault line and the stealth drone from Shiro to get Famous on in, but apart from that, now you've got control. That's just going to bring rotations from PRX.
Somehow Famous dodging damage there. Not going to get caught there by the shots. There's Divide. Gets positioned over at stairs. Patman backed up by Jinggg. Jiggling forward.
Stack
behind Boom.
All of the information now is known. PRX 100% know that Boom are locked into A.
Trapped here at tree, perhaps. Fast lane. It's going to be holding down M1 is Forsaken. Salvo sent, but not displacing. Re-steadies in. Famous goes diving right into it. A catastrophe, but Shiro with a solid follow-up shot. Tries to get them back into this, but Divide comes away with the kill as NC Slash. But now Jinggg pushing forward. The door gets hit. Something finds a headshot. Spike is on the floor. DRX is in heaven. The top of the rope. Jinggg will go ahead. Find the last kill, 7-1.
Everybody Bill Bang, yeah,
not leading to a thrifty, but can it lead to a round win with a buy behind? We're about to find out.
That's the early game right now. The Boom are struggling in. It's finding any advantages. It's finding any space that they're not really being contended with by
Jinggg
PRX,
16
who
or
just have a great
3
fundamental
है
understanding of where they need to put their pieces. Very happy enough to have something looking at an operator line by himself more often than not, having the Odin go burr as well. And then meanwhile, you've got some good timing on Patman in the roster now.
Shot mara bhi something ne.
He's layering them around the map very nicely, I say. Got to see what the difference on this buy-up is going to be for Boom this time, though. Controllers up through pillars already to the front of B. Patman, the one on the side itself.
Locating target.
Drone again sent something, just going to back away. Nothing spotted. Now goes for the pink and Famous with a great headshot. Beats him down.
Very aggressive.
Dolls9 looking to try to reposition. Gets himself in deep over by C.
Cover going out.
It's the one-way setup.
Finally, situation as well for Boom where they can get the plant down and have enough time to set up for a post plant.
But they don't have the pit.
Then problem पता है दवाई की ult.
Divide can actually, remove the guns.
Easy retake. Says, let's put you back on a thrifty. Overdrive going to be popped though and Famous. He likes those odds. Pushing forward, able to find one. Dolls9 holding things down at the back as Famous comes away with a third. Forsaken now.
Joking.
Has to do the lion's share of the work, and that is an immense amount of immediate damage. Famous with a 4K.
Lol.
Boom. Their first proper round victory. And a second one here on the board.
Converting with the opening kill as well is actually monumental for Boom, right? They need these sort of advantages and they need to be able to have some time to settle down, figure out a bit of an adjustment plan, not dropping in the pit this round either.
Guys? Comedy.
Just timing for something over at the C Mound side of things, you know, generally, if you'd see Divide put the Arc Rose over at Mound, he can be flashing first to allow something to go on for that peak a little bit more comfortably. But just the timing that Famous gets across and then is able
अपना भोपड़ा बंद
overdrive in towards the site and really just destroy PRX.
मैं मेरे भाई को यही बोलता था पता भोपड़ा.
Big change up here.
भोपड़ी के.
Planting Jinggg forward. Dolls9's position's the question.
अभी तो direct
taken. He just peeks out of B, finds Shiro there and spawn in.
Guys, I go the 2 mans.
Around towards Mound.
Yep, and they can disconnect now. They've got the opening kill on a Shiro. That removes the salvos, that removes some information. Absolutely pivotal for a team like Boom right now to have something like that online, because if you don't, I mean, there's no real information. You've got to sacrifice bodies now.
ए पे जा नहीं सकते. स्पाइक है, ब्लाइंड है, योरू ब्लाइंड है, वॉल है. बी करना पड़ेगा ये लोग को.
This angle though, be a hell of a flick on the Jinggg, but now
तुम लोग को भी हो रहा है.
A bit more realigned.
B करेंगे दरवाजा तोड़ के B करेंगे
Potential pivot through the baby door back towards B though.
Yep.
PRX
करो
starts to
करो.
rotate towards A. There goes Forsaken.
Yep. Famous able to find it. After shock, hold off the approach here.
सचल मर के प्लांटर को.
Swooping around, two players now contained back behind this smoke. Berserk's gonna try to hold the line, but gets full flash. They turn around and they're able to find it.
Full flash.
For a second, looked like it might have.
Come on, Jinggg.
Disaster. Double push forward into the smoke. Shorty in hand. Jinggg ends up falling to the wayside. Now 3v3. Famous looking for the shot, but it's gonna be Patman who finds it.
क्यों मारते भाई? भाई ये लोग को पता है दोनों ऊपर है.
Contact and now Spike opened up to start getting tapped here. Swing out device. Holding from the one angle, loses out the fight. Patman now asked to clutch this out. And see Slasher down to a sliver, dead. But does he read the reposition? Has the shorty. Seems like he has an idea, but the time is starting to dwindle. Footsteps gonna be heard. Gets it down to half, and Patman! Does he actually have it? Oh! Not 3 seconds away from holding off what would have been a monstrous clutch. But boom, narrowly scraped by.
I mean, that doesn't give you too much confidence as Boom. It's a sigh of relief that they're able to come away with that one, isn't it? 4 versus 5 conversions, they're able to get in. I mean, Berserk gets absolutely completely blinded, so no pit to be able to put on towards it. And I thought that actually PRX noted that both of those members had gone in towards the Heaven location earlier on with the double peek and the shorty spot, but you never really know if they repositioned with the time or went for a bit of a flank. Valiant attempt from PRX there, but finally we got another round on the board for Boom.
And now we also potentially get some off.
Yeah.
By something was chat.
Something does give him another dimensional drift.
More importantly though, for Boom, a pit and a rolling thunder if you can set it up.
Jump out. It's gonna be one and an exit. Patman left to his own devices, but the C's will cover his retreat. Smoke set, lingers within.
W.
Meanwhile, double push around the back is Forsaken, trying to readjust, but Jinggg right there to play off it as well. Sure now, trying to get sights through it, losing the fight. Jinggg comes away with another kill as something does end up falling. Breaks open the C site here. The last 2 remaining players, with both of them tagged up.
PRX को जिता दो प्लीज.
Doesn't matter about the HP.
चाहे कुछ भी PRX ही जीतने वाला है.
Timing though from Patman, swinging around the back. Watched here by Slasher. The first shot missed here. Patman in perfect position
last kill, Jinggg.
To capitalize. Doesn't read NC Slasher's spot, but now has all the info that they need.
हो जाए Jinggg.
From here, the rolling thunder far too risky. 14 health remaining. And Jinggg, he'll peek out. He'll see the shorty. And he'll shut it down.
Yeah, just already tagging him up, makes it a little bit easier for PRX to come in together as a team at the end. A really great idea to just get through the A lobby earlier. You know, the respot as well from Patman's Prowler, noting that Shiro is still up the guts of B as well. So you've just got a really great plan from PRX in this round to have the components for the trades available. And really lock a sticky situation in this one for Boom. The real only way they're getting back in that sort of scenario in the 3 versus 2 is if the shot is hit from Famous for a 2 versus 2 and they're rolling thunder in one side where they're expecting the opponents to come from and setting him up on another op line.
And now look at what you have for PRX. That final kill from Jinggg in the previous round.
Alpha 4 hashtag 1 वो सब क्या है वो group है जो पहला group में ये लोग खेले थे ना.
You've got something who can scout and the Rocket that can flush out a Viper, but something, never mind, is going to be taken down. Rocket does go flying. Damage found on a Famous, but kill coming through. Swings in with the Stinger.
भाई जिंदा कैसा है
Jinggg? Shut down the enemy Neon. Ultimately a trade up here for the side of PRX. Player advantage in their hands. And now everyone from Boom committed and contained within this rebel position.
Big duel to actually win here.
But now they're going to think that they can rotate out, and Forsaken is lurking with a judge around the corner. If they choose to go into B, they might just save themselves, but otherwise, a drift towards C, towards Mount could cost them.
Oh, but it does look like they're toying with the idea of C.
They're clustered up. This could be devastating. There's one. Can't find the second.
Close.
They're actually going to beat PRX towards this C side too, so maybe finally we're going to get the pit in play for Berserks.
The 2 players with ults at the ready. NC Slasher gives it a consideration. Opts to go ahead, save it here, perhaps for the post plant. Pit goes in first, but Patman on a little bit of a faster timing, pushes forward, finds him. NC Slasher now has to do it all. But the peek over the top, the spike never planted. Jinggg in pole position strikes. And PRX are up 9-3 as they now swap to the attacking side of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than the 10-2 half that they got against T1 if you consider Boom's side of things, right? But it's just another story where PRX have really great ideas on this defensive time. They've got great recognition of the gaps around the map. And Boom, I mean, we've seen that they haven't really played this map too much, right? A really big win against Global Esports. But that was in, what, week 2 of the group stage? That was absolute weeks ago. If you've not been prepping and being ready for this one here, and you're watching the game yesterday, you're still allowing this map to come in towards this
Alex,
series.
Easy.
Not good yet.
Oh, this is revealing.
Easy. Sweetheart Alex. Okay,
you like seeing your boyfriend suffer?
I mean, he's not been suffering too much lately with the wins they've been getting, so...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But that might mean that she's suffering, if that's what
right.
She prefers to see him angry.
Yep. Go to all animals who
Bugs
take
by excuse me.
I mean, one of them's extinct, so...
one of them is also just a category.
Yes, this is true. Which dinosaur?
Yeah. Which one?
I guess Tyrannosaurus Rex,
right? Triceratops, Raptor, T-Rex. Like this is, you know...
Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl. Another good choice.
Yeah.
Brachiosaurus.
I like the ones that can fly.
Brontosaurus.
Because we can't do that. It's just an avenue that we don't get to experience as humans.
Maybe one day.
Maybe. We'll see. Flipping up on the half, though. Let's see if Jinggg is going to be able to carry on with this absolute destruction that he came out with on the defensive side, by the way. Or if Boom are going to be able to answer back now with the double controller setup that they have deployed on this map.
Sorry. Thank you for the 40 ages, bye.
Yeah, I think...
My potter broke.
If Boom
गंदा जोक मार ही रहा तो 100 बनता है, समझ रहे हो?
Be able to take this map, it would be one of the biggest comebacks that we have seen. With context included. Flashes out on the multiple players. Shiro able to find one, but I mean, it's just lost in the sauce. Ends up falling to something's hands. DOS9 though, nice little lurk behind the box. Finds Patman, finds Devi. DOS9 continuing to try to be the hero here for the team, but Jinggg cutting him down with the Sheriff and finding the follow-up on the Famous. Both pistols in the hands of PRX as they get themselves up to double digits.
Yeah, that makes things monumentally more difficult for Boom now in this map.
5 है वो बे.
Scenario like yesterday where PRX had to just write off Fracture in their minds when they had an abysmal performance there and look to have map 2 and map number 3 go your way. Easy close to the round. Meanwhile, C-Mound's little counterplay from Boom over there, but it's going to have no value.
Probably checking, not spotting. NC Slasher for now, still hidden here at backside. Boombot ends up bouncing one more time and Forsaken plays off the back of it beautifully. He rides the rope.
Good second bolte.
Finds the headshot as DOS9 does get taken down and Jinggg gets spared.
आ गया. यही shot दिखाने में लाया हुआ है.
It's a tuck back.
Good second का.
Forsaken continuing the challenge. The
मेरे को लगा मेरा net गया
VC. Was a bit of a team blind, unfortunately, there from Forsaken that got his.
मेरा net बंद होके चालू हो, पता नहीं क्यों.
It was the Paranoia and Salvo combo from Boom over at Mound.
PRX is about to get silly. Looking for the flash out. Nothing really noted there. Something finding the shot. They're continuing to run forward. And all right, they get the clean up. It's going to be a flawless here.
Lean कर रहे बे लोग. उसके मार रहे यार.
Getting the heart going, making me concerned. I thought they were going to just rush out, lose a bunch of weapons.
No, they just want to add a little bit more entertainment towards this one. They can't win a map cleanly. They have to do something silly. But no, good to see that all 5 are alive. You know, they come into that round with a couple of pistols as well.
Hits the headshot
of Boom. You have nothing really to play for on this retake.
No Paranoia, just a fault line, and it's already going to be sent to try to get themselves into positions. But you still have a Viper that's a world away. Jinggg, however, just caught DOS9.
Refresh.
At top, just managed to go ahead and find the one, flashing into the swing out and Divide, collecting another. It's himself 2, finishing off that low HP member, but it's Berserks.
Line him up.
Has them lined up.
I get.
PRX recounting back to Master Shanghai. Themselves stacked in front of one another, die together, and that does give Boom a round win.
I get. इसलिए मैं PRX को बोला कि जल्दी खत्म मत करो.
Lag हो रहा था करके. जानबूझ कर वो लोग हारे हैं. समझ रहे हो तुम्हारे लिए. Operator, so you'll at least be okay that you take that into the next one. Timing and rotations.
Such a quick shot
from PRX. Still given a massive crack in this one. Just want to see this last kill and how they do line up for him. It's a bit of a Waltz for Berserks, and yeah, I mean, he's just shooting through his teammates, falling corpse at that moment. Still, Boom on the board again. Will stave off PRX from getting map point in the first one of this elimination game.
So much damage dealt here. So another outlaw brought forward.
It's not
only 2 half armors actually here, so not too bad. But Divide just disrespects the smoke, pushing forward, catching DOS9 and Famous. That would have been one hell of a flick. Close but no cigar. Something does get taken down.
Comeback हो रहा है लग रहा है. उदास नहीं होता है बंक्स भाई. Love you यार. Love you यार.
Berserks avoiding detection. The bound across, Jinggg still somehow comes away with that kill. The judge now from Forsaken just storming forward towards Waterfall. And even gets Shiro down to 67. The armor ripped away from him.
And you've got an operator, remember, for this retake. Do you have to consider saving this for the next round?
Thank you for the phone, मेरी जान के टोटी.
At that point, you're no longer playing for the win. You're playing to try to push it into overtime. We'll see what the call does end up looking like for Boom. Might be best to just cut the losses here on the map and then focus forward for their own map pick. And see Slasher, however, he's able to find one. The judge for now on the ground. Showstopper, however, similarly at the ready. Just looking to try to contain them back. Boom, pushing forward, persevering. Paint shell sent. Jinggg frantically trying to figure out Shiro's position.
Shiro with the whole bang shot.
Can it be retained? Boom. Continue to persevere.
Yeah, by the narrowest of margins yet again. 7 seconds and change on the clock. So 3 versus 4 retake that they find successful. Think about, you know, the call that they would have had to make in the scenario like that as well. What do we wait for? But we find some good timing on Forsaken looking the wrong way. The operator comes out, and then there's a couple of trades. The 1 versus 1, similar HP for both members at the end as well, but Shiro getting that one, so they will hold on, and it really is feeling like it's Boom holding on at the moment, but maybe now a moment of reprieve. Stingers, light shields.
The fuck?
Steel Garden though, Dimensional Drift, I mean, you could actually invest those in a round such as this as PRX.
Knowing the team, they very well may.
It could be quick in towards the C site with the Nightfall to lead first
too.
Sending him off the angle here, Bucky in hand for Jinggg, just trying to scare him off and force him back. A bit of damage here, now down to 21. Swing onto the corner though, Forsaken, doubling back, he's able to find DOS9. Shiro, dead. Divide, got the Stinger, pushes in, finds Berserks.
That's the
Slasher fishing through the smoke, he's able to find one. The spike drop for a brief little moment. Famous with the off. The swing down, and Slasher loses the fight. Famous has to do it all. The question is again, do you save it or do you try to play it out? His teammates will have relayed how low some of these players are, but now he's trapped in, slides across, gets the no scope. Oh, tiny bit of style perhaps.
1 bullet.
1 bullet. Reloads. Can he split this? No. The Bucky will once again sing out. Silencing Famous as PRX get themselves up to map point.
I mean, I'm talking about maybe a Dimensional Drift and Steel Garden, and that they just invest the Nightfall and they make it look easy a little bit there. Straight shooting in towards it. They're getting the trades. They're commanding space towards the holes as well. The Stingers and the Bucky getting the job done. And that pushes PRX onto round number 12 now. Map point. This is their own map pick of choice, by the way, for those that may have just joined us during the map.
Yep.
Now it's 7 in a row that Boom would need to find to push us into
an overtime scenario. Buddy.
Who's next?
Hit on C, Dimensional Drift, storming through the
Mumbai, push mat karo Mumbai. PRX करती है वो.
Angle, Jinggg able to find one before being taken down. Jump up into the smoke. Shorty shot not quite connecting there is something. Quick little exit. Forsaken in the meantime, though, he's pitching forward. He's gotten himself as well over the baby door, and now this back bubble position is all but shattered. Wide open as it's just DOS9 and Berserk still standing.
Yeah, DOS9 could get out of there, but his teammate couldn't. And Berserk's just used the pit at the same site, remember, so they kind of knew where he was already.
Just peeking in, checking things out. Nothing spotted. Berserk's
DOS9 में like तेरा मरना पिच
just the Stinger in the smoke. As the sees, gets a grab. I think noise has been made. Like you're pointing out to me now, yep, Divide still on a lurk. Missing maybe a timing. DOS9 seemingly has spotted him, but Divide just wins the fight. 13-5. An explosive performance from PRX on their map pick of Lotus. as they take the opening map here in this elimination
Duty
series.
It definitely feels like Lotus is a very comfortable map for PRX when they are going through a time of figuring out who's playing on what role. This one, it just looks much more cohesive for them. When we switch it over to the next map, I know anything can happen again with this team, but hey,
impossible
they are up
भाई
in this
Jinggg
series
इतना
now.
मार रहा है, बाकी
Confidence
लोग
will be
तो
riding
मारना
high
चालू करेंगे
for
अभी.
PRX, and if I'm thinking of Boom right now, I'm thinking you've just got to be in the scenario that we had a couple of rounds where we're hitting some shots, we're getting our trades, we're getting dirty in towards it. We just need to have a couple more early realization moments coming in towards Fraction X to
और लोग क्या
really
बोलते
just set us on the right path.
हैं जिंक को निकाले हो गया वो
that will need
ब्रेक
to be
पे
shrugged
फिर
off.
अभी नहीं खेलते
That's
वैसे
gonna need to be set it alongside.
चलो बंग भाई मैच चला काम पे आप एंजॉय करो डन
Players
सिंह भाई टेक
Dawson
केयर्स
continuing to put up some decent performances round over round.
लव
but
यू
The victory's just
कौन
not
बोला
quite
haters बोल रहे थे
coming
ना
to fruition.
डाउनफॉल में
See how they fare, bouncing back from this 13-5 with their own map pick here.
जी का कबे जी अपर ब्रैकेट फिनाले में है तो अभी 1.5 महीने बाद है
extend this to that third and final. Otherwise, it will be PRX once again going up alongside DRX for that final spot at Masters Toronto. Boom, a chance to run this back, but need to get the reverse sweep. We're going to get ready to go ahead and send things back over to the analyst desk where they can break down all of the action here, all of the chaos that Lotus delivered.
ये गया मैं क्या
That's right, and we expected nothing less than chaos. Boom and PRX. PRX ended up delivering all that chaos in all the worst ways against Boom.
Yeah, I mean, Jinggg, what a fantastic game from him, but PRX, their Lotus looks really well drilled at the moment. Like, they are going from strength to strength with this current comp that they're running. Most of the maps where Jinggg is on the raise, things are going very well for PRX at the moment, and in his current form, he's looking like he might be the best player in Pacific. Like, he was in complete flow state that game. It was ridiculous. It's just perfect movement, perfect mechanics, and no one on Boom could even touch him.
Yeah, he could do no wrong. Even just from the very start of the map, he started hot and kept going so continuously all the way through. I don't want to know how many showstoppers he had throughout the game, but it felt like near infinite, ending that game with a fantastic 354
Can I
ACS.
say something about that? At this point, if I'm the opponent on Lotus and if I'm standing in Waterfall, I would get the heck away because you know Jinggg loves hitting that spot.
He's going.
He does.
He's
He'll do
going in there.
Shotgun guaranteed.
Yeah.
We also saw a nice game from Dust9 on the other side. I think he showed some good levels, some good individual, but the rest of the Boom guys not really there, especially as we look down towards the bottom of that scoreboard there. Berserks and Shiro didn't manage to find their footing into this game, which is something that they do need if they're going to topple a Titan like PRX.
Yeah, if we're going to reverse sweep, we need 5 big booms. There's only one in the server right now. And NC Slasher did alright, actually, as well. He was on the breach and he was fragging, okay? Like, half the time he's holding util. He was shooting a fair few people, but 100%. This is a problem for Boom. We cannot go missing anymore, guys. There's no more losses that we can possibly have. And look, it's really hard to fight the group stage allegations at this point. It's getting very difficult, guys. We both predicted for you, but it's getting hard.
I'm going to huff the copium. I thought that was actually better than it was against Jinggg. It was better than it was against Jinggg. And, you know, Boom did have some nice moments. We can take a look at the replays here.
Both of you guys picked Dust9.
Yeah, we did. Dust9. So, look, talking about Dust9, I mean, I feel like this clutch in particular we had to talk about. I felt like he played it so well. He made the little step running towards A, baits Patman across, smokes on A, buys himself so much time, positions himself nicely in this off angle. This was so clean. This is textbook one-on-one play.
Yeah, I mean, Dust9 winning multiple clutches for them that were mostly the only rounds that Boom got. The only other round that they got was actually a pretty nice approach to the C post plan.
Yeah.
They recognized that the Steel Garden was there for PRX. You have to recognize what kind of game plan your opponent's going to come in with to be able to actually complete the retake. So the fact that they were able to play outside of C Mount, nice drone to actually set up Famous onto the line there, able to get that first pick, and then from here they recognize what the retake plan is for PRX, and they're already playing around it before it starts.
Yeah, I love this. Famous not afraid to go forward. That's exactly what you should do. You don't want to be locked in on that Lotus C site because the retake becomes so much easier when they have all that space if you just move all the way back from long. Famous stays on site, pushes into Waterfall, makes life hard so they can't take the space with that Steel Garden.
Well, one thing's for sure, you guys did pick the correct Boom player as far as map one goes. But I mean, I expect good things from Dust9 continuing on, and I do hope we get a full series today. I know a lot of fans here in Pacific have come to like both of these teams a lot. Now, Jinggg, we were talking about his performance and how, you know, you're saying he's probably one of the best players here in Pacific now.
Yeah, I think so. Like, when he's in this flow state, he has just continued to deliver. Every single series, Jinggg is fragging on the duelist, he's fragging on the controller, and for PRX, he really is just the best player right now. And the thing is, when your Raze is in flow state like this, you know, this is the agent that he's known for.
Yeah.
You're just able to get so much momentum for your team because you're making plays, you're getting those opening picks, but also you can see just how many showstoppers this man is stringing together, getting 3 or 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, those are game-changing ultimates, round-winning ultimates that he just constantly had. And I feel like when you have such a strong Raze, it's easy to see why they like to lean into maps like Lotus. He can completely run it over because Raze is so strong here. Jinggg, a huge part of this PRX resurgence. And yeah, he's gonna have to get them one more map here.
Bro,
yeah,
continue towards
1.6 kills around. He's killing 1.5
people. 5K हो सकते हैं
how he's been doing. We haven't been seeing him play Raze for so long.
Yeah.
Do you guys see any difference in how he used to play Raze with this team versus how he plays it now? It looks a lot more controlled in a way. It's not so volatile or just defending himself in by himself.
I think for me, he's definitely set up a little bit more.
सीधा मेरे soul में जाकर बंदा,
Patman joining as a support player who's obviously very good at enabling Jinggg. But what I do like is he hasn't lost all that flair that he used to have. We still see him go waterfall on C. We still see him sit in a smoke with a book. I feel like he's combining the old school what made him great back in the day, which was the craziness, with the sort of more modern approach of being properly set up and having some coordination with his teammates.
Now, what's really interesting is today's map pool is exactly the same as PRX played yesterday, except in a different order. Obviously, it's not T1 today, it's Boom and it's Fracture. And
याद रखना फ्रैक्चर पिक किया था अपन ने, एलेक्स भाई याद रखना फ्रैक्चर पिक किया था अपन ने, ब्रिमस्टोन लिया था समथिंग ने. क्या होएगा देखिए इस एपिसोड पे.
It was a very good map and a map that they picked for a lot of the year so far. It's been a map that they have been able to reliably go to and be able to pick it up in the series going through kickoff into this current iteration of the roster. So I can see why they would pick it into the series against T1 yesterday. They had an absolute shocker of a game. I know that they're going to deliver a better performance than that, but how much better is the question. For Boom, it's been a pretty solid map for them as well. I know that they're going to be backing themselves on this map. They've been getting some good dubs. They've been picking it a little bit, but not too much. So look, I think they're going to be quite confident they can win this one, and they did win it over PRX in their head-to-head that they played against each other, and DOS9 had a fantastic game there on the Brimstone as well.
Yeah, this isn't Boom just looking at that game yesterday and going, something
मैं
won
भी
kill, let's pick it. It's more thought out than that, and I think it's a map where they actually feel confident in their own gameplay. They know PRX are going to deliver a little bit of a strong performance today, but as you say, they already have that head-to-head. I think they're able to understand how PRX want to play this map, so that's why they're choosing to pick it, and I think that's why they'll still be feeling okay in this series. They are still alive in this series, people. I'm hanging on to my prediction. DOS9's going to deliver me a victory.
Well, tell me then, Boom is a very different team than T1, and if you think they are still going to pick apart what PRX has, well, let's assume they'll be using the same comp. What kind of things do you want to see from Boom?
At this point, DRX वाले भी सोचते रहेंगे ना
कैसे जीते
लोग के सामने.
The PRX have. It's neon, it's
जब ये लोग कुछ भी खेलते
very, very fast. And, you know, they didn't deal with the pace of double duelist well in this first map. I think they have to do a better job of when this double duelist is actually bursting at you, when Jinggg is satchelating, you have to isolate the rest, deal with that, you know, initial insurgence a little bit better. You can't be letting Jinggg get clean entries on you all the time. He's opening up sites entirely by himself. They need to find a way to shut down that hard entry.
I think it might be hard for them to do that though, because they're not playing the Vice usually on this map. So I think that was critical for Meteor to play the Vice. It's going to come down to a lot more of the execution-based reactive utility, smokes, fault lines, the tail utility as well is going to be absolutely key. So you're looking at DOS9 again here. But the formula is there for T1. It's solid macro play that picks apart this burst style. It's gathering info. It's actually taking map control and being fluid on the defense rather than just all retaking through spawn side. PRX is going to death ball and run it down at the sites on the attacking side, and you need to be able to set up and have a clear retake plan.
I also have one more question. This is, I mean, a really good analysis there. But yesterday, especially you, Big Time, you were like all in PRX. PRX could do no wrong, blah, but then...
This was the
What
hardest.
about today?
This was the hardest prediction of my life. I was torn between my head and my heart here, and I went with my heart with Boom. But I believe both these teams have what it takes to make it to Toronto. I think the winner of today goes. We do have our agent picks coming in. No big changes for PRX. Something back on that Brimstone, looking at the redemption arc, and we are seeing Jinggg staying on that raise, and taking on that Neon, a patented style for them now.
Yeah, PRX wanted to play that burst style on
भाई
attack
लेकिन
to
क्या
start
ही
things
करेंगे
off.
भाई
Boom
ज़्यादा से
needs
ज़्यादा
to be ready for that. They
4
need to be
second
able to
smoke
slow
और
them down
something
and stop them.
secondary
I
duelist जा
want to see
सकता है
Famous get on the
लेकिन
off.
same ही है वे
Because what
दोनों
we saw there from Buzz,
दोनों
getting
same
on
ही
those
है
off
यार
info lines
दोनों
was
duelist
very,
flex है
very key. Getting the info with the Teo drone. I think Berserks is going to have a harder time on the Killjoy though.
Yeah, when you're running this double duelist, you want to contact a little bit. You want to get space for free. So having that deep off really picks them apart. T1 did such a good job of that. Famous has to be able to emulate that, get himself active again today.
Well, this is going to be a really exciting one. You guys are still Boom believers. We're going to go to map 3.
Yeah, of course.
100th map is
They need to step up
W.
individually at the end of the day. That's what it comes down to. It needs to be at least 2 or 3 players having a good game here for Boom.
All right, well, we're going to have to wait and see.
See
We got
the
friends here
next
facing
match.
against each other. They sing karaoke with each other, and now they're going to send each other home. We're going to send it back to our casters, Kilios.
आराम से भाई सीधा एने चालू होएगा क्या
And Komodo. It's not paper thin. I almost said paper thin.
all the way from Canada
He's younger, he has hair. How is this so difficult, Victoria? God, just
I appreciate that.
You know, I gotta defend you. When you're sitting in the chair next to me, I gotta back you up, unless you're paper thin, in which case I'll always tear you down. Because it's funny. Anyway, we're gonna get into the action here. And see if Boom are gonna be able to run this back.
circuit points are given to teams according
Get
to
it all
their
there to map
wins.
in this series.
100th map for Jinggg as well in VCT Pacific. So I'll see if he can get another one going here, though.
Yes. Contact. That's going to be the sun coming out a little bit too late. Berserk's out from tower, able to find one, but cannot get the trade up to try to equalize. Is hello something. Dust9 takes his time, finds the kill, cherishes it for a moment, but then has his life wrested away from this Jinggg has another fiery hot start here to the pistol round. Push out. This is going to be the 4K. Has the paint shells.
भाई इतना जिंग इतना वो होके भी kills लेके भी peek नहीं कर रहा है बे
might be regretting that, but there you go. Goes off the
Pinit
peak,
डाला.
finds it. 4-piece for Jinggg on the raise. And that is going to be 3-0 in pistols for PRX across the set now.
Yeah, it always makes it harder for a team, isn't it, when you're not getting the pistol rounds that you're generally finding 2 on the back line as well, right? So a bit of a roughie, but it's good to see that Jinggg starts off from where he left off in the last map. Now, cast your mind back to when we did first see these two teams play each other in the group stage. Week number 3, Patman's first game with PRX. They had Fracture in the pool. It's a pretty close scoreline in the end. Jinggg dropped 27 kills back then as well. So with him already just having an absolute belter in the first map, imagine a world in which he can consistently do that coming into here yet again. A-main control for Boom. They'll take the orb. And with just the Killjoy turret to protect the B site and Berserks in the back lanes, well, it's just going to be free territory for PRX here in the Enigo.
Full approach
भाई please सब लोग spike से मर जाओ
under be a bit of a death ball.
Underground वो वाला लो passage क्या बोलते हैं उसको नीचे वाला रास्ता लो सुमड़ी वाला रास्ता सुमड़ी ground वहाँ पे बैठो सब लोग spike से
Don't want to do is give Jinggg those last 2 charges.
Underpass बोलते भाई.
Something in Divide going with the same pistol play, so the bonus rounds can be.
Gezi bhai, kal se.
Patman able to find himself a second kill as Dawson will swing out. Eats the headshot. Looking for a little bit more. Berserks will make it somewhat costly. Jinggg now 1 away. Shiro just sat here in sewer, gonna try to stay alive.
Hey, Divide, can you show them some one taps?
We'll go ahead, put him down, get his second charge towards that ult.
Not
flawless, but damn near close to it. PRX 2-0 start.
100% increase in the kill performance as well for something compared to yesterday. So you'll definitely take that one. Sorry to highlight that one, folks, but it definitely was a pain point to a degree for PRX.
Ultimately, it's a positive.
Oh, for sure, right now, yeah.
A gain is a gain.
Yeah, and they did win the series at the end, so as I said, they wipe off that first map in that series from their minds. They come out with a reverse sweep, and they already have map number 1 in this series. So now, coming in towards the bonus round, let's see if Boom are going to be able to answer back. An operator has been purchased up for Famous glass cannon style yet again.
PRX जीता तो एक और लाल आने वाला किधर गया?
Control approach for PRX silently.
कोई चीज भूलता नहीं हूँ मैं.
And Divide will cross that rope to meet the team.
Oh, off the contact
I
of the
was
turret.
joking, Dr. Bhai, रुक जा
Zerg's on the
थोड़ा.
peak, able to find Jinggg.
Yeah, raid boss down.
Gets the showstopper in death. Best way possible for Boom's odds here. As he tried to deny bonus conversion. The PRX is able to do such a hot start on that defense on Lotus.
Yeah, just keeping the operator poised towards Dish as well. Just isolates a whole angle of the map that Boom don't essentially need to just worry about right now. You got your alarm bot still to play contact over at Arcade too, so you really only need to have a bit of focus towards the south side entries of the map. And PRX is still going to be leaning towards B, so we'll see what the members there for Boom are going to be able to do.
By double stun. मेरे को पॉज प्ले नहीं करने का. मेरा नेट गया है क्या? भिंचियो. Hello?
Fast lane to try to escort them forward. Tucked into the corner, never checked here, but might not matter as Forsaken finding one. Now peeks back out there. Made aware. Batman still with that Spectre.
ने दो मारे left right.
2 kills.
F मेरा F नहीं तारे बाबा.
Salvo's holding him back here for the moment. As the smokes get ready to dissipate, gets retucked into the corner. Nothing to flush him out, but double stunts available for Shiro and Famous. Shiro finding one.
PRX जीतेगा chat, देखना.
Pushing forward. Pistol drawn out here in the smoke. Dissipating. Back to the 60. Swing around the off shot. Gonna be good for here is Famous. Bonus conversion not to come through, but still, again, so much damage suffered.
How many times have we seen Boom win a round and there's only one member surviving and it's taking that operator into the next one? I mean, yeah. It's awesome that they're able to get online. They're able to, you know, in the early stages, not see PRX just run away with it. But they have to be winning these ones a little bit more convincingly. Like the fact that Forsaken noted getting into the tower and Berserk isn't able to dispatch of him. Patman is getting all of these trades. If he doesn't allow Forsaken to just, Famous to just retreat a little bit and bring out that operator shot, that would be the third one for PRX, you would assume. You mentioned that Jinggg got the showstopper in death. Well, now that's available, accompanied by a Rolling Thunder.
Go for the classic new turn setup.
Oh, yeah, trap plays it, trap play.
Dust9 also doesn't have any shield here.
Showstopper now going to be sent. Jinggg expecting some pressure off the back of that fault line, but in fact it is just a massive retreat over towards that rope, which that's going to be a decent amount of splash damage on the DOS9. As drop down from Shiro, is able to find one, but PRX picks up the firing squad. 2 more kills in reply.
Yeah, good trades. They'll settle themselves down now for the post plant. Remember, the Rolling Thunder is available.
Still in the back pocket here to try to defend.
Slasher
situated here in main. Famous
Slasher निकाल सकता है.
Blind shot there. Forsaken is asleep at the wheel.
अरे लोडिंग स्क्रीन काहे दिखा रहे हो मुझे? क्या हो गया यार?
Well, that's going to force the Rolling Thunder. Connects on the 2.
Frame drop 0% है. F लिखना बंद करो. YouTube का है वो.
Continuing the tick here. This fault line gets sent. Swoop out. Berserk's good to find Jinggg. Comes up with that kill, but they still need to break through the door. Berserk's trying to lead the charge. Finds the headshot. That leaves Patman now alone to try to clutch it out. Gets some damage across the stun. Connecting. The op shot missing, but NC Slasher hitting, but the time is not there.
W
war of attrition. They narrowly win, as it's going to be a Red Bull clutch everyone get for the round of Bears.
Yeah, Boom very scared from the showstopper at drop, understandably so as well. And then the Rolling Thunder to really push them back before they have any time to just clear the whole site, focus on the main angle. Like, you're removing an opportunity where something has the incendiary as well, and you're thinking, all right, this is looking okay. You got a 2 versus 1, or a 3 versus 1 in fact, before Patman managed to bring it to that 2 versus 1 and just bought himself enough time. Take that one as you are for PRX, with everyone dying, so they will have to reinvest here. But similarly for Boom, I mean, they didn't survive with too much either.
Forsaken, does he just go for it? Stealth trying to open up the door here. And, oh, looking for that 2-person face forward. Jinggg now trapped into the corner of the Armageddon, starting to go across. Patman going to be taken down as DOS9 is able to find one.
बच गया.
The rest of the players trying to escape, but Forsaken eventually found.
कैसे?
DOS9 now with an orbital strike online. Famous. Step on a nice line, is able to find Jinggg to buy. Force basically just to drop out of the smoke, try to find something, but boom. Looking like they might be finding their footing for, realistically, the first time here in this series. Flawless would do wonders for them. Something will take that away from them. But an ace clutch to move up 4-1 seems like it's out of the cards.
40 seconds. Usually body रहता है वहाँ पे तो बंद नहीं होता है. He is one away from the orbital. Smokes an incendiary, but I think priority have the gun available for the next round. Probably one of the most clean rounds we've seen from Boom so far here today.
Turret set up around the back. Smoke's coming down. Are they in audio distance? It seems like they haven't realized quite just yet, but now they will.
How much does he get here?
Shift walks over. Is it just going to be the long wraparound? He's got the orbital to buy himself some time. He could reroute through sewers if he wanted to. Looks like it is just going to be the setup here at Arcade. Shots starting to come through. It's not going to be good for either of them. Two players narrowly surviving. And boom. Bring this back to 1 round
thank you for the 29.
Importantly, it's just the team going together as a unit there to make sure they're getting the trades. Not leaving any opportunity for something to be able to come out with it. I really do like the scrap metals that they have and the combination of utility around the door as well, right? You're getting in the Armageddon, the Aftershock, the fault line. You're just really making PRX have a bad day with gaining any space and any just solidified positions that they can try and shoot back from. It'll push them on towards the eco round now as well. Forsaken doesn't have an overdrive available, so that Bucky is just going to be let in somewhere with the Nikes. A duel early in the tree.
Oh, tucked into the corner, and he's looking to get overwhelmed, but Dawson is overstepped. Up here at Arcade, not going to find the shot there for Famous. Forsaken, now a weapon upgraded in ahead of that Aftershock. Does get whittled away at, down to 11.
Yeah, they could try and get the spike plant down here. Think about a lockdown. Maybe you have to drop the orbital to destroy that one.
Oh, but Batman dies right before they pull the trigger on that, so now working at a pretty big disadvantage, given that Forsaken's eaten quite a bit of damage here.
भाई वहाँ पे जो Killjoy जो कर रहा है कोई देख रहा है किसी मैं देख रहा हूँ.
Looking on that angle, but Berserk's just outsprang. Not suffering any damage. The Vandal not getting through as Berserk finds another something now dead. And it's just a Vi around the back with the Sheriff to try to make it a little bit costly. But he can't find the kill.
It happens.
एक और बार अगर ये
It happens to the best of us. It's okay. There was an eco at the end of the day for PRX, but a bit of an investment with the orbital track, I will say. Trading out the lockdown of Berserks. Again, though, boom. Clean rounds, great confidence here for Wolfpack. So tying things up 3-3, looking to take the lead now as well against the eventual buyout. Will come back for PRX. In a round where there's no massive setup counter on the defensive side, it's going to be those layer adjustments and figuring out
thank you for the friend and Jan Kitodi.
How to go for those retakes.
Time was 29. Time was 29.
Strategies yet again for this tree control.
I'd rather win.
FT ults to try to contend with.
Left right
By a side, PRX still going to be in a little bit of a rough spot as that's unassisted. Forsaken goes in, dies. Famous dies.
So far, so good for Boom.
Excellent. Well, that's not going to do much of anything there. Puts the fear of God into him with the shorty. Lets him know that this tower position not going to be easily breached. Divine able to find Shiro, but swiftly falls to NC Slasher. Famous watching the ropes. Goes ahead, cleans up Jinggg. Famous, he's going to go for it. Oh, flash out, maybe not.
I mean, it's just another scenario where you're going together as a team, making sure you're not giving something an opportunity.
Thank you for the 1 more 29. Darshan bye.
Doesn't see him, doesn't see the spike. Something just going to be sat in position, but these jiggle peaks going to be the pain of his existence here. Too many angles to try to clear out.
BT dere be.
Once again.
30 seconds left.
What do you even say?
Yeah.
You just do it time and time again. Okay, there we go.
It's like when you're playing like some kind of horror game and you see that the creatures are spawned in.
Yeah.
But they haven't like
seen
activated
you
yet.
Yeah.
So, but you just kind of like see them around the corner. You're like, oh.
And then you still get jump
I
scared.
have to go in there. Like, I don't want to do this.
Well done though from Boom, I will say, right? A good little grasp on how they need to be peaking
around this
one. Famous, how many times do we see the operator just having to come online for some really good successes for the team of Boom? So it's good to see that they're able to repeat that time and time again. This time, DOS9
Hello buddy, कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया किरण पाजी, आप कैसे हो?
So a couple of these little nuances that you want to adjust for
How's
PRX,
the sun is
for Boom. You want to keep happening now that you have slightly adjusted and taken the lead, forcing the timeout here for PRX.
Well, first one that they've had to call here today. Stand by singular round.
एक X माथा खराब कर देती है और आप
about that run back potential. I mean, we saw it from Talon, that 0-4 start into an overtime on Fracture itself.
Yeah. 2-0 PRX win, yeah.
Similar situation.
Something is more comfortable with duelist, right? He's comfortable with anything.
Looking for this guy.
Same with Forsaken.
I came from Australia.
Actually, I didn't quite get the read what the verb was. Maybe they didn't.
That's all good. A couple of good retakes from Boom. Let's see what the plan is here for PRX, if at all anything, right? Because again, another scenario where a team is taking a timeout, not before a rifle round, but before a sort of investment round. Whether or not your game plan is to come in towards this one directly or the one after.
9-3 types.
Lockdown for Dubai as well, which can just be traded out by DOS9's orbital strike. Very disconnected play at the moment from Boom on this B site.
Turn getting activated. Oh, no drive popped, and then Forsaken is just sending it in towards the spawn, and he's almost going to come away with two, and Devi's right there with the follow-up. Jinggg considers it, pulls off the angle there at the end. The Boom bot not going to be lasting too long, but now a timing here on this lockdown. Placed in front of Jen, but Shiro looking to try to catch them by surprise. Swinging the corner, finds the first. Looks to try to clear it out, but something bails them out. That kill. Now it's on Famous. A Vandal versus two Sheriffs, both players full HP. A flash on Molly between them. Reposition. Default line now. Sent. The stun connecting. And something just swinging around the back, catching him by surprise. Thrifty hits pulled off here on the back of the timeout call.
Maybe that timeout was for
Quick towards
the B site. You remove a lot of that Killjoy utility. You remove DOS9 first, so you don't have an orbital strike to answer the lockdown. That's a disgusting shot. Not needed in this game. Great work from Shiro, I will admit, in attempts to bring something back for Boom. Wasn't able to get the lockdown done, but 2 kills, providing his teammate into a 1 versus 2 maybe manageable situation.
I think that it's rounds like that
Love
that
you,
kind of show the development of PRX across the stage, considering how things had begun.
Yeah.
You know, I think back to the start, they were losing every round they committed ults in.
Yeah.
Regardless of weaponry.
They just looked lost and disconnected a lot of the time.
But now well utilized to be able to find themselves a thrifty win. Forsaken looking like he's suspicious about this potential position here, but now is at risk of getting caught as well. It'll be the orbital that takes him down. This little trap play set up from the side of Boom as Gun Barrel gets spotted out. Jinggg still able to find one before getting picked apart.
Yeah, you still are at a deficit though as PRX here.
Side तो मिल गया, लेकिन क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं लोग? नहीं, something मर गया.
Plant committed to Dubai with the operator, not something that we get to see nearly as much these days. Maybe once Sunset comes back into the mix. For now, we'll have that in hand. Overdrive in the charge of Shiro. Very suspicious about this smoke. Something just trying to stay tucked, and so far has not been flushed out. The jump forward, looks to try to steady it, can't quite make it happen, but has done a significant amount of damage. DOS9 at 30 HP. Famous, however, on the peak, instantaneous, finding Devi, leaving Patman now to try to clutch it out. Finds the first, backpedals, has a fault line, even has a rolling thunder. And he's not going to be shy about it, it would seem. Taps the door. Fault line sent. Famous not sticking to it. As it's going to be another Red Bull clutch. Instant.
Close.
Finds that.
Pay for the win. Yes, sir.
Back into a lead.
This is my time for the 179 and the 179, making total of 279.
Managing to at least establish one. It's unfortunate, but that Berserk loses his life when Jinggg is spotted out there as well. But it's just the trade game, right? It's making sure that the trades, that you're on top of them. Nice idea for the one-way smoke, makes things a little bit awkward, but some good repositioning from Patman, not wanting to give a duel. I think that's really important for a player like him coming into this roster, wanting to prove himself, wanting to be part of the team. So far, so good. Liking what I'm seeing.
Showstopper rolling Thunder. No ults to speak of here for the moment for Boom. Cycle these up. Will take, does get NC Slasher. Recharges away. Fast lane, just cutting every single player from the Boom side away from the site.
Guardian and a Judge here for DOS9 and Berserks. But Berserk's still on the other side of the map.
Oh, scan, finding Forsaken, but finding NC Slasher at drop. Second player working forward, Famous, trying to put that Sheriff to good use, but can't quite find the hit, can't quite find the head. All the meanwhile, ready to just send that Showstopper should it be needed, but right now it is looking like they won't have to. Push forward, the crunch coming in, Forsaken, trying to wide swing there.
Don't think he expected him to have a Judge.
Yeah, I think he misjudged the weapon. Yeah,
nicely done.
All right, I'm gonna jump off the balcony.
Please don't do that. I need a co-caster here.
My legs deserve to be broken after that joke. Anyway.
379. Yes, sir. Thank you, Darshan bhai. Thank you, 379. मेरी जान की टोटे.
So they'll have that coming into the next one, which is now playing catch-up, right? 6-4. The half is at least established for PRX in tie or in lead.
Quick maths.
An operator out for both sides as well. Device still retaining that one. Immediate utility going to be forcing them back out of main unless they want to wait to contest it, which is what Forsaken's going to be doing here. Immediate rotations too for Boom.
भाई वो लोग को पता है जिंग अकेला है.
Push coming through and Jinggg. Uncharacteristic whips, doesn't even find much damage, Shiro. They're really losing a tiny smattering of armor. Site still does get taken, plant coming in, Rolling Thunder held. But Armageddon, I don't think that Batman's going to be able to get away from this one. Oh, he's barely sights out. What a narrow window.
Something side.
And now he's got the Rolling Thunder at the ready. Orbital strike will start.
Something.
Forcing back NC Slasher from drop. Something swinging up towards Sand. Ends up getting taken down as Divine. Finding one with the op, eating a flash. Rolling Thunder pulls the rest of the team back.
उसने अपने टीममेट को मारा रोलिंग थंडर.
Smoke timing for Forsaken, finding the headshot, and they're just picking their targets and nailing them.
वहाँ पे कोई था ही नहीं. साइट वाले ही मार देते यारो. अरे क्या लोडिंग हो रहा है भी.
Patman, what a game so far.
Oh yeah. No, 100% he's just getting involved in all of these duels. He's making sure the flashes are on point for the team and the aftershocks to buy time as well. You look at the Armageddon placement in that one from Shiro. Had he reversed it and had it from the site on out towards main, maybe you're looking at a little bit of a different scenario in flushing the team into the open instead of containing them to be stuck in towards the site. Never really know in the sort of situation like that which way would be more valuable though. 7-5. Is what Boom will be chasing for the last round of this half. A couple of valuable ults. Same utility to be poised at the front of A, which they'll actually invest quite a significant amount of numbers toward.
Last round of the half, and it's bound to be a pretty chaotic one based on what we're seeing at the moment, but...
Gene Showstopper, I imagine.
They're taking their time with this one. Waiting for contact, waiting for info. Drone on the corner.
Yeah, I am noting that Devi is one away from a lockdown, by the way. They can pivot towards Tree if they want. Turret hasn't spotted anything, but still staying around A.
Showstopper opened up, blast forward. Two players over here at Sands. It's going to be NC Slasher taken down. It was at DOS9, actually avoiding damage. Looked like it was going to at least be a bit of splash there.
Who won versus DRX? PRX.
Somehow only a 1-for-1. Lockdown now. Tempo use sent over on B. Keeping PRX locked away for the time being. I mean, a couple seconds remaining. They can tuck in over towards tower, avoid the detain, and then look to try to get the spike in play.
3 members now here for Boom as well. Don't want to flood in before the plant goes down.
30 seconds left.
Retap, just a spray through. Berserk's able to find him. Forsaken. Massacres too. Divine out, sights back over. Lockdown is brought forward.
सब जगह फाइट जीत रहे भाई इसके अलावा
something's quite low.
Takes the first step.
He knows where they've gone.
Alarm bot, yeah, gets the trigger there. Something escaping forward into tower. Low on HP, as you say. No utility between them. With just a turret. It's just going to be the blind push into tower, and Berserks is able to find it. Might just be able to bring this back into their favor. The tap, the scale forward. Forsaken, though.
बच गया.
The perfect play to the perfect time at 3K. As it's going to be 8-4. PRX out in front once again here at the half.
A big stringing of rounds at the end of that one for PRX too. You think it's a pretty early contest that we're seeing between these two teams with a lot of backwards and forwards. And I mean, the round count kind of doesn't give you the full story on this one, does it? Because there's been a pretty lot of close rounds, close scenarios where a single engagement going the other way could have spelled a different result for the round. On this map though, Forsaken and Jinggg not getting too involved a lot in a lot of these fights to win them, so it's good to see that Forsaken, at least at the end of that one, is getting the right timing for the kill there, playing a lot more of the distractor and space creator on this map as opposed to the real kill collection.
Hey!
Get up!
Showing up today. We got even more.
पूरा टीम है इसका.
Talon yet chilling out, cheering on. Boom, it would seem here perhaps, or maybe even just a former PRX.
You might have to challenge later as well.
It's market research, you know?
Market research.
Yeah, just on the ground, just seeing what's going on, trying to figure everything out.
Jinggg.
Which one's more impactful? Well, we haven't seen some things yet today, so
not today.
I think by default you have to give it the Jinggg there.
I mean, yesterday there was a really good to the moon rise up between the maps and the changes, but yeah, Jinggg raise today, map number 1, gorgeous. Map number 2,
आपने बोले हुए जुबान में किया, excuse me.
But together as a team, PRX is certainly looking to get the job done. 8-4 at the half with PRX now going on to this defensive side.
Thank you for the 179
more eyes towards them to see what they're going to be able to do here. Of course, 5-0 in group stage. Coming in with the first seed, skipping the other stage of this bracket. Losing the first one, if they lose this one 2-0 as well, that's very hurtful.
कल से बहुत
होएगा. One on the north side.
लेकिन अगर मैं उठ गया और मैं जल्दी आ गया तो कर सकता.
Jumping forward here. All's in control of Boom.
7-8 बजे सोऊंगा ना मैं.
But that's going to go ahead and call for a 3-player push out from that B side, but Berserks just had it aligned but couldn't quite find that final shot. Still does an immense amount of damage, finds the kill on the Jinggg, opens things up here for the team. DOS9, however, going to be overwhelmed. Spawn. He's taken down at the spike, now planted.
Something does have 3 sky smokes as well. Put them to his heart's content.
Tap at the door, the bounce forward. Shiro, great readjust. Finds something. Slasher's going to be taken down. Now it's just sliding Neons. Right at each other, but Famous comes out on top. The tap at the spike. The Sheriff from the buy, and he hits him right between the eyes.
PRX squads क्या हो गया? सब जीत रहे हो लोग.
Exactly what I was going to say. Not a single pistol to come through for Boom in this one, and that just, how difficult does it make it here?
विशाल भाई की गर्लफ्रेंड सो रही हो, चिल्ला मत.
Start as well. Nearly finding that.
कैसे हो मनराज पाजी? कल रेस्ट लो, परसों से पहले रेस्ट.
Dot crosshair accuracy on that one. Do like to see it. He's had his moments in this map. Nothing too super stellar, but a couple of big frags with that operator earlier, with the Sheriff just there as well, an important one. It's a force up though with the plant going down for Boom.
In a huge way. Glass Cannon Bulldog. Jinggg around the corner. Putting some damage through there. Patman swinging in, trying to reinforce this position. However, is able to collect 2. Puts things up a bit. Well, Berserks, Glass Cannon, coming up with value.
Getting cheeky.
Tries to slide up into the smoke. Forsaken still slow walking in the halls with that outlaw.
DOS9 holding for it though.
Forsaken finding the first shot. Can he pick up the weapon? He's going to look to do so. Ends up dying though. Berserks from drop. Finding it. Something now has to try to pull this one off. Shiro, Salvo's at the ready. There's the tap. Forcing it back away, guaranteeing that this is just not going to be enough time. Berserks will end up falling. There's something collecting the 2 kills. We'll get a couple extra charges up towards his ultimate as well as retain the weapon. That is Boom with a much needed thrifty answer back at the forced by victory of their own.
Yeah, one of the more needed rounds for them to stave off any further lead for PRX here, just getting down and dirty. Those duels, right? A lot of trades coming out, Berserk just scoping and bursting, thinking an opportunity situation in the 2 versus 2. The fact that he's just able to remove Zaken on that slide, and they've got salvos in the back lanes waiting for the spike tap. Yeah, the right members doing the right things for Boom in that round. Big tree approach.
Oh. Whiff on the first, hit on the second.
How much
damage going to be taken? Divide dead. One of the side anchors now gone here.
You can see Boom fall to play with the numbers together as well here. There's a bit of weaponry on the side of PRX still. Forsaken with that now outlaw. Something with the fan from the last round. You are really spread across the map as PRX, so taking the initiative to clear some parts of the map. They can further extend and clear all of north side and have to turn back towards A. As the stealth drone goes out, Sky Smoke to buy a little bit of time, and you're now fully clearing north side. So it should be the idea for PRX that it is A, and they will now know with all this util.
Fast lane set, Batman dropping down, getting tucked in towards default. Slide forward, he's gonna get caught up into the crossfire. As Famous does get taken down, Patman joining in alongside something, finding the kill, but double push out of the smoke. Good for one, Jinggg, Sheriff shot to the space. Finds another before getting traded out by Shiro. Suddenly, it's Forsaken.
But it's a hard spot to take a retake from.
Is it fast lane for a reposition to try to grab a gun, perhaps? Just a Sheriff at drop. Goes down, finds the first, but oh no, it's full armor, striking at the worst possible moment for him.
If it was the other way around, Shiro would have been done, and then maybe you're looking for him to slide in and have a really good how do you do, but just expecting that the kill would polish off his opponent there.
When the protagonist gets shot in the chest, but he had a Bible in his pocket. It caught the bullet and it kept him safe.
By Boom,
still close, you could tell. PRX looking to persevere even when they themselves not in the best position weapon-wise.
Chat, I'm sorry to say.
The way that this is going though,
but
we're going to have
Boom
a pretty stacked ultimate round soon.
This map, I will support Boom. Next map, PRX जीतेगा.
North side approach for Boom now, full clearing arcade.
Easy for Boom.
Killjoy set up towards B as well. Meanwhile, bit of a slow peek in towards A main for PRX. The further they go, the more info that they get. Together as a team as well, recognize that, well, no one's going to be here. So similarly, like last round, they got all of the north side control. Now you flip it for the south side. And also mean on the other way that Boom can just get into the east side, almost scot-free, see that no one's home. Have some time to set up for a post plant here.
Everything wide open. Door left unlocked, and Boom looking to just make themselves right at home. Jinggg, though, nice shot, finds the kill there on a Famous, but NC Slasher coming away with 2, as well as finding an immense amount of damage on the Jinggg before getting taken down by the Showstopper. Something trying to steady those shots, but DOS9 a little bit faster with it. Finds the headshot, keeps him with the advantage. And Defy is still at B with a judge.
Yeah, and they already noted where Jinggg was as well with the Showstopper, right? So this round is pretty much just done and dusted.
He's going to try to juggle the weapon over here to his teammate. Get the upgrade. Will be able to do so. And that's going to be them going for a save. Boom.
Shit.
Looking to claw this back 3 rounds consecutively. Gonna be just 2 away from tying it up.
Essentially, the delayed bonus rounds coming into this one as well, right?
Yeah, so, we're finally getting there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's talking about this track by track for PRX, but what about Boom? I mean, they're slowly starting to figure out what they need to do on this attacking side. The next gun round is going to be a really important one for them to get through. And then if you also consider that the ultimates are going to start to really come online soon as well, if they're able to navigate their way through that one pretty cleanly, or even scrappily, we're still winning the round. I mean, they're setting themselves up to try and tie things up.
Very much possibility of throwing.
Suspect here from PRX. There you go. Alex on the try to
ये
Come
round
up
भी
to that
boom का
double-digit point here.
गोल टके
Try to get over the finish line. Last time out worked a treat for them. They went on a massive streak. So go ahead and close out that opening half as
Go
well. Let's get the pistol.
Toronto.
See if that can happen again. Otherwise, boom. Just gonna get closer and closer to try and take us to that third and final map of ascent.
I mean, you look at it for the past two maps as well, right? With the exploration,
Aura positive lag raha hai.
they've kind of just picked the wrong corner of the map. Like, there's 4 of them, and they've just gone to one where Boom have just gone in towards the site and tried to set things up for the end. So if they're getting a bit of a contest early on, maybe they would feel a little bit more comfortable in trying to get through the battles. As the timeout now fades away, see what things are going to look like for PRX with just the 2 guns retained from the previous round, some upgrades for the rest of the squad.
पहले hi hello ऐसा कुछ लिखना पड़ता तो ही वो काउंट चालू करता है ऐसा कुछ.
Well, they got themselves a thrifty in the last time out. Don't have the ultimates to back it up quite as much this time around. One away from an overdrive here is Forsaken as well as something with the orbital strike.
Yeah, Berserks is just waiting for contact on the turret to skedaddle on out of here.
Yep.
Bolt line will do the same.
And spot him out.
Idea to
He escapes. In the meantime, a sight once again going to be the target. The push forward getting ready to come through. Something trying to watch the angle here with that sheriff. The push out. It's going to be divided with the Phantom. He's able to catch him by surprise. Dancing around the wall here is Forsaken. To the opposite side finds NC Slasher. And PRX are doing it again. He's got the outlaw, but now they have it confirmed. Spike picked up.
Molly.
Berserks has to go absolutely crazy, and it'll just be whizzing
W
right
Molly
past
और
Patman's
W
here.
सब कुछ था. भाई पैटमैन ने क्या मारे
Off the back of the timeout will find themselves another thrifty win.
Banks by Lal super chat कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि RCB is on table top. Kanpuri on bye. Thank you for the 2000 आपके लिए special news है. क्योंकि snacks by की वजह से मैं भी RCB support कर रहा हूँ. इस बार इस साल कप RCB जीतेगा मेरी जान के डोटे.
Duelist action trying to come in from Jinggg and Forsaken. You know,
दूसरा बिस्किट का पैकेट रात के दिन पे done scene डॉक्टर भाई done
abysmal map 1, haven't we, as well, when you look at Berserks, right?
Thank you for the 2000 Jan ki today, Kanpuria. Bye. Love you.
PRX are the team here to find double digits first.
I'm kind of curious to see, no timeout call here from Boom. Twice now, giving up these thrifties. No assessment.
By overall, भारी पड़ेगा बे.
Steady the nerves of the players. Maybe as far as comms are concerned, they seem right as rain, but they're now just 3 round losses away from being eliminated from stage 1 playoffs.
Hello.
Yeah. Massive pressuresome environment for them in their first endeavors in towards VCT Pacific. Stage 1.
Hello.
Creep up in towards A main. Util to flush Patman away to push Forsaken back, who has brought an operator to the party here. Just a slower paced round from everybody. Got the lurk from Berserks as well, Northside Arcade. Just being very patient, not overstepping.
Hard to blame them for slowing down after the previous.
15,000 bitrate और video output 2560140.
Kicking in, yep. Damn fast with it, finds NC Slasher. And now, Boom, they don't know which way to go. They have 30 seconds.
And what do? You need to have your lurk start to activate, but it's been noted.
Spotted Jinggg just on top of Jen. Pops his head, and now it's a go button, but they're losing the plot. Tavai able to find one. Shiro fighting back. Might just give them the opportunity here to try to get the plant down. The Armageddon going to be called in, but the orbital strike is there in response from something that's a hair off the mark. Shiro narrowly able to stay alive. Rolling Thunder committed. The frantic spray eventually rewarded. As DOS9, he has been a god incarnate in the past series that he has played. Can he deliver here now today? The Molly, it's just going to be far too late. It arrives exactly where it needed to, but not when it was needed. PRX, they continue onward now 11-7.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing
By
that
the way,
I was actually
और
wondering, but not
लाल वाले
wanting
कहाँ
to
गए?
out something
पता
for in the
नहीं.
first half. Actually, it was playing
Not
the Brimstone
everybody
on this map.
can
You see
support
internationally,
every
and
time.
you know, name-state Brimstone players having a lot of these quote-unquote nerd lineups to be able to drop on towards the spike for the post-plant meta.
People they come, they
DOS9
go. Saturday to
just
Sunday,
showcasing us that
Monday,
he's got the
Monday
lineup,
to
but the
Sunday.
timing a little bit wrong. Generally, you would also see them coupled with
नहीं ना, अब घर पे excuse me.
doing
भाई
the
मस्त घूम के
orbital
मारा
strike
ना.
first, and then it buys the sky time for it to land, and then you're affording yourself essentially 12 seconds total, 13, 14 on the tail end too. Hey, we saw big time be signed
Boom
by.
fans, boom
They
fans.
got signed on the cheek with
yeah.
by tens. So, well,
Came
that just
from
says boom,
Singapore,
so I think that just
W,
applies
यार,
every
W.
single
Every
player.
member?
So, gonna have to, you know,
कनाडा
tiny
से
font.
लोग वहाँ पे गए, सिंगापुर से गए.
Here's your timeout though.
You know, I think there's an
I
opportunity.
think
Everyone
only
keeps going with the
theirs
track
by
by
is
track.
continuous.
I think that if you
बहुत time
wanted
से
to,
हाँ.
if you have somebody who's very good at editing GIFs, you could take a bunch of scenes from Snowpiercer, edit PRX on top of them,
बहुत time
and then
से.
say car by car. They're fighting their way up to the front
Bunks
of the
भाई
train
लाल वाला दू.
rather than
अभी मत दो,
building the
अभी
track in front of them.
You know, I had
खत्म ही हो रहा है ना,
nightmares on
बेच
that
जाए.
when the
रात
arm
को
was
stream.
shattered.
Oh yeah,
I had some nightmares after that.
it's a brutal one.
चलो मेरा दोस्त उठने रहा है. Excuse me.
Let us see though on the back of that timeout if Boom are going to be able to come away with we'll call it the magic that PRX had after their timeout to come with the Thrifty.
Jinggg, classic little setup here, but no one home to.
This is ambitious.
Destroyed by it. Forsaken is about to be rewarded. How does he get away with that? Even into a half buy.
Bro.
And Jinggg now finds Famous.
Bro, क्या मारा Forsaken ने bro?
That's just blasphemy there. DOS9
Huh?
didn't deserve it. No smokes, no orbital. Famous down as well.
Bangalore tour कब है पता
Makes it
नहीं.
very difficult to come back in this round when you've also got Dish
No
being looked
idea.
after by the Killjoy utility. Now
भाई उसने क्या
spotted
मारा
out.
भाई? Forsaken ने?
3 versus 5 on a lesser buy. Map point,
क्योंकि Jinggg
5
मारा
on
ना
series
शायद?
point rather. If this gets dropped. So with a rotation towards the A site now, it is the lesser defended one. So that's a plus for Boom.
नहीं आ गया rotation.
Now not so much though.
Slow on the approach, just trying to keep it quiet. About to be a 3v3 towards this side of the map. But clear out, Berserks pushing forward, trying to take some forward space, but a glimpse is going to be found, and
Bro.
there's the stunt. Batman swinging out, so damn snappy with it, finds the headshot. NC Slasher tucked away, it's just 2 stingers in their hands, forced into the open by the Molly. And he can
Bro.
only deliver one. What a round response
Clean,
here
bro.
from PRX.
Clean, clean,
On the
clean,
back of
baby.
the timeout from Boom, the magic is not found.
Clean, baby.
They get up now to match point.
रात को कितना बजे
That
आएंगे
is a
सीधा?
gut punch to this Indonesian squad.
Yeah, I mean, in the first half after the timeout, it was flawless for
Anne.
PRX, and now it's still flawless after the timeout here as well. 12-7, it's 5 series points that Boom are going to have to contend through to push us into overtime. Otherwise, they will be bowing out in this playoffs stage. Still securing a lot of championship points in their journey to continue to stay in Pacific when you think about what the Ascension teams have placed on them too. But they don't want to bow out here.
According to you, what is the
series
reason of
away.
PRX comeback? लोग बोलते थे
Those are
downfall
first
करके
seed.
bench. अभी
A
देखो.
brutal position now for Boom to be in. Jinggg, this time not able to get a glimpse. Famous does manage to slide across the bottom of the rope undetected.
But what can he do more importantly? Devi is being very careful about the rope.
Gun barrel spotted. Can't confirm who it is. They might have a sneaking suspicion though. Still a bit of info gained, and Devi now spotting out even more. 2 players on this side of the map. The Nanoswarm going to be disrespected. Famous trying to run him down. The shorty drawn out, but
लोग ready
tiny
रखते
bit of
हैं
damage going to be
shorty.
found. That paint shell, however, might find more as Jinggg, position given up, shifts forward towards Arcade, and eventually will be found. Berserks comes away with it. Something trying to go off the timing, but
next round.
Famous just a little bit faster. Forsaken now sliding forward. I mean, he's just getting shot by the turret behind. But do they realize that he's in this spot? It seems like the answer is no. Elbow taken off, Famous 5 HP. The AWP would be overkill, and it will not find the chance. As Patman now A 1v4 clutch to try to bring this
एक round जीतना है, एक round.
A couple shots in, but ultimately will decide to back away.
Got to also consider that Boom need to be managing their economy throughout this journey to get back towards this map too.
So
they don't necessarily
Toronto में.
have to hunt, but it looks like they want to.
Unfortunately,
You're not getting closer to any ultis here too much. Lose anything.
घूमने जरूर आऊँगा.
Oh, Hammett has just jiggled out of that one. I don't know how he's managed to do that. After all the great shots from Boom in that round, that's the one that gets away.
Yeah. Slippery snake able to escape there.
Yeah, but it's one round. It's one round to answer back with at least 4. Boom. Very patient in the beginning, trying to find the right timing to get up the tower. I like it from them. Some, you know, not generally something that you're trying to, you know, practice and reiterate time and time again. Those sort of things. It's just trying to figure out individually what you can communicate to the team. More control again for Jinggg, trying to spot what he can on top of the smoke, and it's the catch.
Tried it previously. He had Berserks hiding in the smoke, but this time somebody takes the bait. Showstopper lockdown available to try to close this out, and with DOS9 dead, that orbital, that counteraction to this Killjoy ultimate is now gone.
I mean, you just got to consider how to Boom get back in towards a site as well. You're going to have to rely on Famers with a good fast lane, with some good timing of NC/'s fault line to off-put another angle.
Something. Oh, what a catch! Doesn't squander it. Overdrive here from Famous, doesn't manage to find one, but Jinggg takes down Shiro. The Showstopper at the ready. Famous in tower, sends it to the side. Nothing gonna be found there, but lockdown just to create some more shallow angles. Jinggg trying to counter swing out, eventually finds it. It's all down to NC Slasher. He cannot make it happen.
GG ball there 2-0. Oh, W baby.
Will continue one by one. PRX run it back here in this.
मोमेंट की मैच थी. हाँ, मैं यहाँ पे किसके लिए ताली बजा रहा हूँ?
Watching for this flank. It's seen the Viper.
Huh?
Felled Mako, and now he's going to confirm that position. Ops just go ahead, backs away. Does have those salvos available still, needing them.
भाई ठीक है, मैं वॉच पार्टी करता हूँ. इतना पीछे कैसे गए ये भीचू?
Absolutely, a big round of applause here to this squad coming through in stage 1 and, you know, pulling off wins that we never could have anticipated in fashion with which that we could not have expected. This is a team that is certainly going to be hungry and going to be looking to run it back and have even more impact in stage 2. But for now, it is PRX here in the spotlight.
Finally, Alex bhai
against DRX.
Good job, W.
See if they're going to be able to.
Timeout के बाद एक्चुअल में अच्छा खेला ये लोग. चलो guys, bye, adios, take care, see ya, मिलते हैं रात को. अगर मैं जल्दी उठा तो वैलो नाइट्स विद वॉच पार्टी, अगर नहीं उठा तो सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी, और कल से बूम बाम वैलोरेंट. ठीक है, bye, adios, take care, see ya, bye guys, bye.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better than